I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be there. We're just star-crossed lovers. We're hiding in the dark. It's okay.
RESOLVECON. Thank you so much for being here. You guys may be wondering, this isn't Casey. He looks a little different. So my name is Sherwin Lau. I'm a filmmaker and an educator. And I also work with Blackmagic Design on their training team. So I do trainings for Resolve and their Pocket and Ursa mini cameras. And for today, I'm excited to be your host for all of RESOLVECON. So we've got a number of great workshops from 6 amazing Resolve experts and content creators. So let me run through the schedule for today. First up, Casey Faris is going to go through an introduction to Resolve 17. So this is going to be great for those new to Resolve. Then at 9, and all these times are at Pacific time in the US. Then at 9, we've got a pro's guide to efficient color correction with DARREN MOSTYN. In this workshop, Darren's going to cover his techniques to make better color grades faster in the color page. And he'll cover stills, presets, grouping, and some very useful tips to up your color game. At 10, RYBKA is going to be going over post-production workflow in Resolve. Billy's going to show us his workflow for creating a project in Resolve, from basic editing to quick audio and video polishing. So this is going to be a great session for those content creators. Next after that at 11 is audio mixing and EQ basics in FAIRLIGHT with Jason YADLOVSKI. Jason's going to show us the best way to sweeten audio using EQ. So this is perfect for anyone new to FAIRLIGHT or looking to step up their sound design in their videos. At 12, we've got better graphics faster with Fusion macros with Patrick Sterling. And Patrick's going to cover his technique for creating reusable graphics templates in the Fusion page that's going to speed up your workflow for YouTube, broadcast, and so much more. At 1, editing for YouTube in Davinci Resolve with Mr. MRALEXTECH. Mr. MRALEXTECH is going to cover the core basics for editing videos in YouTube, such as project settings, resolution, frames per second sort of settings, export settings, plus a lot of these common fun YouTube effects, as well as such as slow-mos, zooms, transitions, black bars, and more. Then at 2, Casey's back with visual effects in the Fusion page. So he's going to cover the basics of compositing in the Fusion page and then walk all of us through an example comp step by step. And that's perfect if you are going to just get into Fusion. So a schedule for this entire days of events can be found on the website resolvecon.com, or the mods will kind of do a exclamation mark schedule and you can go to the link. Now, some of our sessions do include media downloads, and that's there so you can follow along. And the links to download the media is both in the description below, or you can type in exclamation work files and it'll pop up the link to download that. There's going to be a Q&A after each lesson, so drop your questions in the chat and we're going to try to cover as many questions as we can during that time. It'll be about 15 minutes after the presentation is over. And really, really cool thing, throughout the day, we're going to be doing some giveaways. So stay with us so you can win some really, really cool stuff. There's going to be more details about those giveaways later on. We do want to give a huge thank you to our event sponsor, Artlist. Now, Artlist is a powerful music licensing platform created by filmmakers for filmmakers. With thousands of new songs and a full year of unlimited downloads, you can find exactly the music you need for your project. So to get started, visit their website or click on the link in the description below. So who's ready to get this very first RESOLVECON started? Awesome. So without further ado, our first presenter is Casey Faris. He's going to be going over an introduction to Resolve 17. So Stay tuned, everyone. Casey will be coming up shortly.
Oh, hello there. Hi, everybody. Welcome to RESOLVECON. Oh my goodness, this is so neat. This is so neat. Man, I'm so glad you guys are here. We are actually, I have a lot to go over. And so I'm gonna start a little bit early because that all went a little bit smoother than I thought it could even go. You know, which that's not a bad thing, right? That ain't bad. Man, tell me first of all, how are you guys doing? Are you excited? I'm so excited for this. This has been a dream for a really long time. So I've kind of had this idea for a while, and so I'm just so glad to get to work with these amazing people. Like, man, it's like seriously like all the people that I watch. Like, I guess it's not all the people that I watch. It's a lot of the people that I watch. There were quite a few people that I wanted to be part of this event that weren't available and weren't available to be here, which is sad. But you know, there's always next time. So yeah. Is my stuff locked up? Hold on. Oh goodness. I think I did something horrible. Can you guys still see me? Is it all good? Just making sure everything's good. We're into the airport. Is this recorded? Yes, this is recorded. Oh man, excited to see Patrick, dude. Me too. That guy's a genius. I'm so excited to see all of these awesome presentations. Oh man, look at that. Wow. So let's get into it because again, I foolishly I have the job of doing a full overview of Resolve in like half an hour, which is crazy. It's way too much to go over. So I am probably going to be going pretty quick. But what I want to do is if there's a mod available, I don't know if we can, but can we do a poll? Dan or Sam, can you guys start a poll or do I have to start a poll? Because what I would love to know is everybody's kind of experience with Resolve, right? So have you used Resolve before? Are you like super into it? Are you, do you not even know the basics? Like, I kind of want to gauge that because that's going to kind of figure out how fast I go. It's okay. I think I can do it as long as my, I think my mouse died. I think the battery in my mouse died last second. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that cool? I do need to get a battery because everything's going to be rough if I can't. Mods can't create polls. That's okay. That's okay. You can set one up. Okay. If you can, because there is one in the chat, a poll, but it's fine. We can do it this way. We'll do it this way. So here's what we're going to do. In a minute, I want you to say either 1, 2, or 3, okay, for your experience with Resolve. 1 is like you've opened it a couple times maybe, but you don't really know what you're doing. 2 is you've edited a couple projects, but you're not familiar with all of the pages. And 3 is like, dude, I'm here for advanced tips. Like, don't even tell me the basics, okay? So 1, go ahead and post them in the chat right now. 1 is like, I don't really know much about Resolve. 2 is I've used it, but I sure really want to learn more. All right, goodness. All right, so lots of 2s and 3s, it looks like. A lot of people are ready for advanced stuff. Okay, quite a few 1s as well. Goodness, this is crazy. Lots of 2s and 3s. Good. Good. That's kind of where I thought we were, was probably around 2 for the most part. So this first session is going to be for the 1s, okay? For the 1s and 2s. For the 3s, you guys are really going to like the next few sessions, because there's a lot of really cool tips that these guys are bringing in. Especially the last session on Fusion later today is going to be, I wouldn't say insanely advanced, but you definitely need to know what you're doing with Fusion to follow along. So you guys are going to have a good time with that. So very exciting, very exciting. Enable slow mode. We might need to do that at some point. We'll see, but I think it's going to be okay. I came for tacos. Am I in the right place? No, this is not a taco place. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to switch over to my fancy screen here. I'm pretty sure everything's going to work. Look, it did. Yay, this is great. And we're going to start going through Resolve. So again, this is for the 1s and 2s. If you're not super familiar with Resolve, this is going to give you a good overview, because I want everybody to at least have some kind of working knowledge of what the heck we're talking about throughout the day. We kind of debated whether to put this session in or not, but I think it's going to be really good for anybody who's just getting into Resolve, or even just getting into video editing. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump in. This is Resolve. If you open it up, it will default to opening to the edit page, and I just have a new project open here. So let me make sure I have my notes here, just so I don't go totally off the rails. I don't think I need to go totally off the rails, do I? So really, Resolve, what they've designed Resolve to be is a end-to-end post-production app. So it's really designed to do everything after you're done with shooting your footage. If you have it on a camera card, it basically does everything after that, right? From doing your, copying your footage over, to organizing it, to doing your basic edits, to doing fancy things like color correction and compositing and audio, and delivering for multiple platforms and everything. And that's kind of what Resolve is designed to do. So the way that Resolve is laid out is in pages, and down here in the lower part we have these little buttons, and what these do is switch out the interface into kind of different modes. So if we switch this is color mode, this is edit mode. There's all kinds of different pages that are designed for specific parts of post-production. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, mods can't enable slow mode. Okay, that's fine. If that needs to happen, let me know, and I can do that, especially probably after this session when I'm not doing stuff, Okay, so what we're gonna go through is just kind of a really quick overview of each of these pages, because there's so much to talk about that it's really there's a lot. Okay, if you haven't downloaded the work files, please download the work files if you want to follow along. You do have to enter some information into our website to get those, and that's just because that's how our system works, and it's the very best way for us to make sure that you can get those work files. So they are free. You just have to check out, and you can get those. But once you do, you should have a folder. I'm just going to switch over to the media page real quick. You should have a folder that looks something like this. There is, just close this for. There are several different folders here. Whoop. This one isn't there. This is my working folder, but there should be sessions for a lot of the classes that are happening here. And so we're going to be working with Casey Faris Intro to Resolve right here. Just double click on that. And you can open that in your Explorer window, your Finder window, or whatever, or you can open it here in the media page. This part right here in the media page, this is just a listing of everything that is on your computer. So you can actually go through all of your hard drives and everything, and just kind of explore your footage. And what's really cool about that is there's like a little preview where you can kind of scrub through your footage really easily. All right. So that's really cool. But none of this is in our project yet. And so to add something to our project, we either have to find it here and drag it down into our media pool, which is where everything in our project lives, or we can find it in a Finder or Explorer window, drag it in. You can also right click here and say import media. That works too. But that's kind of how you get stuff in. So if you're following along with the work files, it'd be nice to lose the music. No problem. Boom. Done. So here's what we're going to do. Let's go ahead and select all of these and just drag them down into our media pool. And now all of these are in our project. And really when it comes to the media page, this is like one of the major things the media page does is you can import footage. You can also organize footage. And again, I'm going to be going really fast, but you can right click here and say like a new bin and make a folder like, you know, bikes. And you can put all of this into that folder and kind of get organized. We can make another one for audio and put our audio into the audio folder and kind of get organized that way. There are also things that you can do if you select a piece of footage or a piece of media. If you go over here to the right-hand side, I'll switch my camera over here for a second. There's a little window called metadata. And this is like all of the crazy like info about your footage. And so you can type in description, comments, keywords, all these kind of things. You can even label them for shot, scene, take, all this stuff. And you can get just insanely organized this way. This is for the people that really, really like to be super organized. And so I teeter on that line kind of back and forth, whether I'm like, oh yeah, is this worth doing or not? And yeah, I don't know. For some work files, maybe. Okay. You can find the music in most elevators. That's true. That's true. Yes, you're allowed to ask questions. If it's something short, I might dive into it, but we do have a Q&A at the end. So if you just type your question, we'll be writing those down and kind of doing a Q&A towards the end. And that's going to happen with all of the sessions. So here's what we're going to do. Let's take all of this footage, and what we've done is just brought it in. We've organized it a little bit, and that's kind of what happens in the media page. Now, if we want to actually put this into an edit and actually make something, we can go over to the edit page. So down here, go ahead and click on edit. And that's going to bring up our edit page, which is the first page you kind of land on. And this is also the one that's going to be most familiar if you have experience with other editors, with other nonlinear editors, apps, that kind of thing. And really, this is where you build your story. So you can double click on any piece of footage here in the media pool. This panel right here is the exact same thing as this panel down here in the media page. It just kind of lives on the left on the edit page. And there's a lot of different windows that are shared throughout Resolve. So the media page is one of them. It's actually in, or the media pool is one of them. It's actually in all of the different pages. So, so what we're going to do is take this and actually make a story out of it. Now, we're going to start with this first clip of me handing these water bottles to my kids. We went on a little mountain bike adventure. I quote mountain bike. They aren't mountain bikes, but we went to the mountains to use our bikes. And so these are a couple clips from an adventure. I thought that'd be fun to incorporate here. So let's go ahead and start with this clip. Now I can just throw this into the timeline. I can also select just a chunk of it by hitting I and O to set the in and the out. Ooh, this is chunking. And bringing that into the timeline. Of course it's chunking. It's been working fine for days, but as soon as I live stream it, it starts to get crazy. But then we can kind of play back our footage. And so this left-hand side, this left viewer here, this is the source viewer. So you can double click and kind of preview stuff here and decide if you want to add it to your project. Like, ooh, I like this one. I'll grab this and drag that down into my timeline. And then this viewer on the right, goodness, this is really being crazy today. This viewer on the right is what people are actually going to see. So really, this is kind of how you build your story down here in the timeline. This is how all of the clips are laid out. And Another thing that you do in the edit page is if you want to adjust something specific about a clip, you can select it and then go up here to where it says inspector and click on inspector, and that will bring up this window that has all the properties of whatever you have selected. This is another one of those panels that is all over Resolve. It is in every page. And so whatever we have selected, we can adjust here in the inspector. So if I want to zoom this in, I can zoom it in. If I want to rotate it, I can rotate it. There's all kinds of things from cropping to like a ton of different stuff. Okay. And if you want to reset anything, just hit this little reset button right here. Okay. So that's really what you do in the edit page. The edit page, you can also do effects a little bit. If you go up here to the upper left-hand corner where it says effects library, you can click this down and it adds a little panel down here. Of course, I need to move my camera. But this is where you have things like filters and like blurs and stuff like that that you can just drag onto a clip. So let's say we want to add a glow. We can just drag this on and it will add this little glow. We can go into the inspector and adjust the effects and stuff and add kind of a glowing effect if we want to. So that's kind of the basic stuff that you can do in the edit page. That's where all that happens. Now, here's what's really cool. Every page in Resolve actually shares a timeline. So you can start building your timeline here in the edit page. Let's just, I'm going to get rid of these for reasons not yet shown. But let's just drag a couple of these clips down here. Let's say that we've done a really good job selecting exactly what we want, trimming these to be exactly what we want, and it's a beautiful story, right? If we want to do something else, either going into color, going into audio, and even going into the cut page, which is what we're about to do, this timeline is shared in between all of these different pages, which means that if you want to do something crazy, like, oh, I want to do color, you can switch to color and it will open up the same timeline. If you switch to Fairlight to do audio, it'll open up the same timeline. And really, all of those things share a timeline, which is really, really cool. You don't have to go to a different app. You don't have to convert it or do anything like that. So that's pretty cool. We are going to stop here on the cut page for just a second. There is a little bit of confusion, I think, among people who are into Resolve about why the cut page exists. We have the edit page, and that's where you build your edits. And so we also have the cut page, which is also where you build edits, which is kind of confusing sometimes. But really the deal is the cut page is designed for speed. So this is for workflows like a news workflow or a vlog workflow or like documentary kind of stuff that is just like, you have to go really, really fast. It's a really fast turnaround, right? And so at the cut page, it's basically, you can kind of do the same thing. You can double click on something and you can drag it down into your timeline. But you'll notice there's two timelines here. These are just actually two different views of the same timeline. This top little timeline is the whole timeline from beginning to end, completely zoomed out. So if you want to go to the beginning of your project, you can just click towards the beginning here. And if you want to go towards the end, you can just click towards the end, and you don't have to zoom in or out. And it's just kind of to save you time. That's the idea there. So, and then down below here, there's the second timeline, and this is where you get detailed. So it's kind of a zoomed in version and a zoomed out version all at the same time. So you don't have to, you know, move your playhead, zoom in, because like that's what you have to do a lot in the edit page is, okay, I want to go to the end of my my project, and now I'm going to zoom in and I'm going to do this, and now I have to zoom out and go here and zoom back in. It's kind of to eliminate that. The other big thing that I really like in the cut page is something called source tape. So up here, right under our intro, or under our project name, there's these little buttons. And this middle button right here is called source tape. And if we click on that, what that does is open up all of our footage end to end. And so it just opens it all at once. And what's really cool is you can just page through this like this, hit an in and an out, and then hit a button to add this to the end of the timeline in. Oh man, this is like, I don't know why it's like chunking a little bit. Like, look at that. That's weird. Anyway, so yeah, you can go through and just like scrub through this and hit in and out and add all of those things to your timeline really, really quickly. And so this is a great tool to build like a rough cut, or building something that is kind of just a bunch of clips kind of butted up against each other, something where you're doing a lot of jump cuts, that kind of thing. So that's kind of what the cut page is for. It's all about speed. There's also a lot more features that I just don't have time to go over right now. But yeah, source tape is awesome. Yeah, Daniel says save me hours. Exactly. It's really, really it's really cool. I do use it all the time, actually. I wasn't sure if I was going to at first, but I really like the source tape. So like I said, all of these pages share the same timeline. So you can actually go into the cut page and make your rough cut and then switch to the edit page and start doing your detailed cuts, which is pretty cool. The speed editor is perfect for the cut page. Exactly. Speed editor is really cool. If you guys don't know what that is, it's a little keyboard that's kind of designed to do things quickly in the cut page. Very nice for some workflows for sure. So again, let's dive into some of the other pages. So let's switch to color, just because it's maybe a little bit easier to wrap our heads around. So color, what that does is it opens up your whole timeline, but it's in color mode basically. And Resolve actually started as a color correction app, and all the other pages kind of grew from that. And so naturally, Resolve is amazing at color correction. I would argue it's one of the best, if not the best, color correction apps available. So what's really neat is, even if you don't know a whole lot about color correction, even if you're used to using something like a 3-way color corrector or dragging an effect on and kind of adjusting it, even though this whole interface can look a little bit intimidating, it's actually not too bad, because really down here you have your controls. These are called your color palettes, and everything that you do down here adjusts the image that you're looking at. Okay, and you can select the image by clicking on the thumbnails throughout this little thumbnail timeline, and so you can switch to whatever shot you want. Let's say this shot. And whatever you want to adjust with it, you just go down here and adjust things. There are so many color tools to go over. I absolutely cannot do that right now. But just so you have a general idea, what you do is you decide on, do a little bit of adjustments to your colors, right? And maybe give it a little look or whatever you want to do. And again, that just happens to whatever you're looking at. Then, if you want to, you can copy that to other clips. And so I have this clip. It's similar lighting, similar people, subjects, all of that. I can just middle button mouse click on this first clip with this second clip selected. And when I say middle button mouse, I mean click down on the scroll wheel on your 3-button mouse. And I can do that, and it will copy that color to this next clip, right? And so now we have the color on both of these clips. Pretty cool. The color page also does really fancy stuff. Not only is it just over everything, like you can color correct your whole image, but you can select just a part of the image. So we can do something like grab just this water bottle, and we can even just grab one of the colors on the water bottle, and we can move this around to change the different colors. Like I can make this a pink water bottle instead of a blue water bottle, and here's the difference. So you can do all kinds of fancy things inside of the color page. It's not just the basic color correction filters. You can get absolutely crazy, and Darren's going to show us quite a bit of fancy stuff that you can do. If you're into color, do not miss the next session with Darren. That guy's amazing. So there's a lot of power here, and what's really neat, again, is if I want to switch back and start editing again, I can just go back to the edit page. It's not really a big deal. Isn't that nuts? So yeah, it's just no problem. Like I don't have to be done with anything. I don't have to render anything out. It's just, I can switch over and do color if I want to. I can switch back. Doesn't matter, right? Pretty cool. Okay, so the next amazing piece of Resolve that is an entire app built into one of the pages of Resolve is the Fusion page. So check this out. How many people are familiar with compositing, know what compositing is? Give me a 1 in chat if you know what compositing is, or if you've used a different compositor before. Let me kind of get this ready. I'll make this a little shorter just to make it easier on us. Okay. Okay. So quite a few people know what compositing is. If you don't know what compositing is, it's basically all of the fancy stuff that happens if you want to add smoke or fireballs, or like if you want to clone something out, things that you would use like a photo editing app for, you know, all of those kind of things. That's basically what compositing is. It's putting things over other things, combining elements together. And so we can do a lot of fancy compositing inside of Fusion. So all we have to do is be over a clip in the timeline, and then just click on the Fusion page. And what this will do is open up this clip in Fusion. And this is really where some people will look at this interface and go, nope, and completely like, two in chat, if you've looked at this interface before and just went, nope, no thanks. Like, what is this? Why is this? How is this? I'm never using this. Goodbye. Well, that's nope is me. Yeah, exactly. It scares me. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, is there's a lot of people, there are a lot of people who are really intimidated by the Fusion page. So if you guys want to learn more about Fusion, I have a bunch of tutorials on my channel that explain how nodes work and everything. But real quickly right now, what we're really building down here is a flowchart. So if you could think about like building a recipe or something, or you thinking about like the steps in a way to do something, let's say like you're going to cut a tomato, right? First of all, you grab the tomato. That's step 1. Second of all, you put the tomato on the counter. That's step 2. Step 3 is grab a knife. Step 4 is slice it, right? That's kind of what we're building here with nodes. It's like a flow chart of the different steps. So even though we don't have layers, like we put fog over something else, and we put fire over that, and we put a color correction filter over that, what we're really doing is saying, okay, grab this image and then do this to it, and then do this to it, and then take this image and do something to another image. That's kind of what we're building here as instructions. Okay. So, here's what we're going to be doing here. Let's say we want to have a name pop up here that says, okay, this is my son Bryce. Okay, so it's going to say Bryce here. If I were to add some text, don't worry about what I'm doing here right now, but if I'm going to add some text, not Bryce, Bryce, and I put this here, and we play through this, you see that stays where it is, and the video moves around, right? And what we want to do is make this a little bit more fancy, and that's the kind of thing that Fusion can do. So what we'll do instead of this is, I'm just going to get rid of this, is we're going to track the motion of this kid's helmet, and we're going to stick that text to his helmet. So what we can do is make a node that's a tracker. Again, this is something that I'm moving a little bit too fast for you to actually do this probably in real time, but it's more so that you kind of get your feet wet and you like understand what's happening here. So I'm added a tracker, and really what I've done is this first step is grab some media. The second is do some tracking. The third one is put it back into the timeline. Okay. So we're going to take this tracker, and I'm going to go up to operation here. No, actually I'm going to grab this tracker point right here and drag this right over our helmet, and just kind of select the helmet with this inner square like that, and go over here to where it says adaptive mode and switch to every frame, and let's hope this works. And we're going to track forward from current frame and see how it goes. And what that's doing is looking for that image every single frame, and it's figuring out where it is, and it's putting a point right where that image is for every frame. And so now we have this little green box tracking his head. And what's really cool about that is we can actually attach things to this box. So I can take this text, if I switch over to operation match move, and I put this text over our tracker. Let's see, and then I'll move this a little bit. I can put this right here where his head is, And watch. Now it sticks to his head. It looks like it's kind of floating next to him. Isn't that cool? Like, that's the kind of thing, that's a really basic version of what Fusion can do. This is kind of where you go if you want something fancy to happen. It's not necessarily color correction. Fancy color happens in color. Fancy effects and moving things and compositing and all that stuff happens inside of Fusion. And what's cool is once we're done with this, we don't have to render it. We just go back to the edit page and look, there it is. It exists in the edit page already because it actually is always in the timeline. We're just opening up the timeline in the edit page, and now we have our edit with our effects and everything already in there. That's pretty neat, huh? That's pretty cool. Okay. So another fancy part of Resolve here is the FAIRLIGHT. So if we go down here to FAIRLIGHT, click on that, what that will do is open up again our same timeline, but here in audio mode, basically. FAIRLIGHT is literally an entire audio app built into Resolve. Okay, and so you think about things, any app that you would use to do audio mixing, to do sound effects, sound design, all of that stuff. FAIRLIGHT is basically the version of that that's built into Resolve, and you can get super detailed with this. This is stuff that Jason is going to talk about later, because that guy's an audio wizard. If you are a noob at audio, or if you just want to learn to get better, go and follow his channel, !Jason in the chat to get a link to his channel. But yeah, he's going to be showing us some audio stuff later. But this is really cool because, again, it's the same timeline, but we can get really advanced with our audio. So let's just open up our media pool. Again, we've already kind of been to the media pool, and I'm going to go under audio. And here we have our ambience and our switch effects and everything. I just kind of threw in a couple sounds just so we have something. But this forest ambience, I can drag this down into a new track. I can rename this ambience. And now we have this forest ambience, which I don't know if you'll be able to hear it all, actually. Let's see. I don't know if you guys can hear that. I don't know if you can. I wonder why that is. Can you guys hear that? I'm not sure. But you will be able to hear audio on other people that are actually doing better things with audio. But yeah, this is kind of where you can do all kinds of fancy audio things. You can add fades, you can add automation and stuff. You can do like keyframing of your audio. You can add an effect to a track. You can do EQ for a track, which is what Jason's going to be talking about later. There are all kinds of things, advanced audio filters and everything. It's like the full meal deal for audio. So if you're an audio nerd, definitely check out FAIRLIGHT. It's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing. So, that's really kind of the overview of those main pages. Any page that you want to get kind of more detailed in, this is kind of how I think of it, is the edit page is really where you put, it's like the hub. That's where you kind of put everything together. And then Fusion, Color, and FAIRLIGHT are just when you want to dive in and get a little bit more detailed as far as, tweaking things goes. So the last page to go over is the deliver page. So this is basically a render queue. So you can go up here to your render settings and do something like grab a YouTube preset. You can even switch back to custom and adjust all of the fancy things with this preset. Your resolution, frame rate. This is like where all of that happens. And once you have everything set, you can tell it to save somewhere super pro, like, I'll save it as untitled.mov on my desktop because I'm the most pro person ever. Please don't do that. Don't be like me, kids. Anyway, and when you're ready, all you have to do is hit add to render queue, and that will add that to this render queue up here. And what's neat is this whole project, maybe you want to make multiple different versions of it. Maybe you want to make a really low res version for mobile. Maybe you want to make a really nice, amazing version that you're just going to throw on a hard drive and keep forever. Maybe there's a specific workflow or a specific type of output that a client is asking for. You can put all of those in and kind of stack them all at once. Like, let's say we have a Vimeo version and we have maybe an H.265 master. Why can't I add that? I probably am doing something weird that I don't see because I'm live streaming. But basically you can stack a whole bunch of them together. And then when you hit render, you can render them all at once. And so you can have 15 different versions happening. And render those out, and you can go have a coffee or whatever, and it'll be done when you get back. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? So like, check this out, guys. Like, this is like the full workflow of, you know, we started with importing our media, organizing it. There's even a tool here that will import media from your camera cards, which is pretty neat. And then doing the edits or even the rough cut of your edit in the cut page, and then a little bit more detailed edits in the edit page, and doing any compositing inside of Fusion, doing your color correction inside of the color page, doing your audio mix and all of that sweetening and everything here. And when you're all done, switching over to deliver. It's like, you know, 4 or 5 different specialized apps all kind of built into one. Isn't that pretty cool? Isn't that pretty cool? I'm really excited about this. I think it's one of the coolest pieces of software around, which is why we're doing this con. You know, it's easy to be happy about it because it does a lot of really awesome stuff. So yeah, it's hard to get more pro than Untitled on your desktop. Exactly. So I think we're good to switch to Q&A mode if you want to, Sherwin, whenever you are ready. Let me see if I can make sure that's all working. All right. You guys, thank you so much for being here. And again, if you have any questions, post them in the chat, and we're gonna go over hopefully some that that Sherwin's picked up here for the last few minutes. And if we have time, I'll just answer whatever I have time to until we need to get Darren on here. So just bring up a little bit of music here. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Will most of these work with stills? Are you talking about like stills in the, like importing stills into the timeline and like editing them and that kind of thing? If so, yeah, I mean, you can put stills into the timeline and totally like make a slideshow, that kind of thing. Totally works. Are there any external applications that you use that plays nice with Resolve, which is outside of the scope of Resolve? I'm still kind of working that out. Again, like Resolve really works a lot. What I've done is like, I work with a lot of like image editing programs and stuff. And sometimes I'll like, make a logo or something in a different program and then import it, or, you know, edit a photo and then bring it into Resolve and that kind of thing. But, as far as video stuff, I don't really ever need to use anything else for the most part. I'm ready whenever you are, man. So let me switch to. Let me switch here. Oh, I know what's wrong. Hold on. Oh, I can't move. Oh no. Okay, this is okay. Here we go. All right. Sherwin, you're on stream, man. How's it going? You're on stream, Sherwin. How's it going, man?
Hey, so there was a question earlier from Carl can you cover the prompt about differing frame rates when adding clips to the timeline or when you're importing clips into your media pool?
Sure. Let me unmute on my end so Sherwin can hear me. And I do have to adjust something here for my thing, but I can't right now because my mouse is not working. So that's pretty fun. Let's switch back over here to this. So when it comes to the frame rate thing, you're talking about like when, like, let's make a new project here and see if this will work. Let's say we add a clip to our media pool, which I think this will do it. Yeah. So it's going to ask if I want to change my project frame rate. Is that what you're talking about? Really what this is asking is, okay, this footage that you dropped in, this is a different frame rate than your timeline settings, which you can choose to change that to whatever clip you have, or you can just say don't change and then keep your timeline settings. The timeline settings are going to be down here under this little cog, this project settings cog. And right here under timeline format, that's where this kind of lives for frame rate, for resolution, that kind of thing. So you generally want to make sure that this is a thing before you import media. You want to make sure that this is what you want. And then you can just say to ignore the settings and just import anyway. A lot of the time what I do is I just leave this at default and drag my first piece of media in and let it set it to the piece of media, because I often want to deliver in the frame rate that I shot. So does that answer the question? Sherwin?
Yeah, I think so. I think he had a follow-up question, more specifically, like when and why would you want to change project frame rates versus when you would keep project frame rates and not change the clip frame rates?
Yeah, that's that would be generally, it depends on your delivery status for the most part. If you are going to deliver to a client that wants a certain frame rate, that's when you would set that. If you want a certain look, a lot of the time what we do for like YouTube is 29.97, just because it's a little smoother than 24, but not so intense that like 60. If you want it to be like look filmic, you generally do like 24. And so that's kind of the reason it depends on really what you're doing. So it's a little bit of a hard question to answer. If you don't really know that much about frame rates, probably just leave it at the default unless you see a problem. And then quick Googling will usually help with that. So how's that, Sherwin? Is that good?
Yeah, that's good. Got another one. So thanks, Carl, for your question. Got another one. Kiyoshi's asking, I often use the edit to do quick cuts, and they use the mic audio track to determine the cuts. Is there a way to show multiple tracks in the cut page?
As far as I know, no. That's the one thing I'm not. I generally, if I am going to edit something based on like the audio waveform, I'll do that in the edit page, which you can still do that really quickly. If you have a clip like this, you can actually set like keyboard shortcuts to really like kind of go through really quickly like this, which I have a couple videos on that kind of thing. But that's what I would do, is just go in the edit page. And the great thing is, if you are editing like that, you can go back and forth between the cut page and the edit pages. You can even throw stuff together in the cut page and then switch over to the edit page and like jump cut it and then switch back to the cut page if you want to. That's what I would do.
Cool. Thanks for your question. So there's a couple of questions that were a little specific. I'm not sure if you want to address any of those, or
if it's going to take a little bit, we probably have time for one of those.
Okay. Daniel Foster's asking about the color warper. Does it create artifacts in low light or high ISO film?
Yeah, you have to be careful with the color warper. It's pretty it's amazingly nice for the most part, but he's talking about this right here, this tool called the color warper. And really, this is not the greatest footage ever. This is, you know, footage from like a GoPro 4, I think. And so it depends on how far you push it, right? Like I could probably do a little bit of a hue shift and not notice much. But once I start to like really kind of push this, you can start to see, obviously there's some artifacts and everything. It really depends on your footage. It depends on like 50 things. But long story short, I would probably be careful about pushing that, and you want to give it the best footage you can, especially if you know you're going to do like some color warping. That's why they have more expensive cameras that shoot, you know, better color science and all of that stuff. Something that's especially shot like on a phone or shot with not enough light, just everything is noisier. And so you just don't have as clean of a signal for it to actually key those colors and select them, because you can have something that's black that has blue and purple and red spots all over it once you start to push it a little bit. And so, yeah, you just got to really start with the higher quality footage you have, the more you can push it is generally what it means. If you have lower quality footage, you have to be more and more okay with kind of how it looks. Does that make sense?
Yeah, great. So there's another question about Fairlight. So Acid Energy is asking, can you switch the timeline from hours, minutes, seconds, frames to something more musical like bars and beats?
That is probably a question for Jason. I don't know if somebody might know in the chat. Oh yeah, you can actually. Hold on, let me see this. So you can switch it here if you like. If you right click here, there's feet and frames and stuff like that. There's samples. I don't think they do beats as far as I know, because there's sometimes some confusion that like this looks like a DAW, this looks like a video or a music editor, but it's not. It doesn't really do MIDI as far as I know. And so it's kind of not for that, but you can kind of change some of the view here.
Cool. Next question is, I saw something in the chat. How do you insert the source tape scrub into the timeline or drag? Like, do you drag? Do you click a button? So
that's a great question. So in the cut page here, they're asking when you're in source tape. Oh, I'm on a new project. Oh well, this will work. It works the same way, even though we don't have all of them together. Pretend we do. If you set an in or an out like this, and you want to put this in the timeline, there's a few different ways to do it. One is you can just drag it in, which is probably the slowest way. There's also these buttons over here. These are called the edit buttons, and this will put your clip into the timeline in various different ways. The one that I really like is append, and all that does is it doesn't matter where your playhead is, it just throws that clip at the end of your timeline. And that's the one that I use all the time. In fact, I have that mapped to P on the keyboard just because it's next to I and O. So you can like select a part, I, O, P, I, O, P. Like that's the way that I like to do it, because man, it's really quick. You can see how quick that is. That's how I do it. So.
Okay. So it is kind of at the end of the time. Do you want to have one more question, or should we go to the
No,
next?
I think we're going to take a break and then get on with Darren.
Okay. Well, Casey, thank you so much. That was a really, really awesome overview of what Resolve 17 is and what people can do in it. And I'm sure for those who are new to it, you can see you can do a lot of stuff. Your entire post-production can be in it. So up next, we've got our next presenter, and that is Darren MOSTYN. And Darren's been in the broadcast industry for over 25 years and only recently started his YouTube channel during COVID lockdown. So I mean, if you look at all the videos on his channel, it's just a wide variety of really in-depth videos on grading and color. And because of that, he's grown his channel to more than like 27,000 subs, you know, since starting. So that's, again, a testament to the quality of the stuff he puts out. So if you're looking to step up to your color grading to the next level and learn from someone who's been in the industry at the highest level, subscribe to his channel. So today, Darren's going to be showing us the techniques that he uses so you can up your color game. So stay right there, and Darren will be coming up very shortly. Thank you, guys.
Okay, hello, I'm here. I thought Casey was going to intro me then. Sorry, Case. So it's good to be here. I'm going to do a little session on focusing on the color page for you. This is probably going to be a 1, 2, but there's a little bit in there for the people who pressed 3. If you're a beginner, you'll follow this quite well, but I'm hoping there's something in there for everyone, which is what I try and do on my channel. So next 40 minutes or so, we're going to be primarily looking at stills and the power of stills and how they can make your color grading really efficient. So I'm a broadcast colorist. I do a lot of long form documentaries, so BBC stuff. We also do a lot of music promos. So with the documentary stuff, I've often got to do maybe 300 or 400 shots a day. So I need to be really efficient in my workflow. So I'm just going to focus this session, because it's only about 40 minutes, on stills and how to get the very best out of them. So if I'm doing music promos, obviously we're working with a lot more nodes than we would in a documentary. So my stills and how I create my stills is really important. And just to add that this is not my specific workflow, because I tend to work on a fixed node tree, which I can cover at the end if there's a bit of time. But the way that I'm showing you this now is exactly the same technique. Okay, I just generally would have a lot of nodes already preset. If I work that way, I'll just show you quick, but I'm going to scare off a few people. So you start ending up with a node tree that looks like this, and I don't really want to start my session like that. So we're going to build it up from scratch so you can follow along. And yeah, let's go for it. This is good. So thank you, Casey, for inviting me to do this. I feel like a proper YouTuber now. I think I can now call myself a YouTuber. So it's great to be working with all these other guys who obviously I've been following their channels since I started mine. So it's a real pleasure to be here, and I hope you all get a lot out of this. We'll get a nice bit of Q&A at the end, and hopefully get you all flying with stills. All right, I've got some notes here. I am following my notes just to keep on track. I've had quite a busy day today. I've literally just moved house about 4 hours ago. So I'm just trying to tie this in as well. So stick with me. All right. Yeah, sure. Okay, how's that sounding? Is that a little bit better? All right, fantastic. Just let me know. I tend to sort of wander in and out with my sound levels of my own voice. Okay, so what is a still? A still is basically, it's two things, okay? In Resolve, our stills, which are stored here in the gallery. Okay, so we've got our gallery here. So we're in our color page down here. And up here, we've got our gallery. And this is where we store our stills. Now, stills have two roles. A still can be a thumbnail that basically contains your grade. All right, so the entire grade is sat inside this icon here. Another use of stills is that they can just be a reference file. So we're going to cover both of these, but my clients often come to me with a specific look that they want, particularly with the music promos, that they want it to be like. So they'll bring a reference file to the suite with them, and it's just an image they've downloaded off the internet or something like that. And we're going to look at that in this session, and I can use that as a reference. So the stills are there to either contain your grade, I'm going to show you how this works, or they're there to work as a reference file to do color matching with. All right, so it's two roles. Okay, so let's just make a still. How do we make? So this is for level 1 people, just how to make a still. I'm going to go, so over here I've got my stills folders, okay? So I've got still 1, still 2, and you can right click here and create a new one if you want to. You can create as many of these as you like. And so let's just start off on still 1. We've got a shot here. This is from an actual program that I've graded. So you can see here, there's the grade with that sort of scary looking node tree that we won't go into. But I'm just going to do a much more basic grade on this shot here. All right, so this was a trailer for Amazon that we did. So it's a nice office setting. We've got a few other scenes back here as well to look at. And I'm just going to start off. Normally, I would apply what's called a color space transform at this point on my fixed node tree. So this footage was shot in ARRI, and I would then want to take that into Rec 709. All right, so just to show you down here, this is for level 2s and 3s, but I'm working in regular Davinci YRGB. I'm not in a color managed workflow. All right, and my timeline color space is Gamma 2.4 Rec 709. If you don't understand that, don't worry, okay? If you're a level 1, don't worry about that, okay? So here, now on my node number 1, I'm just going to do a basic grade to get our first node. So this is a node for those who don't. So think of it like a layer of grade. So the first thing I want to do is get my exposure right and that sort of thing. So I'm just going to switch so you can actually see behind me as well. I've actually got a wide camera view so you can actually see what's going on. This is the actual suite that I work in. It's normally a little bit darker than this. Obviously I've got a bit of light on so you can see my face. And so let's just go and do that. So I'm using the panel here, but I could do what I'm doing using these tools here. Okay, so this is where I'm doing it. So basically my exposure first, but I'm going to do it on the panel. So there we go. And there's many different types of panel that you can get for Resolve. So we're using the advanced one here. I'm just going to add a bit of saturation, and that is enough for that one. So I've just been looking at the scopes. I'm just getting my level right, and that is my first node. Okay, let's add a second node. So I'm adding a serial node. Okay, I could have done that using Option S. So I've got my second node now. So what I'm going to do is just do another layer. And what I'm just trying to do is build up a little simple grade to explain how the nodes work, to explain how the stills work, sorry. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to adjust my color temperature a little bit. Okay, so I'm just cooling it off a little bit. I'm just going to add one more node just so we've got 3 nodes to play with. And I'm going to go into, let's just have a look at lipstick here. It's a little bit bright. So a common technique for that, I would go into either my color warper or the curve tools. I'll take a hue versus saturation. So hue being the color. So I'm going to select the red there, and you see it's put a little icon here. And if I just pull that down, I'm just going to decrease the saturation in on the lips there. Okay. So we've just got a very start of a look. So let me switch you back there. So we've just built the very first foundation of our still. So to save this, what I'm going to do is go into here. I'm going to grab still. Now you'll see here, when it's grab still, there's actually a shortcut here, which is Control-Shift-G. I've assigned that shortcut myself because Resolve doesn't have a shortcut for grab still. And because I'm building up a Stream Deck at the minute, I don't know if you can see this, but I'm going to point to it. So there's my Stream Deck. Okay. I have to assign a keyboard shortcut to it. So I'm going to do a YouTube episode on this soon on how I built this Stream Deck. But for now, you might not see this as a keyboard shortcut. So what you have to do is right-hand click in this image and just say grab still. And that has grabbed a thumbnail of our grade. Okay. Now under here, we've got these letters. Okay. So it says 1.83.1. Okay. So what does this mean? The number 1 here is your video track 1. This means I'm working on video layer 1. So in the edit page, which talks to the color page, you can see here I'm on video track 1, and there's the shot I'm on. All right. So if it was on video track 2, it would say 2. 83 is the shot number. So if you look across my row of shots here, it's the 83rd clip on video track 1. And the 0.1 refers to the fact that it's version 1. So you can make multiple versions of grades. So this is version 1. If I want to make another version of this grade, I'm going to right-hand click on the timeline thumbnail here, say local version, and say create new version. It's going to copy the grades that I've done so far. And now what I could do is take this one here where we did the color temperature. I might decide I want it a little bit warmer. So what I can now do, I could grab that as a still. And you now see we've got 183 version 1, 183 version 2. So that's what that numbering system refers to. You can right click in here, change the label. I could call this warmer and this one's cooler. And I've actually decided already that I prefer the cooler one. So how do we switch? We can either go down here and change the versions here, but an easier way is effectively copy the grade. So I could copy the grade from here to here. And the easiest way to do that is to middle mouse click. So if I so I'm using a pen, and I've assigned the middle of the pen to be middle mouse click. If you middle mouse click, you will copy the grade. It's the easiest way to do it. So if I middle mouse click this one, it's now copied it to the cooler version, and that's done. It's as simple as that. So to copy this scene here is now also here. So click here. So this one needs the same grade copied across. So again, the easiest way to do that, middle mouse click and just do it. Now, if I undo that, just to show you, if you haven't got a middle mouse, which is a common question, people with Macs don't have middle mice, throw that mouse away, they're rubbish. Get yourself a PC mouse with a middle click, or get yourself a pen and tablet. Okay, you need a middle mouse with Resolve. The other way of doing it is to right-hand click here and just say apply. Okay, and that'll apply it. And if I undo that again, the other way is to literally grab this and drag and drop it on. So you can see that this still basically contains the grade. All right, it's as simple as that. Okay, so hopefully that's clear. Right, so yeah, middle mouse is so easy to use. You can just literally drag and click anywhere in here. You can even go up to what's called Lightbox. I wasn't going to do this, but I'm going to now. And you can literally click on any icon and it will copy the grade across. Okay, so let me just check around. Right, so what we need to do now is look at the stills library here, because what we've got is stills folders, but there's also something called power grade. So what's the difference between a still and a power grade? So effectively, we can store grades inside power grades. And the advantage of power grades is that they are seen across all of your projects. All right, so if I've got 20 projects in my database, I can always see the stills that I've saved inside the power grade. So what I've done is use that to my advantage, because often I want a very quick effect just thrown on as a still. Something like sharpen, for example. Okay, I might just want to put sharpen on. So what I can do is take this sharpen, oops, sorry, and just drag, drop it on the end. And I've now got a pre-made node. This is a single node inside here that I've made earlier. You can download these from wherever Casey's put them. I didn't hear that bit where they are, but I believe there's some files you can download. I've created all these and put them up there for you to download, so help yourself. And yeah, what's on in here, if I click on that and then go to my sharpen tool here, you'll see that it's preset at 0.46. So by just drag and dropping this on, I've done a sharpen of 46 without having to dial in anything separately. So it's really quick and efficient. Even better than that, let me just delete that. The nice thing with the power grades over the stills, sorry, let me just show you something else. If I go to the still here, if I double, let me pick a different one. If I double click this still, what it does is it does a wipe. So this is how you can compare shots and scenes to do matching of color grading. Okay, so this is how I balance scenes up. You literally have a wipe here and you double click the still and that gives you the wipe. Okay, now if I take that off, if we do that in a power grade, when you double click a power grade, it doesn't load up as a wipe to do a comparison. What it does is it appends that node or nodes onto the end of your current node structure. So watch this. If I double click sharpen, in fact, I won't do sharpen this time, I'll do vignette. So if I double click vignette, I often want a vignette on the end of my show. Double click, a bit faster than that, there we go. And I've now got a vignette on the end of my current grade. So it's a really cool, so I just go, okay, I want a vignette, double click, and it's there on the end, and it always goes to the end, all right? So this is pre-built by me, and what I've done on it is literally, so to create a vignette, you need to create a window shape, and then obviously reduce gain, gamma, offset, whatever you fancy. So I'm gonna go to my window. There you can see the shape that I made. Okay, it's preset made. So you might want to make a vignette heavy, vignette light, vignette small, whatever you want. And that's the shape I made. Now, what I've done is I have not applied any actual controls to make the actual vignette. All I've done is drawn the shape, because that takes time. If I'm doing 300 shots a day, I don't want to keep doing that. I want to be able to just throw it on, and then all I've got to do is go straight to my tools and literally just start adjusting. So now I'm adjusting my offset on my gamma, and I'm creating that nice vignette. So it's a little bit darker on the outside. Now that works because I preset it to be invert. If I hadn't done that, by default, whatever you do affects inside the window. So you want to make sure that you save it in that mode, okay? So we've now got our nice vignette on there, and it's got a little bit of depth on it. So by default, just to remind you, this comes in without any grade on it at all. It's just the shape, and then I just apply the amount of vignette I want, because no two shots would really want the same vignette. Okay. So how do I make these? You might want to make your own. So I'm going to make one specifically for the color warper. I'm going to show you why, because there's a thing that annoys me with the color warper. I'm going to show you how I've got around it. So to make these, okay, what we do is go to the edit page. So I'm going to go to the edit page, okay? And I'm just going to change my sequence. So up here, I can put any sequence I want. And I've got a sequence here just called stills, okay? And what I've done is just create a title of the thing that I want to do, okay? So in this case, it's vignette, and this one sharp with a value of 46, and noise reduction with a value of 1. Now, this one here also says vignette. Now, if I go to the color page, what happens is you only see 3. You don't see 4 items. So in my edit page, I've got 4 items. The reason I can't see this last one is because it's a text file, and the color page can't see text. It can't see color bars. It can't see generators, basically, okay? So in order for this to be seen in the color page, which is going to allow me to grab it as a still in a moment, what you have to do is right-hand click on it and make a compound clip. Now, before I do that, I want to copy this and paste it. So I'm just using Command-C, Command-V to copy and paste that because I like this font. Sorry, I've just got to move my little zoom thing out of the way. I like the font that I've got. I want to keep it all the same color, the same size, and that sort of thing. And I'm now just going to re-edit this. I'm going to call it color with a U. Why not? This is my bit of the show, so we'll have a U in there. It's very rare I get to put a U in my YouTube videos. So I'm going to call it Color Warper, and I'm going to change it. I'm going to call it HSL 8, and you'll see why in a moment. So I've got Color Warper HSL 8. So just a reminder, if I go to the color page, I still can't see that. I've got to now make it into a compound clip, which is effectively just putting a wrapper around it, if you like. So it's now a compound clip, and I'm going to go to color, and now we can see it. So there it is. So it's just a bit of text. There's nothing else on there at the minute. Okay, this is a blank, empty node, ready for me to do something. So before I save it, by the way, when you save a still, it saves to the folder that you're currently sitting in. All right. So I want to make sure it goes to a power grade because I want to be able to see this across all my projects, so I don't have to rebuild it each time. All right, I can see some chat going on about dropping the U. I'll be interested to read that later. Okay, now I want to make this a color warper with a HSL 8. What does that mean? I'm going to go to my color warper, and by default, the color warper defaults to 6 of these stems, if you like. Okay, so it's quite a broad range. I've done a whole episode on the color warper. So if you go to my channel, YouTube, Darren MOSTYN, I've done an in-depth episode on how the color warper works. So check that out. But in the meantime, I want to change this from being HSP, which is the color science it's currently in, to HSL. Okay, and I also want to change these to be 8 because generally this is a setting that I keep doing each time I need these tools, and it just drives me crazy that every time I put a color warper on, I have to keep doing these 2 commands. So what I do now is I grab this as a still. Okay, that's done. And now what I'm going to do is go back to my sequence. Okay, and I now want to put a color warper with a HSL of 8. You can see here it's defaulted back to 6 and HSP. All I've got to do is double click it. It's going to append that to my timeline. I wouldn't normally have this after a vignette, just to clarify before you all start shouting at me. And you see now I've got HSL 8, so it's ready to go. Now there's no icon here to tell me that I've done any work, and the reason being is I haven't actually applied the color warper. All I've done is change its defaults. So as soon as I actually start changing something, let's just click in here. Now we get the icon on here saying that we've done something. All right, so it's a really good, clean way of just building up these presets. So you might have, you could have one for film grain, you might have one for 35mm film grain, one for 35mm film grain with coarser texture, you might have one for glow. There's a whole world of things you can do. So my noise reduction one is not here. Now it's up on the website for download, and to show you how to import those, I'm going to import the noise reduction one because it's not here at the minute. Okay, so what you need to do to import a still, right-hand click, you say import, you then point to where the still is, and you'll see that you get 2 files. You get a DPX and a DRX. Okay, both these files work. You only click on one, and the 2 link. Okay, the DRX is the actual grade. The DPX is the thumb. So I'm going to go here, noise reduction. I click on DRX. There's my noise reduction, and it says noise reduction version 1. And if I add that to the end, double click. Bear in mind, you only get noise reduction with the full studio version. So you can do noise reduction in the free version. It will just be watermarked. And anyone who's still on the free version, it's the best $200 odd you'll ever pay to go on the full version. It's just so worth it. One-off fee. It's not like Premiere where you pay monthly. It's one-off fee, done. So you see my noise reduction icon, again, has no icon because I haven't actually done any noise reduction. But what I have done is take away the pain of each time I have to type in the number of frames. I have to make the motion estimation type better. I make my spatial noise reduction better. So I've set those parameters. All I've got to do now is add some noise reduction. So it's much, much quicker. So this is a really efficient way of working. All right, I'm just going to reset that. All right, so hopefully that makes some sense. All right, let's take it to the next level. After I have a quick sip of water. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is go beyond. These have just been single nodes, and we've done a little thing here with maybe 3 nodes in it. But in this still here, I've grabbed from shot number 80, which is already graded here. And if you recall, it's quite a complex node tree. All right, so don't worry about it. If you're level 1, don't worry about this. I just want to show you a very good tip inside the stills. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my shot 83. We've got our 3 nodes here. Okay, now if I double click this one, it's not going to append on the end because it's not a power grade. It's going to open up my wipe tool. And it's going to allow me to compare the 2 shots. Okay, so we can see quite clearly that our grade over here, which has obviously had a lot more time spent on it than the 20 seconds I did here, has got better skin tones, and even things like the jumper here it's much cooler in the actual big grade that I did. Okay, her hair's looking a little bit nicer in there as well. So I want to take a couple of the elements, or one of the elements, out of grade from shot number 80 and apply it to shot 83. All right. I mean, what you really would do is copy the grade, but I want to show you just a technique. Okay. So what I'm going to do is take off the image wipe. See, this button here is switching the wipe mode on and off. Okay. So using this to compare your grades. All right. How am I doing for time? I'm okay. I'm going to right hand click on this still. Okay. So I'm right clicking. And if you come down, it says here, display node graph. All right. So if I display my node graph, what you get is this beast in here. Okay, so in here, I've got all my nodes listed. Okay, I've got my clip. So this is the general clip itself. I can expand in and out of here using my middle mouse. That's again why you need to get a mouse with a middle on it. I can move these around. Okay, so you can really get around this sort of more. So this is my fixed node tree, which you'll see pop up on a few of my YouTube videos. What I want to do is just take one of the elements from this. I don't want to copy the whole grade across. I just want to take this node here, node number 4. And this node, it should say cooler shadows. Okay, this is a node that I used the log tools, which are down here, just to be transparent. So I went into here, into the log tools, and I just played around with the shadows. Okay, so the log tools just make it a little bit tighter. I'm not going to show you that now, but the log tools just make your shadow adjustments a little bit finer than if you're doing them in the regular wheels. All right, so I'm going to right hand click. I'm going to display that node graph. And this technique is just because I want to copy 1 or maybe 2 elements from a previous grade. I'm going to take this cool one here. First thing I'm going to do is add another serial. I'm going to press append node because I want this to be on the end. And I'm going to drag and drop just that one element. Okay. So now what we've got, if I press Command and D, you see that I'm just copied the element of that single node. So it's just cooling down her jumper here. All right. So that's a really good technique. It's just called, you just right and click, display node graph. The other thing I can do on here is I can copy elements and remove certain information. So maybe I don't want the tracking information to come across. It's pretty common that if I copy a node from one shot, i.e. this shot here, to this shot here, that the tracking will be different. They're 2 completely different shots. They're the same scene, they're the same camera angle, they're the same camera. So the grade will copy across, but the tracking will be irrelevant because if I'm tracking her face, it would be completely different setup. So what you can do is right hand click in here and you can deselect the tracking, for example. Okay, or you might want to copy across, but you don't want any open effects or something like that. So that's a really good way of just copying across. And then what you do is go to clip and you just say apply color. All right. So if I do that now, it's going to override this grade here and apply that one. Let me undo that just to keep it calm for everyone. But another useful feature here is this apply PTZR. Okay, PTZR is pan, tilt, zoom, and rotation. Any movement in a shot that's not color does not sit on a node. All right, so people think if I'm on node 4, here, I'm going to do a new node, add serial, okay? And if I go to my resizing tool here, and do some zooming, okay, that is not working on node 5, okay? It's got nothing to do with nodes. Pan, tilt, zoom, and rotate is part of the clip, okay? It happens pre any color grading, all right? It's there, it's not a node-based thing. And to clarify that, if I go to my keyframer here, okay, you can see corrector 1, corrector 2, corrector 3, 4, 5, that's these. And down at the bottom is sizing, it's a separate element, all right? So it's actually quite hard to copy and paste sizing elements. You might have done a fair bit of zooming and rotating and things, and you really want to copy that across maybe to multiple shots as well. The only way to do it is to go in here. Let me just reset what I did here. So reset is here. Oh, sorry, it's here. And do that display node graph again. And if I just say apply PTZR, any information from that still, so I did do a little zoom on it just to make it work, will be copied across. So there we go. You just saw that zoom in there. So if I undo it again. So that's how we copy across, zoom, and pan, tilt, zoom, rotate. All right? And I can do that on multiple clips by just selecting the amount of clips that I want. Okay. Okay. Right, so there is one other mode in here that you might see. So you've got stills, you've got power grade, and you've got this thing here called timelines. Okay, so what timelines is doing, there's a feature in here that what I used to do before this was around. When I finished my program, and then we're doing our first pass through with usually with the director or DP or both sat next to me, I would first of all save all the stills that I'd created just in case we needed to go back a version. Okay, so what I would do is right hand click in here. I'd say grab all stills from first frame or middle frame, doesn't really matter which, but usually I just grab them from the first frame. And that would give me all, how many shots have we got in here? We've got 144 shots. So that would give me 144 stills, and I would then just label this something like round 1 or something like that. Pre first watch or something like that. I don't have to do that anymore because they now have this timelines function. Okay, and what this does, let's say I want to grade. Let's find a different shot. Let's take this scene here. Okay, so this is the night scene after this first office scene. We've already graded this in a trailer, so I could, if I'd grabbed all stills, in fact you can see it there, but just ignore that. If I go to my timelines, I can have a look at different timelines that have been graded within this project. All right, so here's the trailer. If we go through, you see that's the whole film with all the graded stills. Okay, so each of these is graded, and all I've got to do is find the right still. There's another tool here called Color Trace, which is fantastic for this. I really haven't got time to show you that now, but I might do a YouTube video on that. Right, where is it? Where is it? It's after this scene. Completely lost it. There we go. It's just, there we go. So there's the shot there. And all I need to do now is middle mouse click it, and it's done. So that's now graded. So I've copied and pasted it from a completely different timeline without having to grab all those stills. All right. Where are the stills stored, by the way? So just so you know where they are, if you go to your preferences up here and go to your system preferences, okay, media storage, that first line in here is the first media storage location in the above list will be used to store gallery stills and cache files. All right, so that's where your stills are going. So just be aware, mine are currently going onto my local drive. Okay, so you really want to think about clearing that up or putting them onto another drive. All right. Color Trace has saved my butt many times. Yeah, Color Trace is fantastic. It's a little bit more of, instead of you having to do it by eye, it does it a bit more intelligently based on clip names and time code. Right, let me see where I am. Okay, so I was saying earlier that my clients often bring me reference stills. And what's great with that is, obviously, a picture says 1,000 words, as the old saying goes. It's easier for me to look at a reference image than it is to go, okay, it's kind of yellowy, browny, warm, you know, fuzzy. So a good reference for this is a website called ShotDeck. Okay, so if I just go to ShotDeck here. And this tool is amazing. So this is high resolution, really high quality stills from pretty much most films that you've ever heard of. Any reference you want, you can search via director, you can search via camera type, you can search via genre, you can type in for a film, you can literally type in, you know, X-Men, whatever you want to do, you can just type it in. But what's really useful for me is not just going, hey, I want it to look like Mad Max. It's more, you can actually type in here, I've just typed in office. Okay, I've got an office scene going on here. And this is actually quite good because it's now shortlisted, all these shots have meta tags on them. And it's now given me a load of office shots. So I can actually start looking here for inspiration as well. So let's say, okay, let's say we wanted this sort of warm, no, I want something a bit cooler actually. Let's go, where was that one up here? Yeah, this sort of one. Okay, this is quite a classic-y sort of, you know, corporate-y looking office thing. So if I double click that, what I can then do, it gives me all the information about it, okay? And I can right-hand click and just say save image as. Okay, and I'm going to call this Office 1. And then what we do is we bring that into Resolve. So I'm going to do a new, wait, let me right-click.
Hey, Darren, just jumping in. You've got a little bit less than 15 minutes left.
Okay, thanks. Okay, my right-hand click's not working for some reason. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I'm gonna I was doing it in the wrong place. I was doing it down here. Sorry, I need to do it where the stills are. So I'm going to rename this reference. Okay, and what I can do now is import the reference. So you could just go on to, you know, just Google and just literally screen grab any reference file. So if they've not got it on ShotDeck, it might be a photograph you've got on your iPhone for example. Okay, and then all you've got to do is import it. Okay, and then point to, where did I put it? I'll put it here, film references, there we go. Okay, so I've got a few other ones in here, but let's just take that Office one here and I say import. Now, one thing to be careful of, sometimes it won't let you. I think mine's let me because I've already changed it, but when you do that import, okay, just be aware in options here that you've got it set to all files. Okay, I think by default it's set to DPX, so mine's allowing me all files because I changed it. So you need to change it from DPX, okay, to all files. Otherwise, it's not going to see JPEGs and TIFFs and that sort of stuff. Okay, right. So that's in, and now what we've got is a still. So I've put it in a still, not a power grade. There's no grade on it or anything, but I don't want it as a grade. I want to double click it. So for our office scene here, that we've got our shots here, I want to double click it. And I'm going to use it as a reference for the grade. Okay, so what we do now is bring up our scopes. I've got a full set of scopes here, so I've always got scopes permanently up on a dedicated workstation. The Resolve scopes do work fantastically. There's nothing wrong with the Resolve scopes. They're perfectly accurate. I just like to have them on a separate dedicated monitor. Okay, and for those who want to geek out on a bit of kit that I've got, I use a thing called Omniscope. I don't use Resolve scopes because there's tools in there that give me they're just better tools for me. So there's some extra features in there that really helps me with my balancing of shots. Okay, and obviously if I'm doing 300-400 shots a day, I just need a good set of scopes. The Resolve scopes are fantastic. Try and get them on a separate window if you can, but I do recommend Omniscope. I've done an episode even on Omniscope, so you can have a look at what they do. They're really good, and there's even a discount code in there as well, so you can get a bit of discount on it as well. So looking at this, okay, we see here that everything is a much further set down on here. If I look at my parade as well. Okay, back to my waveform. So this half here is this shot here, And this half here is obviously this shot here. Okay, so immediately I know that I've got to bring everything down. My blacks need to come much further down here. So let's just bring those down a bit. And my midtones. Okay, I'm going to wide mode so you can see what I'm doing. And something like that. Now, obviously it is a different scene, it's a different lit, it's a different camera probably. I would say there's a little bit more cool tones in there as well. Something like that, but we're getting in the right ballpark in a very quick manner. A bit more saturation in the skin tones. That would be me going back to my power grade here, getting my color warper, double click. Okay, and then going to my warper. Now we see it's HSL with our 8 stems instead of 6. And now I can do is adjust my skin tones, getting a little bit more saturated. All right, so that's the sort of more real life application of what I'm doing. Now, obviously my stills changed because I've just double clicked the color warper. So back to my reference, double click that one, and I'm good to go. The other use for this stills white split view mode. Okay, so what I'm going to do is go to my stills here. Okay, and what I want to do is not see this film reference that I've got here. Okay, what I want to see is, oh, by the way, on these references, what you can do, if you go to your sizing tool, not input sizing, let me just switch back to me, and if you change that now to be reference sizing, this is now adjusting the size just of your reference clip. So what you can do is zoom right into a particular area just to make sure that you've got the very best angle. You might want to, sometimes you can't quite get the 2 faces in because depending where they're sitting. So it's easier to move the reference sometimes than to just simply try and move the wipe. Okay, so that's a really good little tip. Okay, I'm going to reset that. The quick gotcha there is if you don't reset it, the next time you do an image still as a reference, it's all out of sync. It's out of place. Okay, so yeah, I want to show you the split view. So what I want to do now is see how the scene is balancing up. All right, so we've got this shot here. Let's get rid of these guys. Okay, I want to see, so this shot was great, is graded here, so I'm going to mark it. And I'm also going to highlight this shot here. And I'm going to highlight this shot here. And what I can do now is go to my split view here. Okay, and at the minute it's set to be versions. All right, so I don't want it to be versions, I want it to be selected stills. So if I go to selected stills, selected still images, and I can now see my foot. Oh, this is the same shot, sorry. So I could easily grab another shot now. Let's grab, what have I graded? I've only graded 3 of them, so I can't do that. But you can see here now really clearly my the balance. Okay, now the nice thing with this is this is on my output monitor. So just to, I don't know how well you can see that on the back camera, but I've now got 1, 2, 3, 4 images on a true calibrated, on my Rec 709 calibrated monitor. It's on the client monitor as well. So we can really see that, yeah, it's looking good and balanced. Okay, it's a really good way to do it. All right, so that's using this function here, split function. And in here, there's all sorts of things you can split as well. You can do playheads, for example. I use multiple playheads. I don't know if I've got time to go into that now. They're really useful. So you go up to here, and you get to active playhead, and you can activate up to 4 playheads at a time. So if I go, oh, let's just do it, see what happens. So if I go playheads, there you go. So my 4 playheads, you can put that wherever you want. It's now showing me 4 different moments in my timeline as a split screen. I didn't mean to go down that road, sorry. I've digressed a little bit there, and I'm now on completely the wrong frame. Right, so this brings me to another thing that's really cool. This is a really, really good one. Right, so stills can also, go back to that camera. Stills are also really good for identifying problems, okay? I know it sounds weird, but often if there's a problem on a shot, and I'm in a grade, and I've got the director here, and we need to get our first pass done, we want to get through to the end of the show before we actually start doing refining work. For example, we need to fix something. I don't necessarily have time to fix it, or I might be just in a good flow that I don't want to stop and start doing object replacement or patch replacer or something like that. So what I can do is either use a marker to mark my position and then have a look later, or I can actually use a still. So this, I prefer doing this now. I only discovered this a few months ago, but I've now started doing this. So if I add a still album, and I'm going to call it to do. Right, so this is now my to-do list. All right, and what I'm going to do, if you look at this shot here, okay, this is supposed to be her looking at a website. Okay, what it actually is a QuickTime file that we loaded onto the laptop, so we've got the image that we want. Okay, and if I just back that up, you can see that when we started the QuickTime, obviously you get the play bar, and we didn't want the play bar in the shot. So I've got to remove that, which is really easy to do with the power window, but I don't want to do it now. So what, instead of using markers, what I'm going to do is grab that as a still. Firstly, I get a really nice picture telling me, oh yeah, I've got to do that shot there. Excuse me. And then the next thing I'm going to do is just show you how I use that. So we do all our grades, grade the rest of our show, and it's all looking great. At the end of the session, when I've got the time to do the fixing, all I've got to do is go to my to-do folder, right-click each still that's in there, and just say match reference wipe frame. And what that does is it goes to the exact frame that I took that still. So you might have one frame that's got a dropout on it. You can literally save that frame. So if I say match reference wipe frame, and there we are, straight on it. And I go, oh yeah, right, I've got to take that out, and then just start work. Once you've done it, literally hit backspace, it's gone. So it's a really nice way of clearing it up. I find that's much nicer than markers. It's just, I can see it as a thumbnail. I'm not going to forget it. I've got a big folder here saying to do. It's a much nicer way for me. So you can use it for other things as well. But I really do like that. Right, how am I doing? It's time for Q&A. Okay. Do you know what? I was nearly finished. I'm going to do it really, really quick, super quick. If you want to export some stills for pictures, so often now with Instagram, this sort of stuff, okay, people say, can I have some stills to put onto Instagram? Use your JPEGs, use your stills, okay? So you right-hand click, say export. It defaults as DPX, so I'm going really quick here, but I just want to show you this tip. DPX, change it from DPX, because no one wants a DPX file, but everyone wants a JPEG. Export it, done, all right? Bear in mind, it takes the resolution of your timeline. So if you want high-res 4K stills from your program, don't go to the delivery page and do one still. Go to your settings here, change this to be Ultra HD or whatever quality you've been working at, and then export that still. I think you need to grab the still at that resolution as well, but it gives you really good high quality. All my Instagram account, so Online Creative Post is my Instagram if you want to start following me on there. Online Creative Post, sorry, my Insta is for my professional work, so you can see some of the stuff that I've been working on, give you a little bit better idea of some of the stuff that we're doing. And yeah, okay, I better shut up and take some questions.
Cool. Darren, that was amazing. I'm sure I saw a comment. Someone's like drinking out of a fire hose. So
sorry.
Get a drop in a one if y'all agree with that. This is drinking out of a fire hose. Okay, so let's do a Q&A. I've got a few questions that I copied from it earlier. But go ahead and drop your questions in the Q&A. So first question was from Dutch Gilder Pilot. Dear Mr. MOSTYN, I love that. Please, can you do a YouTube video about a standard node tree? So I'm assuming like the fixed node tree.
Okay, so I will do that because I've started doing my fixed node trees. Some people find it really confusing. That's the problem. So I think that would be a good idea. Let me do a basic guide to my fixed node tree using my fixed node tree. And then you can download my fixed node tree and you should be able to then understand my fixed node tree. So that's a really, really good point. I will do that. 100%.
Yeah.
If you go to any of my videos, by the way, in the description, there's usually a link to downloading free stuff, and you can get my fixed node tree from that if you want to. So if you want it now and you don't understand it, do it. But by all means, I will make a video for that. Sounds like a good idea.
Great. Thanks for that question, Dutch. So Shua Photography said that really enjoying this. Where is the power grade? So how can you bring up power grades?
So your power grades are already there. So when you go to the color page, are you seeing my screen? Yeah.
Yes.
So when you go to the color page, you might be in Media Pool, for example. You might be in LUTs. You can only have one of these open. So you want to go to your gallery. Actually, that's not true. The gallery can actually pop out as a separate window. You can actually have this on a separate monitor. So you can have all your stills here. Okay, these are all the ones I did. Okay, you can have them open on a permanent monitor. I know a lot of people who work like that. I don't need it for me. On the advanced panel, I've actually got 26 built-in memories, so I can actually save 26 grades to the panel. So I know it's expensive, but that's kind of why. You've got 8 up here that you can use. Oh, actually, no, you've got 26 up here. So these are just like, you can load them manually. So in here, if I want to save this grade, I'm going to answer your question, sorry. If I want to save this grade to slot B instead of a still or power grade, you can go to here, to color, memories, and save it to memory B. And that's now loaded into memory B. And the nice thing with this is I can use a keyboard shortcut. So if I press Command B, let me go to a different shot. So I press Command B, it loads it. Sorry, not Command B, Command 2. It loads in this one. All right. So you've got extra memories up here. But to answer your question, the power grades, there's always one there. So by default, you should have one still and one power grade. If you want to create more, just right-hand click and say Add Power Grade Album. You can have as many as you want. When I go to my next project, if I change project, you will see those power grades there. All right, so as soon as you open up another project, as long as you're in the same database, this will look exactly like this. Okay, here is my fixed node tree, by the way. It's there. So that's my fixed node tree.
That's awesome. Cool. Thank you.
Like that. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. So next question is about applying the PTZR. Does that copy the moves that they made within the edit tab?
No. So your edit transitions are different than PTZR. PTZR in color is its own thing. So you've got your edit page where you can do your moves here. Okay. These, if you want to copy these, you need to copy them in the edit page. Okay, they're not part of the color page. So you've got movement in here. So I can do zooming, etc. in here. Okay, but that is not the same as doing it in the color page. So if I go to here. Oh, actually, it can. If I go to edit sizing, sorry, I'm wrong. If I go to edit sizing, yeah, it's there. So you need to specifically be on edit sizing. So sorry, so it would probably come across. I need to check that. So let's do it. So if I just go to still, if I grab that as a still now. So that was done in the edit page. I'm now going to go to here. I'm going to say display node graph, apply PTZR. No, okay, it hasn't. No, so the edit sizing is different to the color sizing. That's what I thought it was. I had to question myself when I saw it come up here.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think that does. All right. Well, there's another question. I think we still have a little bit of time. So Bryant Lopez, when sharing stills to another colorist, do I have to manually tell the colorist color management and project settings? Does the
absolutely? Yep, you do. So I could work in this, and if you're working in HDR or you're working in Rec 709 Gamma 2.2 even, if you apply my look, so to send this to another colorist, you can literally right click and say export, and it will literally export it out. So you send them, there'll be 2 files, there's a DRX and a DPX, send them both the files, and they can just literally import it as we did here and apply it. But yes, your color management settings will need to be correct. The easiest way to do it now is send them the project or send them the Davinci Resolve timeline. That's a much easier way. Oh no, even if you send the Davinci Resolve timeline, you have to set the color management. It's pretty crucial to check the color management settings if you're sharing projects. So literally either share the whole project, so you could strip it out of what you don't need them to see, or yeah, you do need to check your color management settings. They don't come across in a still. To answer the question cleaner.
All right, awesome. So I think we've got some more time. So there was a question that I saw about color management. Narain is asking Davinci wide gamut versus ACES, and which are you using more often?
Okay, I'm not actually using either. So my workflow, I'm looking into ACES at the moment. My workflow is it's not a quick question to answer, unfortunately, but I'll try my best. And this will force me to make that YouTube video that the other guy requested about how my fixed node tree works. But let me just call it up. So I don't work in either. I work in regular. Here's my color management settings. This is from this actual project. So this is you're seeing it for real. Regular DaVinci YRGB, I don't work in DaVinci YRGB color managed or ACES, okay? And the reason is that at the minute, just the way the workflow works, I can control my pipeline a lot easier. I'm going to have to show you this still. So if this is probably getting towards level 3. So if you are a 1 and 2, don't be frightened by this. Just stick with it. This is pretty advanced stuff. But if I go, let me just find my fixed node tree. Okay, so this is my starting point. Okay, and you can see that my color management is sat here, right in the middle. Okay, my color space transform. And in here, I am manually telling Resolve how I want my color science to behave, my color management to behave. So if I open up my Open Effects here, again, if you're getting lost on this, don't worry. I promise I'm going to do an episode on this. But my input color space is RYBKA because that's what the camera source is. So if I was using DaVinci Wide Gamut, it would recognize that, or I could tell it to be that, but I'm telling it manually here. And my output color space is use timeline, so it's Rec 709 2.4. Now the reason I'm doing that is because if I'm working in DaVinci Wide Gamut, the control of that is happening before my grade and after my grade. The input and output color management happens here before my source and after my source. Whereas with my way, that input and output, sorry, wrong button. My input and output is happening here. So I can work pre the Rec 709 transformation and I can work post the Rec 709 transformation. So I can choose where in the pipeline I want to work. If I want to work under the color management or after the color management, effectively. I hope that kind of explains it. It's quite a heavy one to explain quickly, but basically using my way, I have a choice of working before or after the color management. It also helps me with film emulation. I've got much more control, but we're getting into level 4 stuff.
Talk about drinking from a fire hose. I'm sure that past like 3 minutes, people are like, what? So
please don't let that put you off. Ignore that whole conversation if you haven't got a clue what I've just said. Just ignore that comment. You can still grade quite happily without knowing any of that stuff.
But this is awesome. Next one's not really a question, but it's just everyone is loving what you're doing. So Darren, thank you so much.
Really appreciate it. Thank you for getting me on here.
Yeah, everyone, show Darren some love and go to his channel. Watch his videos. They are from beginner to super in-depth, waterfalls type of information at you guys. So
I try and do with my videos, I try and make sure that there is something for everyone. So there'll always be advanced stuff in there. Just ignore that stuff. If you're just starting out, if you're level 1, just take the level 1 stuff. And I'm actually refining that even better now with my more recent videos. I've really trying to tailor that it starts off beginner. And if you keep watching, it gets more advanced and more advanced. I'm trying to work with that so that everyone gets something. Obviously, I have been around the block a long time. I've been using Resolve since it first started. So I've been on it for 11, 12 years. So, I've got a lot to give to the more advanced people as well, but I want to make sure that the beginners don't feel frightened to be on my channel, as it were. I'm trying to look after everyone.
That's great. Well, again, Darren, thank you so very much for sharing all this awesome stuff with everyone.
I really enjoyed that. I really did.
Yeah. Okay. So time to move on to the next thing. So we want to then give a huge shout out and thank you to our sponsor, Artlist. If you want to know more about Artlist, check out this video that we've got coming up.
Editing a video? You probably need music. Editing a video? You probably need music. With Artlist, you can find thousands of songs for any video project with one simple license. Get unlimited downloads for only $1.99. With Artlist's unlimited music license, you can save time and money and quickly find the perfect song. Start now and get a free trial.
Hey everyone, we are back and we have another awesome presenter for you guys. So we've got Billy RYBKA, whose channel is full of awesome tips for beginners and pros looking to up their game and Resolve all alike. So go out and check his channel, subscribe to see much more. So he's going to go over his workflow for creating a project in Resolve, from basic editing to quick audio and video polishes. So it's kind of like a bring it in, really quickly do things, and then just export. So for those who are doing creating content for YouTube or online, this is for you. So without further ado, here's Billy.
Hey, what is going on? I'm psyched about this. This is going to be dope. I literally am. This is like such an amazing tool, like this whole RESOLVECON, and I'm super glad that Casey was able to put this together because, you know, when I was starting out just in YouTube, but also in like the video editing spheres, like we just didn't have this kind of resource, nor does Adobe Premiere Pro, as far as I know, have such a cool conference. So get on our level. Anyway, so I've got a doozy for you guys today. By that, I mean, I've got a decent amount of stuff to actually cover, and I'm long-winded, so we should probably just get into this. So all of that, I am going to be talking about workflow, because workflow, my friends, is so important. Now, I'm going to be switching back and forth, by the way, just telling you here, because workflow is so, you know, it's knowledge based, but also it's practical, right? So you're going to want to see what I do on DaVinci Resolve, but there's also the why behind stuff that I do or stuff that we do. And we've developed this workflow for just about 3 years now. Like, it's been a at first I used to kind of just be like, you know, hey, I'm just going to take all of my footage and just drop it all into one folder, and then drop the audio into that same folder and the pictures into that same folder. And it was quite honestly a miserable experience of trying to find footage in a pile of footage. And it's just like, I need to know the actual file, and quite honestly, it just took forever. So after, you know, going about and failing a bunch, because that's just how you learn, I eventually was like, wait, there is a process. I need to develop some kind of process. And a lot of, if not all of the professionals, I would pretty confidently say all of the professionals have a workflow that they go by, and every workflow is different for the creator or for the business. So what I'm about to teach you is not meant to be taken as canon. It's not meant to be taken as like gospel, but to be taken as a template, thing that you can build off of and build a workflow that works just for you, so that ultimately you can go ahead and create better content overall, and faster, and just even better and pretty. I don't know, guys, just I'm saying the words. So that said, one of the really cool things, and this is just gonna talk about like power of workflow, you know, so Matty Hapoya, 1 million subscribers on YouTube, all of that stuff. Some of you guys may know him, some of you may not. I don't know if you do, but I'm also gonna pull this chat up. Anyway, so before he got an editor, he literally went over his workflow, and he was like, hey guys, this is how I create my videos. And he has high-end videos. He's got good-looking videos, sometimes 14, 15 minutes long. He's just like, this is how I create my videos in under 2 hours with this just workflow. And it was this structured, planned out thing, and it was like, you do all of this in 2 hours. And he just has a method. Of course he uses templates, because like with some of his elements, you need to if you're gonna be fast, right? Especially if this is about, you know, because time is money. So with that said, we're gonna jump into our first step. And with that, it's gonna be the setup, right? Setup is so important. And one of them is to set up the environment that you're actually going to be working in. So that means if we're gonna get this video done, guys, we literally gotta take our phones and just freaking chuck it. Like, get rid of that thing. Put it across the room, because nobody wants you. Look, everybody will want you actually, because it seems like you need to focus, and then everybody's like, hey, let's just hang out or let's do stuff. Just get rid of it. Get rid of the phone, okay? Lock yourself down. You are gonna get this project done. So that said, we need to go ahead and this first step, which, like I said, it's the setup, but we're gonna go and actually, I'm just gonna do this, right? Sorry, I have slides because, like I said, it's conceptual. Eliminate distractions. We're gonna organize our files. So with that, we need to make sure that you know, we have some kind of structure that makes sense for us. Now, a software or a program that you can use, and it's totally free, right? It's totally free. It is so amazing. It's called Post Haste, right? So if you have a project, right? So it just automatically numbers it, right? So, you know, if you're on project 1, 2, or 3, right, it'll just number it automatically. So if I were to generate another one, it automatically goes to 4. But it has areas for clients. You can have the project name, which I have RESOLVECON. It's got the date, and then also, you know, a user if you want. You don't have to. You can delete any of these fields. However, the really powerful thing is, you see right here, I got this template, which is BR Media Editing Template 2, right? So what that means is behind it, inside, when I hit Create Project, it creates all of these folders right here automatically for me, and I don't have to go and, you know, copy, paste, throw things around, all of that stuff. So right here, awesome free software. It's called Post Haste. It's by Digital Rebellion. That's a really cool name, honestly. I really like that name. So yeah. Now let me just pull this chat up. I'm sorry. Yes, thank you for posting that link in there. Anyway, so when I go ahead and create a project right here, you can place it, you're gonna be asked to place wherever the heck you want. So for the sake of this video, I'm just gonna throw it on I don't actually care where I put it. I'm gonna put it on my drive. So that happens, and it automatically creates all of the stuff right here. Now I have this laid out specifically for a reason, not just because I want, I just threw stuff together. So we got our source video, audio, footage, pictures, and those ones are specifically laid out so that later on in Resolve, we can have an easy time importing everything. So once we do that, we gotta organize our files, which is so freaking tedious, but trust me, you're going to wanna do it. And you really do wanna make sure that you have your files set up, you have your structure set up. So anyway, yeah, save it on the desktop or you're not a pro. I love it. Yes. So anyway, yes, I am running Windows 11, by the way. With this, once you get it, you import into Resolve. So I'm gonna pull up Resolve right now, and in the cut page, I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna import media folder. Instead of just importing media, you're gonna wanna do the folder. And on the edit page, there is no actual import media. As far as I've known, I've looked far and wide, I don't know why, but quite honestly, this is the only reason that I actually use the cut page. So I import the media folder, and then because I have one already set up, I'm gonna go to my server, because yes, by the way, I'm sorry for having to literally now search because I'm thinking too fast. So let me chill out. I'm actually this hyper, my videos are not BS. I'm so dang hyper, it's ridiculous. So some people think that my actual attention span and or how far or how fast I talk is a lie. It's not. I'm just cracked out of my mind, man. All right, so we got RESOLVECON right here. I'm gonna double click on that. Now with that, like I said, we have the same folder right here, but I don't really care to import project, thumbnail, proxies, renders, micro content. I don't care to import all of these. I just want to import my files, my footage, my source video. So I'm going to click on this and hit select folder. And then Davinci Resolve is going to load all of that right here. So we have our audio, footage, and pictures. And it's going to be nice and not give me any problems. So now that it's done that, I go back to the edit tab, and with the audio, music, video, sound effects, we got everything right here in the place that we want it. We're gonna go ahead, and if you need to render proxies, please do that. You're going to regret your life if you don't render proxies. Render proxies, do it. So take our footage, A-roll, drag this down. And then I'm gonna realize I took the wrong one. And I'm gonna drag that right one down. And Resolve is going to be kind because I'm running Windows 11. Okay, I'm sorry. I need to explain what I'm doing. I'm just making sure that these proxy settings right here are going to be as fast as I can, or as fast as they can. They're not going to be super burdensome on my system. The DNX HRHQX alphabet soup. Anyway, we're just going to use this one, and we're just going to do that for every single one right here. I'm going to then grab, for this one, I'm going to bring it down under enable background caching after 1 second. And then I'm going to hit the checkbox under automatically cache transitions in user mode. Now, save. That is going to be fine. So now that I have this, I'm going to sync up all of my video, my audio, if I've done screen caps, or I've done external audio. And for me, I've done external audio. So I go back up to my audio right here, under voice, I didn't copy the files. So bad file management. And with that said, that's totally fine because I have it also right here. So I'm sorry, there it is. So you guys, I also screw up a lot. It's fine. Anyway, we're gonna do that. And I believe this is gonna be it. So I'll drag it down here, sync it up, right click, go to auto align clips based on waveform. We're gonna wait. Resolve is gonna work its voodoo magic and it's just gonna do its thing, guys. So yeah, while that, I have the M1 Mac Mini mount now, so I no longer need proxies. Yo, Mac M1, dope. I wish I had it. It's not great with graphic processing, but anyway. All right, so now we've synced everything up, right? So we have our camera audio, which is complete trash. It's just bad. Don't use it. So I'm actually just gonna turn it off. I have that set to D to just turn it right off right there. And then, I mean, I could get rid of it. I don't want to because technically it's linked. And if I move this around by accident, it's not linked. I could highlight, the two of these and go to link like this. I could do that. So, I guess I'll do it. Fine. You talked me into it. It's fine. It's fine. I'm having a lot of fun. Anyway, so got everything in here. We've synced it up. If you're doing multicam, please sync everything up. I can't say it more. Okay? Then once that is going on, we're gonna go ahead and we want to cut out all of this nonsense because there's a lot of nonsense in here. Now, clearly I can't go through 55 minutes of video and I just can't. That's a lot. And the fact is there's two of these. So I'm not one take wonder, all right? I'm very particular on when how I record my videos. With that said though, I'm only going to probably want to do up till right here. I'm just gonna remove the rest for the sake of this right here, okay? But now we're gonna move on to our step 2, which is the rough cut, right? So we were just at the setup. We set everything up. We are all good to go, but now we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna rough cut. So what do we do on rough cut? So let me just do that. Yeah. So we cut out the nonsense and the dead spaces. We don't care about nonsense. Bloopers are funny. Go ahead, keep a blooper. I love putting a good blooper in. It makes me laugh. Do a blooper. But cut out the dead space. It's so boring if there's dead space. You don't have to have super tight cuts. Okay? You're just doing a rough cut. So you don't need to have an incredibly tight cut. What that means is if, for say, I want to remove this right here, which, okay, is just a little bit, it's just a little dead space, but let's just, for example, I can just cut. I don't have to be super precise with all of this. That does look like, for some reason, what's in? Yes. So, I know I'm experiencing a little bit of issue with our stuff right here, so I don't know why. So I'm just trying to downscale my monitor and all of that, because for some reason we're getting a lot of like weird interference and junk. Option, sorry, this is troubleshooting, guys. Troubleshooting on a live stream. You're seeing this right now. This is really how it is. So I'm going to just go ahead and actually grab these. I have already generated proxies. So I'm going to just click link proxy media because you got to do that. So proxies are going to be inside of that proxy folder. So I'm just going to do that. Hopefully that slows it down a little bit, right? Or hopefully that speeds everything up. Let me know if it does, okay?
To do my outro at the beginning of the video. No, it definitely doesn't make sense. That would be...
Yes? Better? Awesome. And let me know on the stream, can you guys hear my actual audio at all? Is this working fine? Like, can you hear? Okay. So I didn't want it to be incredibly loud. So, cool. All right, that said, getting back into it, guys, we're just gonna go ahead and go through this whole, clip right here, and we're gonna just do the rough cut, okay? Quick. Okay, you're actually seeing me. Woo! Here you go. Give me that. That's for me. So just remove,
making a YouTube
right?
video.
And part of this process is going to be double speed, right? We want to double speed through this. I don't care about, being super precise. I want to double speed, and I want to cut stuff
working
up.
on a big budget film, one thing is certain. Your story is king. And if you don't have a clear story, then it's going to completely ruin your video. Story is the structure of our content, and we got to be aware of it in every single step and every decision along the way. And as an editor and creative, you have to keep asking yourself, does blank add to my story or distract? Does blank make sense within my video? A good example of this is, does adding a glitch transition
So
make sense?
this,
Or does it make sense to, or does it make sense? Is a girl.
so as we're going through, you can hear right here, I start stuttering and I start tripping up my words.
To, or does it make sense to?
So I'm gonna just remove that. You don't gotta, like I said,
Does it
just
make sense to do my outro
get rid of it.
at the beginning of the video? Or does it make sense for me to do my outro at the beginning of the video? No.
So double taked right there. Gonna remove
does it make
that.
sense for me to do my outro at the beginning of the video? No, it definitely doesn't make sense. That would be ridiculous. It wouldn't work. And it doesn't matter if you're making...
So blank stares. Look at that. That right there. Blank stare. All out the way. Get rid of that. So typically, now I just saw in the comments, so double speed, how I'm doing that, I personally have custom keybinds. Now I do have a whole video on this on my channel because custom keybinds, they're worth it though. They're worth investing some time in. And if you want to use mine as a bit of a template, go ahead. Typically, it's JKL. L is going to be for double speed forward. J is going to be for double speed backwards, and K is to just essentially stop, I believe. So that's gonna be that. Now with everything though, if you have a take that you like, right? If you have two takes that you like, don't be afraid to go ahead and, yep, all right. So if you have two takes you like though, don't be afraid to just pull one up or just wait for later, okay? You can just go back through it again. So why a rough cut? Rough cut gives you an overview of what we're working with. It's going through the whole thing, you're chopping it up, you're getting everything, you're cutting out the nonsense, of course, you're starting the job, but it gives you an overview. You're going to know as an editor what the heck you're working on. And that's really important. So, yep, there, I already said it. Now, like I said, with the multiple takes right there, just keep going, find the decision later. But one thing I found really helpful is with coloring clips. So I want to, color clips with a purpose. So let me show you an example of that, right? Because let me show you a real example. So a real example I have is right here. Now this is the source video from one of my other videos. This was, what was it? The 6 mistakes, don't make these 6 mistakes with editing video or something like that. But with these colors, from a bird's eye view, I can understand what the heck is going on. So this is always orange for me is always color, or sorry, not color. Orange for me is always the beginning. Always start on orange.
But first, if you're new here,
This dark blue right here represents kind of like a little intro, whether I'm going to say, hey, go ahead and subscribe, check out what we're doing, or hey, this video is sponsored by, my mom. Great. Now after that, we have our different colors, right? These colors, because there are 6 different types of there's 6 different types of mistakes. You see, one color, actually number wise, because my intro in this video, I just remembered what I did. My intro in this video was actually tip number 1. So this is number 1. This is 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. They're essentially with number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't really have many kind of, not like a specific way I go about that one, because I have like some colors that I'm like, yes, this is, for example, this is intro. This is my, what do we call that? I'm sorry, guys. Like I said, I think way too fast. I get way too ahead of myself. So I appreciate all the support. I see you guys in the comments. I see you. Anyway, so this is like the YouTube call to action, or call to action in anything. Then this outro right here is this is outro. The brown, always outro. That's it. Afterwards, I kind of just fill the middle in with a bunch of other stuff. This right here is kind of like a pink violet thing, but other ones that I have are going to be like a really like the bright pink or whatever. That one is B-roll. Then we have the darker yellow, and that's going to be for sound effects. And we typically leave music as the green. So the whole point of doing that is by just getting a better idea of what the heck we're working with. Now, also please do this. Utilize the name slots right here. So video 1, right? This is going to be my, footage, and I'm going to leave it. Somebody's going to be bothered by that. It doesn't bother me. Somebody's going to be bothered by that. Anyway, so we have footage right here, but then if we're doing, a screen cap, right? Put that in and keep on building like that. Now, the other cool thing with colors is if you want to do a specific color and, hey, everything on this screen cap footage, I want it to be, gray or brown or whatever. You right click on the actual track right here. You can just make it tan. So that's the closest we're going to get. And then I can just drag it down right here. So any kind of clip I put in here, yeah, I'm overwriting it, whatever. Any clip I go on that goes onto this track automatically turns that color. So that's a nice little thing. Anyway, going back, let's get myself back on. All right. This is why I made a freaking PowerPoint, because I would get so distracted. I really will. All right. Once you have gone ahead and you have rough cutted your whole video and you've done all that goodness, now we're going to go on to the polished cut. Duh. That's what's next. So the polished cut gives us the ability to really start to refine and tighten up our cuts. This is where we go through and we listen and we really make those nice transitions, between words, right? We really refine and build on our story, play with the structure, play with the timing. So yeah, I'm going ahead of everything. It's totally fine. But one thing here, as it says on the screen, is all good videos tell a story. I don't care if you're making a tutorial. My tutorials do tell a story. I structure it in a way where there is a story going on. There is a purpose. We have an objective, we have an ending, and here's how I'm going to make it happen, right? I don't care whether it's, hey, we're just going to start off like this and, you know, let's talk about, you know, the beginning of our workflow, and it's just by the end of it, hey, you'll have this, all of these things, and I'm just stumbling over my words. It's fine. So, but yes, this right here is where we want to go ahead and we want to like really envision and think about what we're making. What is the purpose of what we're making? What do you want it to look like? Structure for that. Like, let your creative side go wild here. This is like the really fun part. Just really building that out. And the other really nice thing to do at this time is to mark out places for B-roll, for titles, and for other effects to actually come in. So we're gonna, we'll add those effects later. Listen to the guy. We're gonna watch the video also in real time, because flow of a video, how fast it's going, how well and how the pacing of it, you're not gonna find it out as you're going through it double speed. No double speed, keep your finger off that thing. Don't go over it too many times, but you know, get an idea of what you're working with, refine some areas, be critical. And yes, right here, I was gonna say this. So if you find yourself getting super distracted as you're just listening through it, right? You're getting distracted and you're getting a little bored from your video, make note of that. Please change it. Do something. If you're bored editing the video, people are gonna be bored watching the video. Add some extra, like add some B-roll. Make it look fire. Make it better. But if you're getting bored, you got a problem, and but you got to fix it, right? That's a problem if you're getting all bored and stuff on your own video. That's what I honestly like. Sometimes I get really bored with my videos, and then I'm like, all right, I got to just taste this. Just throw some stuff in here. Wild effects. I don't know. So just like I said, I'm super hyper. It's not because I drink a pint of coffee a day. Slightly. Anyway, so with all of that fun stuff right here, we're going to go onto our supporting elements. And by the way, I'm just telling you right now, right? Something else popped in my head, then I forgot it. It's going to come back later, I promise. Totally could be relevant for that last one, but just wait. So moving on to the supporting elements, right? Pause. I need to show you how to mark stuff. I'm so sorry. Casey, I love you, bro. So when we're going through all of our stuff, like I said, we're going to be really tightening up our cuts. So as we're doing that, move frame by frame. And hey, if you don't want, you know, if you don't like how this sounds right here,
Or does it make sense? Or does it make sense for, does it make sense? Or does it make sense for me? Or does it make sense? Or
so I clearly say that multiple times.
or does
Let's remove that. That should have been removed in the rough cut. It wasn't. But typically I don't enjoy like long spaces on the end of this clip right here, right? Like coming into this like new audio section right here. I know the audio guys are just rolling, they're freaking out. I'm not like saying all the things, okay?
Hey, Billy,
So-
just letting you know, just 15 minutes.
Cool. So with that said, though,
or does it
we can go ahead, like I said, refine that, make it, like bring it down. Now we're literally working on a frame level though. So
or does
I think that could work. So I tend to, on every single audio cut, I tend to use this crossfade or this cross dissolve, but a 2-frame cross dissolve. So it just kind of helps blend everything together a little bit more.
Or does it make a wedding make sense? Or does it make sense for me?
So if we just go ahead and listen to that one more time.
Or does it make sense?
So it helps to really like transition everything a little bit better. So you're not going to hear like me just start talking all of a sudden and it's just out of nowhere and you're like, so bad example would be this.
Or does
That really doesn't help
sense? Or does it make sense? Or does it make
It's very subtle. I just pick up on small details like that, really. Like, you can't be a good editor if you're not a little meticulous with the details and with the small things like that, because the reality is like, this is a project. This is something really cool. I want to do well with this. I want it to look awesome. So if I want B-roll right here, I'll add in, I'll double click M to add in a marker. And I think it might even be triple M for pulling this up right here. But we're gonna go ahead and just type in, B-roll, right? I might add in a color so I know I can differentiate it between something else. But then you can go ahead and just keep adding in stuff like that. So now, because I only have a matter of a few minutes, totally fine, right? Totally fine. So going into supporting elements, right? We've done all that. This is where this idea of a 10-second rule comes in. Okay, so I don't know as creators if you've heard of this before, but typically you have anywhere between 3 to 5 seconds or 3 to 6 seconds before somebody judges your video based, like, will they actually stay or will they go? So you got 3 to 6 seconds to capture their attention. And then throughout the whole video, you've got roughly 10 seconds to keep them engaged. Like, roughly every 10 seconds, you want to keep something popping up. You want there to be a cut. You want there to be B-roll. Even if it's subtle, right? A subtle jump cut does count to this 10-second rule. So we don't want to have long, prolonged periods of no change. Those static head videos are so boring. If I were to just have my whole intro just like this,
Whether you're making a YouTube video, just like I am, or working on a big budget film, one thing is certain: story is king.
one thing is certain, I'm bored out of my mind. Please let me go to bed. So thing is if we don't have B-roll and we don't have other things like that, that's gonna help support and build up. And if we are doing that very infrequently, then your videos are just gonna be, honestly, kind of slow paced, not super engaging. Now, if you have a super bright personality, I think you can get by on it. I think that'll work. Depends on the type of video, but in general, like, 10-second rule is a really important thing. So somebody also says to show the boring detector. And the thing with a boring detector, at least the last time I used it, is it doesn't necessarily, like, it counts the amount, like it counts the length of a space on a specific clip. But as far as I know, and I could be wrong on this, so, feel free to correct me. Last time I used it, if I put B-roll over that, right, to break up that boring space, it didn't count it. It still said your clip's boring. I said, well, guess what? There's something on the track. It's definitely there. But I think it uses a clip or a cut to actually recognize or to deem if something's boring or not. So 10-second rule. We're gonna add in music here, okay? Gotta get some dope music. Music is so important. If you're trying to make an upbeat video, do not get classical music. Stop that. No classical. Get that upbeat music, okay? That's why we have things like ArtGrid. That's why we have things like Epidemic Sound and Soundstripe. Yes, that's why we have those types of companies, so we can go ahead and pick from songs and pick from libraries and find high quality music that we do not get copyright strikes for and we don't get in trouble for. Hence why creators go ahead and push that stuff, because guys, you really do need that. Like, I made like 400 videos on another channel when I was like 15, and I definitely got a lot of copyright strikes eventually. So trust me, don't do that. So yes, we're gonna add music, like I said, first. The first, like, really big thing we're adding is gonna be music. So it's really to hone in that feel of your video. Some people, you like to add it to the beat. Go ahead. Then B-roll. add B-roll in on those places that you have marked out. After that, well, okay, I'll listen to the guy. You want to make sure that it's going to make sense for your style or theme. So if you're doing a video about hiking and you're literally putting like church video or like, this doesn't make sense. Why is that a thing? Why? This has nothing to do with hiking. This has nothing to do with a mountain. Nothing. So we'll also add in after that other effects like zooms or punch-ins or etc. Then titles. Titles, my friends. Titles are huge. All of these things right here, by the way, and you can't really, yeah. Anyway, all of these things right here, they count towards this 10-second rule. So, including transitions and sound design. Should have hit space a few more times. So, all these things right here do count towards that 10-second rule. Now, you need to know how to pace, right? Use your discernment with this 10-second rule, because there will be occasions you don't want to. You want to break that 10-second rule, right? That's how you can also get people's attention. If your cuts go longer or it goes longer without any kind of filler, that's going to catch somebody's attention. Or if you cut your music, no music at one point, that'll get somebody's attention. All of these little things build up to or really build towards this 10-second rule, and it really helps so much. So we'll add in our transitions and then our sound design. Now, please, if you're adding in transitions, 2 things. Make sure that your transition actually makes sense, okay? Don't have it be just a transition because of a transition. It's just so annoying. It's not even just a personal thing, but like if I'm transitioning from myself to myself in the same place, but I just go on to a different topic and I use a quick whip sick transition, like why did I do that? There was no point to it. So I'm not against transitions. I mean, I sell transitions. We love transitions. Like, they're great when they're used right. So please don't overuse transitions, but use them properly, I guess. That's what I'd say. I could talk more about that in a separate video. I see we got Jake Whip in here. Jake Whip is my boy. By the way, I don't know if you guys know, I'm just totally throwing that out here. Jake Whip, he really like builds a lot like of he's part of our team. He builds a lot of our cool like other assets and stuff like that. And we'll all like kind of help out and do stuff. But guy's a champ. I love him. Love you, Jakey. Go check out Jake's channel too. Just do it. Give him the love. Okay. So sound design. Do that. Okay. I got 5 minutes till I get mercilessly cut off, says Casey. So good thing we're already pretty much to the end. Now, last thing, my friends, is going to be, just kidding, the second to last thing. We're going to finalize. This is going to be your audio mixing. And I know later on in our in the RESOLVECON, we have more stuff about audio and mixing and all of that fun stuff. So that's going to be super great. Keep a general rule. I try to keep the voice between -2 decibels and -6 decibels, right? We don't sometimes get a little loud, but I try to like do this whole thing like the grant. Actually, this is where that comes in. Cut myself off. Background music is about -26 to 32. I try to like obey this idea of like a grandmother rule. The idea is that if you don't know if your music's too loud or not, would an old person complain when watching your video? Obviously, you can't please everybody, but I tend to go lower on the end of like more towards -29 decibels, -30 decibels, because -26, might be just a little too loud in general. So sound effects, we'll keep them between -9 decibels, -20. Color correction. my guy Darren just talked about this. He talked about color grading and all of that good stuff. But generally, you want to balance colors. You want to make the whites appear white and the blacks appear black. And then make sure everything is even and not blown out or not too dark. That's pretty, yeah, don't do that. Obviously, a lot of that though is how you shoot your video. So now that you're done, okay? You've done the video. You have literally went through everything. You have done the setup, done the rough cut, done the polished cut. You have moved on to supporting elements, and then you finalize these elements. Now we're just gonna go to 6, which is just reviewing your video. Give it a 1-over. What do you think about it? Is there anything that you want to really fix? Is that extra like 1%, right? Because you want to try to get 1% better every single video. Is there anything that you could just do to bump that up a little bit to make it a little bit better? But also remember, done is better than perfect. Do not get caught up on the really small details and like too much, because perfectionism, not fun. And also, you'll never be done. There's always something you can do to do it better. But that's when you realize, you know what, getting this video done and getting it out is going to be better than me just sitting here and essentially perfecting and never finishing this video, because it's not going to ever be perfect. So we learn. Okay? So we review the video, then we revise, then we render. I'm pretty sure that's it. Yeah, and that's it. That's literally our editing workflow in about a 45-minute span of time. I think I did hit it. Haha, it was everywhere. Yes. So, all right, cool.
That was perfect, Billy. Right on time too. Awesome. You ready for Q&A?
Absolutely.
Awesome. So I've got, so everyone, it's Q&A time, so drop your questions in the chat. I do have some questions from earlier that I thought might be good if you could go over some of that. So some people had questions
100%.
about proxies, what you kind of meant by that. Some, we've got some people new to Resolve. So could you show, how to enable that, what to do with it again? And when you go into the project settings, can you show them where they can save it if they don't want to save it into the default folder?
Sure. So when we go ahead and we put in a video, right? Now, depends very much on what kind of computer you're using, whether you're using a computer with 8 gigabytes of RAM and essentially a potato for a graphics card, or you're using a beast of a computer with 128 gigs of RAM and the 3090 super whatever they're on, like very much different, or an M1 Mini, right? Those things are dope also. I've already said that. But if your computer is lagging generally because of the footage, right? Just as playback, if I'm going ahead and doing that, I can actually turn this off so you can see. But
Whether you're making a YouTube video, just like I am, or
see that
working
kind
on a
of
big budget film.
So generally for mine, I don't necessarily need to, but what happens when I just don't use proxies, because we're using, was it GH5S? I think it's like 150 megabytes a second, something ridiculous like that. But what happens is over time, as you start to layer stuff on, it gets really slow. Stuff starts stuttering. And even though your footage in the beginning was not causing a lot of issues in processing, eventually it won't help make things better. So essentially, if we can eliminate any kind of potential bottleneck, it's going to be better to do that. So with our video, right, you're going to go to your footage, A-roll, right? This is the stuff that I want to do, right? So I have two pieces of footage here, and I know for a fact these are heavy hitting, pieces of footage. The rest of my B-roll, if I shot it all, with my camera, I would also probably want to render out a proxy for it, render proxies for that, because at the end, like I said, at the end of the day, it's not going to help you. It's just going to slow things down eventually. But nonetheless, if you go here, you can right click on them. You're going to go down to generate proxy media. So you click that. Now it'll start generating. It could take some time. Depends on what kind of footage or how long your footage is or how fast your computer is. Generally though, it'll take 10, 15, 20 minutes. But you know, that's very hard to generalize something like that. Once it's done, automatically it is going to switch over in DaVinci Resolve to the proxy version, as long as you under playback have used proxy media if available. And if for some reason that is not working and you're not seeing, your proxies are not showing up or not working, and you'll be able to really figure that out if you zoom in on your details like this. You can see, I mean, it's very subtle change. Like, it gets a little bit blurry, like just a little bit. I can try to. How about closer? Yeah, let's do that. Man, look at that eye. So you'll see very little stuff. Anyway, very small details. It looks pretty high end still, but if it's not showing up, you're gonna right click, go to link proxy media, and then just tell Resolve where you have this stored. Now, when you're actually generating it, you don't want to be generating the highest quality proxies out there, nor do you also want to always be putting it in the same location, right? You want it to be inside of a proxy folder. So before you go ahead and you've actually done your proxies right, you will come down here to the optimized media. And I know I did this earlier. I just didn't explain it super great. But this is just down here and it's on the master settings. You're just gonna scroll down to optimized media and render cache. And then you'll go to proxy media format. And you're gonna do the DNX HRLB. Now this is a super great way to, I mean, I don't know how you describe it, but it's just, DaVinci Resolve reads it very well, I would say. Is that, would you say that, Sherwin?
Yeah, with those, mezzanine, codecs, DNX, HR, ProRes.
Thank you.
Yeah, especially LB with the low bandwidth.
Hey, that's what that stands for. But then afterwards, you're going to go down to proxy generation location, and you can go ahead and put this in that proxy folder wherever the heck you want it to. For now, I just have it there, but if we want to go ahead and put it inside of that folder that we created earlier with post haste, put it there. And then afterwards, render proxies. All good.
Cool.
Did I address it all?
That is awesome. That went through everything and more. So
okay, yeah, that's probably what I expected.
I totally second post haste. It is an amazing way of getting started. Instead of sending 10 minutes, you're spending 1 minute. So we've got, this is not really a question, but people were really loving when you zoomed in on your eyes and showed those old blue eyes. So
thank you, Lord. There it is. Yes, please, somebody make this as my profile picture.
So there are actually a number of people who were interested in your presentation, your PowerPoint. Is it possible that you can share it or put it somewhere that people can download?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I can go ahead and do that. I'll upload it later. I'll give Casey the link so he can go ahead and share it out with people.
Awesome. Cool.
Will that work? I think so.
I think so. Yeah. And also a reminder, this is recorded and it will be up on Casey's channel. So y'all can go back and just pause on those screens later on if you want to see what Billy was talking about. Let's see. Do we have more time for questions? I think we do. All right.
Got about 9 minutes left.
Okay.
I think.
So Daniel's asking, do you see value in creating new timelines between your rough and the polished cut and the final cut?
Personally, no. I did try it at one point. Other than having the possibilities of just going back in time, essentially, to be like, okay, this was my rough cut, and that's my polished cut. other than wanting to go back, which I really don't, because I kind of like the videos I made, I don't see a purpose in it. Plus, it's going to just bog down your system more. I think like you're essentially just creating more and more and more information for the project or in the project file. And I would just keep it within this one, project right here. And now I don't mind, I'll show the video that I actually did right here, which was just our freaking video for, was it 6 common editing mistakes. So this right here is all our, essentially just rough cut edit. Sorry, I know it's a lot, but we keep it all inside of here because we don't want things just spread out, right? Once you start getting things spread out like into other timelines, it starts getting a bit chaotic. You don't know where you're storing things. You don't know where you did this cool effect. You don't know, if you did this, specific revision here or there. Just try to keep it in one timeline. And if you need a second timeline, please use a second timeline. Why not? I've seen people also do the thing right here where they'll do stacked timelines. So if I'm going through, and this probably is not the right one. There, let's just do this one because that one's a lot. But if you're doing a rough cut and you're looking for a final cut, right? And you're looking for your final cut, like you want to make it up, you could hit this stacked timelines button right there, pull up, the new timeline that you're going to be building that final cut on. And if you have a bunch of potential takes, right? This works very well for takes. If you don't have takes and you don't have a lot of footage to sift through, don't do this. This is not worth that. But specifically for events and weddings, this works really well for a lot of footage. But if you like this thing right here, great, pull it down. Sorry, you want that whole section? Great, just pull it right down onto here. Awesome. Keep moving. You found something else you like, grab it, pull it right down. And it doesn't take it out or remove it right here. So you still have that. And I think that's just really convenient in those cases. But like I said, I don't personally use this other than when we're doing an event.
Cool. All right. Billy, thank you so much. Everyone, let's give him some love. Let's go to his channel and hit that subscribe button. So again, thank you, Billy, so much for going through your workflow and how people can use that for their own workflow. All right.
Yeah, for sure. No, I really appreciate this. And hopefully, what if we get to 100K? Like a couple subscribe. Yeah, very close.
All right. Cool. So again, thank you so much, Billy. All right, next up, we have got our very first giveaway. So we are giving away ground control end-to-end tutorial. So this is the end-to-end training from ground control. To be entered into this giveaway, you need to type in !giveaway in the chat. So drop that in the chat and you'll be entered in. We're going to open this up for the next 2 minutes. So again, it's enter in the ! Giveaway in the chat. You'll be entered in. And at the end of 2 minutes, we will be drawing, doing a random, draw for the winner. And again, this is for the ground control Resolve 17 end-to-end training. This is a whole long bunch of tutorials over getting into Resolve all the way through Resolve. So, all right, I see the chat blowing up with giveaways. All right, keep them coming. We are okay. Yeah, just post it once. Don't continue spamming it just once. And again, it is exclamation mark giveaway. Got to do that, just that. I see people who are doing the wrong giveaway exclamation mark, apostrophe giveaway. Please do exclamation mark giveaway. So that would be shift 1, GIVEAWAY, enter. All right, let's keep them coming. Casey, give me I did not count for 2 minutes. All right, 15 more seconds. You just need to enter once. Again, it is for ground controls Resolve 17 end-to-end training. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that's it. All right. So, all right, y'all. Dan is going to, you'll see the winner. Okay, we're done with the giveaways. All right, we have a winner. Nikodre has won the giveaway. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right, Nikodre. So please email Casey, and Casey will get in touch with you about that. So to do that, it is, I believe, exclamation email. Yes, Casey just popped that into the chat. So exclamation email, Nikodre, Nick. I'm just going to go with Nick because everyone's saying Nick. All right. Again, congrats. You've got that Resolve 17 end-to-end training. Contact Casey and he'll get in touch with you. All right. So moving on, we've got another awesome presenter here. And I would absolutely pay special attention to, you know, all of our presenters, but here because Jason YADLOVSKI is going to talk about working with audio in Fairlight. And if you don't know, you should know, audio is a huge part of having engaging videos, whether it's for cinema, online content, or broadcasts, commercials. So Jason's channel, he's got a lot of awesome Fairlight tutorials, but he also has a lot of great videos covering other aspects of Resolve, like tips and tricks and advice on, and even tips, tricks, and advice on starting and growing a YouTube channel too. So there's a wide variety of great content. So subscribe to his channel and you can start diving into the wonderful world of Fairlight. So again, Jason YADLOVSKI is coming up to go over some basics in Fairlight, audio mixing, and EQ in Fairlight. So we will be right back with Jason and Fairlight. Thanks.
What is going on, guys? Welcome to RESOLVECON 2021. So excited to be here. Just want to say thank you to Casey for throwing this whole event together. It's super exciting to be part of this, the first and hopefully many more to come in the future. But really excited to be here with some other awesome creators. And today we're going to be talking about some audio here in Fairlight. So if you guys don't know me, my name is Jason YADLOVSKI, and I have my own company where I do part photography and part this YouTube channel. And I just love, whoop, hold on there. Lose a little something there. Uh-oh, did we lose our video there? Uh-oh. Hold on, let's see. Give me a second here. There we go. Let's see. All right, we good to go now? Good to go? All right.
Yep.
All right. So anyway, my name's Jason YADLOVSKI, and got a YouTube channel, talk a lot about Davinci Resolve, and specifically a lot of audio stuff. So my background in audio kind of started by getting involved with live mixing at my church. So, you know, they need some help running the soundboard at my church. So kind of got involved, and that's where my, interest in sound started. And, it's interesting, mixing live sound, because when you mess up, everybody knows it, right? So, I mean, I've had the opportunity to mix everything from all kinds of vocals to, to drums, piano, keyboard, bass, everything. We mix it all together and try to get some good sound there. So I brought a lot of those skills from the live mixing over into Resolve. And when I started looking in Fairlight, and after I got involved with Resolve here, learned a lot from Casey. Thanks, man, by the way. I saw that a lot of the tools that we use in live mixing are right here in Fairlight. And there's just so many great things that we can do with our audio. And I mean, I'm sure you've all watched videos, right, where the video might look super awesome, but the audio's terrible. And it's super hard to watch those videos, right? Most of the time, I don't know about you guys, but me, close it down. I can't watch it if it sounds like junk, right? But we can watch a video that, yeah. Oh, sure. I think that did it. Try that. All right. So anyway, we're going to get into Resolve here. And one of the things that I think is one of the best tools that you can use if you're only going to use one tool here in Fairlight is the EQ. And the EQ can seem a little scary. There's a lot going on there. How do I know what frequencies mean? And there's just, a lot to know about it. So we're going to go through an example here, and, hopefully it's, I can break it down and make it not as hard as it looks. And a lot of it is going to be just using your ear and training your ear to be able to hear these different things. That's probably one of the hardest parts of audio work, is being able to hear different things that don't sound good. The primary job with the EQ here is to really pull things out that don't sound good. So one of the things I did provide was this sheet right here, which is going to give you a lot of info as far as what to look for, what frequencies to do different things in, and just a little more information about EQ and where you can, look for certain things that might not sound so good. So anyway, let's jump into Resolve here and get going with our example. So if you got the example that Casey provided, I have a project here, just a blank project open in Resolve. I'm just going to grab this guy and drop it in. And then I'm just going to drop it down into my timeline. So right now I'm in the Edit tab here, and you can work with the EQ a little bit in the Edit tab. There's a basic EQ if you come to your inspector up at the top here, and right here. So inside the inspector, you select your clip, and if you scroll down, actually hit the audio section right here first. You do have a basic EQ right here, and make this a little bigger here. You can see we've got 4 bands of EQ that you can work with. And while this is a good option for working with, one particular clip, I like to use the EQ in Fairlight because it's got more features that we can use, as well as it applies to the whole track. So when you use the EQ right here, it's only going to be for a specific clip, but not an entire track. So for me and my setup, I'm usually in my little studio here, and my conditions are usually the same. So I like to just apply, my EQ to the whole track because my setup is the same, the audio is the same. So that usually works out good for me. So the first thing that we want to do when we start working with the audio before we get to the EQ is really just make sure that you've got some good levels. Now, hopefully your camera was, set up, your audio was set up good, and you had good levels in your camera when you were recording. But if not, we can adjust them a little bit here in Resolve. So with this sample here, I'm just going to play through it a little bit, and we're going to take a look at our levels. We're going to adjust this in the Edit tab for right now. You can do it in Fairlight, like some of the other creators had mentioned earlier today. You can do the same things in different tabs here. So you just find what works best for you. But for now, we're just going to take a look at it here in the Edit tab. So I've got my mixer open, which is this guy. And actually, before we get going here, so we're all looking at the same thing, I'm going to come up to my workspace here, and I'm going to reset my UI layout, just so we're all looking at the same thing, because I know sometimes it's hard when you're trying to follow somebody, like, hey, my screen don't look the same. So now we should all look the same. So I'm going to go ahead and open up my mixer, which is right up here at the top right of the screen. And we see our little mixer down here. So I'm just going to play through my clip. And when I set my audio levels for my first go around here, I like to set my levels around that -10 to -8 dB. Now it's going to fluctuate some. So just in the ballpark of that range is like where I like to set mine. I don't want to be too high because I don't want to peak. And I don't want to be too low because then you're not going to hear anything. So let's see. We're just going to jump ahead a little here and let's play through and watch our meters and see what it sounds like. Now, how are we going to adjust our levels here? Well, you can use your fader right here. But the way that I like to do it is actually come in two ways. Open my inspector, click on your audio tab right here, and you can adjust your volume right here. Or if I, let's say, make my audio a little bit bigger down here, make this guy a little bit bigger. I can actually just come and grab this little white line that's right in here. And that will allow me to raise and lower the volume as well. So let's play through this and watch our meters and see what we get. What's happening, guys? Welcome to the first RESOLVECON 2021 here, hopefully an annual event. But we are going to be talking about a little bit of EQ here today, and we're going to try and make this audio sound the best we can using only the EQ. I've decided to use a lav mic here because I find that lav mics are notorious for needing a little EQ, right, to kind of clean up. All right, so it looked like that was coming up to around -10. Maybe I could put it up a little bit more. For now, I'm going to leave it. And it's okay if you've got some swings in there. The way you would fix that is by using some of the dynamics, which we're not going to get into in this video. I got other videos on that, but the dynamics help kind of bring the quiet parts up and the loud parts down a little bit, kind of balance things out. So let's take our clip here, and now we're going to jump over into Fairlight to start taking a look at some EQ. So click on the little musical notes at the bottom here, jump you over into Fairlight, and I'm just going to adjust my view a little bit here. So EQ, and just to make sure, I mean, I think it reset everything, but I'm going to reset my UI layout again, just so we're all looking at the same thing here. So we've got our audio track 1 here, and we've got our EQ, which lives in our mixer. So if you don't see your mixer, click on this guy right here. And if you don't see the EQ, you may need to scroll your mouse wheel up and down a little bit. Sometimes these menus get kind of, or these items get hidden down in there a little bit. You can also, if you don't see the mixer, click on these 3 little dots and make sure that mixer is checked on. That way you can see it, and it should appear down here. So go ahead, double click on the EQ, and that's going to bring up our EQ right here. So first, let's just run over the window, talk about what some of these different things are, just so you've got a good idea of kind of where to start and where to go and what all these things mean, because it can get confusing. So just starting at the top here, we have a graphical representation of our EQ, and these are the points that we have to work with. Now, if we look on the left-hand side here, this is our dB level. So are we boosting our specific frequency all the way up to +20, or are we reducing our frequency down to -20? Down along the bottom here, we have our frequency range, right? It starts at 0 hertz, goes all the way up to about 20,000 hertz. So, oh, somebody's saying you can't see the EQ? Let's see. Maybe I got to change. Let's see. Are they? Oh, how do you turn those off? Got it. All right. All right, on the Discord. All right. Are you guys able to see the EQ at all there? Saw some people, no. I think it was a window. All right. All right. Okay, 1 second, everybody. Got to work through some technical glitches. All right. All right, how's that? Okay. So I can make this guy bigger here, I guess. I do, yeah. So I can, all right. All right. All right, let me know if you can see our EQ here. And if you can't, the guys will let me know on the other side. All right, so just coming back to the EQ here, let's just start over there then, since you guys couldn't see that. So on the EQ here, in the middle, we've got a graphical representation of the EQ. It's going to show us what we're doing at what frequencies. On the left over here, we're going to have our dB level. So are we boosting or are we reducing a given frequency? Along the bottom here, we have different frequencies starting at 0 all the way up to about 20K it goes up to. So that is going to, basically, you're going to look at these different frequencies and we're going to look for things that don't sound good. So then on the right here, we've got a gain, because as you apply some EQ, a lot of times your levels might dip down a little bit. And as I said, a lot of different ways that we can add a little bit of gain or volume back into our audio. But one way is right here in the EQ. Down here. I don't. Yeah, I don't think I've got any way to zoom in on it.
Hold, please.
Let's see. Okay. All right. So down here in the bottom, we've got our 6 bands of EQ that we have to work with. So the first band here is most of the time going to be used for a high-pass filter. What that means is that anywhere you put this, anything that's higher than that is going to pass through the filter. Anything below it is going to get cut out. So a lot of times, you know, we're gonna use this guy to cut out a lot of that bass and boomy kind of rumble noise that wouldn't be in speaking vocals. Now, if you're using maybe like a bass guitar or something like that that's got a lot of low end, then you might not want to do this. You might want to maybe cut something out that's a lot lower than what we would for a speaking voice. So, you know, typically we're going to set this around 100. So then bands 2, 3, 4, and 5, I use in a similar way. So for each band, if you click the name, it's going to turn it on and off. Now, you may not need to use all of them. I would recommend only using the ones that you need. If you don't need all of them, don't use all of them. Next to the name, we have the different types of points that we can use. And the one that I typically use for these next couple bands here, band 2 through 5, is this second guy here, which is like a bell-shaped curve. And that's going to help us find frequencies that don't sound good, kind of isolate them, and then reduce them so that we don't hear them in our clips. So I'm going to make that a bell curve. Next, we've got frequency, and this is going to be the same for all bands 2 through 5 here. We've got frequency, and if I come in here, you can, you know, change the frequency by just clicking and holding on this guy and rolling it back and forth. Or you can always come in here, you can just grab your point and bring it up and down, back and forth, and put it wherever you want. But it's nice if you need to fine-tune stuff to be able to come in and use this little frequency wheel here. The next little section here, we've got the different sections of your EQ. So we have the low end, the mid-low, the mid-high, and the high end. So there's different things that you're going to want to look for in each one of these ranges. Generally, I just leave these where they're set, and that works out just fine. The next section is gain. And gain is, do I want to boost those frequencies, push them up, or do I want to reduce them and pull them down? And again, same thing, you can click and drag back and forth to either lower or increase a given frequency wherever the point currently lives on the EQ. The last one here is Q factor. So Q factor is going to affect the shape of your bell curve in this instance. So a higher Q factor, let's just grab point 2 here. I'm going to pull this up. A higher Q factor is going to really peak out that EQ point. So it's going to affect a small amount of frequencies as we, say, for example, boost our point up right here. And if I open it up and I drop that Q factor all the way down, it's going to affect a wide range of frequencies. So sometimes, just depending on your particular audio, you might want to, affect more frequencies with a given point here. It kind of depends on your clip and what you're trying to accomplish. So that's the basic controls for points 2, 3, 4, and 5. And right here, we notice 5 is set up as a shelf. So I'm going to actually just change that to a bell curve because typically that's what I'm going to use for point 5. So band number 6 here is similar to band 1, but in this case, instead of being a high pass filter, this is generally used as a low pass filter. And what that means is if I turn on the band here, you can see the shaded area here, that's what's getting cut out. So we're not going to hear anything that's above the frequency that it's set at. And everything below that is going to pass through and we're going to hear it. It's going to go through the EQ, we're going to hear it. So a lot of times, why would you use band 6? Well, band 6 helps cut out a lot of like hissing or high-pitched kind of noises that you might just not want, or maybe you're just trying to do some kind of noise reduction of some, I don't know, hiss-type noise that's in your clip. Band 6 can help out with that. So that's kind of an overview of the EQ and the pieces that we're going to be working with here. So I'm going to just reset everything here. So a couple of things as we're working with the EQ. Generally, you want to cut frequencies and not boost them. Now, there's plenty of times where you might want to boost things a little bit. Maybe your particular microphone doesn't have a lot of bass or low end to it. It sounds a little hollow. You might want to, boost up those low end frequencies a little bit. But a lot of times you're going to want to look for things that don't sound good, and then you want to cut those out. We want to get rid of them, because if you boost in areas that sound bad already, it's just going to sound worse. It's not going to sound any better. So we're going to go through our clip here and just kind of work through the EQ as I would with any kind of microphone and just see what we can do here. And like I said, we're going to be looking for things that don't sound good. And that's where training your ear comes into play. It just takes time of learning what to listen for. And, some people just can never, hear it. A lot of these changes that we make with the EQ and audio in general are very small changes that might be hard to hear while you're doing it, but over time and by combining a bunch of things, that's what's going to make your audio, step up to the next level. So keep that in mind. A lot of these things are very small, very minor. It's hard to hear sometimes, but they'll make a big difference at the end of the day. So getting into our clip here. So the first thing that I want to do with the EQ is I'm going to come in and take a look at my band 1, and I'm going to turn that on. And typically I'm going to set this at least 100 hertz. So anywhere between 100 or 120 hertz is usually a good place to set this for any kind of speaking track. So I'm going to set it, we'll just leave 103. That looks pretty good. And a lot of the things I'm going to mention here are in this paper too. So, if you're not sure, you can't remember, whatever, you can check back there. And a lot of the info we're going to talk about is right in there. So now I'm going to start with our, let's see. I think what I'd like to do, and I do this pretty often, is that I'm going to start with like band 4. Now, why do I start with band 4? Well, one, it's kind of a little farther up on my EQ here, but the first range that I kind of want to look in is in this 1000 to 2000K range. And that's because that's where a lot of the vocals live, for us, for speaking and for talking. You might find it a little bit below 1K. You might find it a little bit above. Obviously, if you have a deeper voice, it's going to be a little on the low side of that 1K. And if you have a higher pitched voice or maybe a female voice, it might be a little bit above the 2K. But you're going to find a lot of harsh sounds in that 1 to 2K range. So that's where I like to start. So now all I'm going to do is I'm going to come to my band 4. We've got our bell curve selected here. And I'm just going to grab number 4, and then I'm going to bring it all the way up like this. I want to come down to my Q factor right here, and I'm just going to crank that guy all the way up because I want to find specific frequencies that don't sound good. And you should hear it right when we start playing the clip here. Now, as I'm playing the clip, I'm going to grab my point and I'm just going to sweep it back and forth, kind of slow, and listening for anything that does not sound good. And that's where we're going to stop. So I'm going to play our clip and let's see what we could find here. What's happening, guys? Welcome to the first RESOLVECON 2021 here, hopefully an annual event. But we are going to be talking about a little bit of EQ here today, and we're going to try and make this audio sound the best we can using only the EQ. I've decided to use a lav mic here because I find that lav mics are notorious for needing a little EQ. So I don't know if you guys can hear it. Hopefully you can hear it coming through on your end. Headphones definitely helps. But there's almost like a little whistling or sharp sound in there. And this is like just a little bit below 2K there, about 1.9K. So once I get there, then I just want to drop that frequency down. So I'll play through the clip again as I drop it down and see if you can hear a difference here. Event. But we are going to be talking about a little bit of EQ here today, and we're going to try and make this audio. So I think that's good. Now, generally, I'll drop it around -5 dB. You don't want to go crazy and drop it way down like this, because then it's just going to sound weird. Things will get weird. You want to make small, subtle changes. You don't want to go too heavy-handed because it's just going to sound weird. So we're going to drop that down. I'll leave it right around there. Looks good for now. Now, since I did it around 2K, I know that there's also, for me, usually there's another spot somewhere around that 1K, maybe a little less than 1K that doesn't sound good too. So I'm going to do the same thing, but this time using band 3. So we've got our bell curve right here, which is perfect. I'm going to grab my 0.3, boost it up, and I'm going to actually increase my Q factor here. So we got a nice little peak there. So let's play through this clip and see what we got. Only the EQ. I've decided to use a lav mic here because I find that lav mics are notorious for needing a little EQ, right? To kind of clean them up, get rid of some of those harsh sounds and things that just don't sound good. So we're going to set our audio levels first, and then we're going to jump in and only use the EQ. You're going to see a little before and after difference here on what we can do with the EQ. All right, so somewhere around there, as well as a little bit lower, I heard a little something. So when you hear something that sounds bad in a frequency, like say it's right here, and then, we move to the left a little bit and it still sounds bad over there too, that's where you might want to open up this Q factor a little bit because it's going to affect more frequencies. So now that we open the Q up, let's just play through and give it a listen and see what we hear. And like I'm saying in this little clip here, I am using a lav mic because I find a lot of times lav mics, they just don't sound great to begin with. So a little bit of EQ can go a long way when you're using a lav mic. So let's just play through and hear how this sounds. Talking about a little bit of EQ here today, and we're going to try and make this audio sound the best we can using only the EQ. I've decided to use a lav mic here because I find that lav mics are notorious for needing a little EQ, right? All right, so I think that's pretty good right there. Again, a lot of these things are very minor, and you can sweep around. You'll find a few bad spots or things that don't sound good kind of in different ranges, but a lot of times, like I said, that's why we're looking in this 1 to 2K range. Generally, for my audio, I find a lot of problem areas a little below 1, round 2, somewhere in there. So you just got to sweep that point around until you find whatever part doesn't sound good in your particular clip. Now, this is going to vary based on microphone, based on your voice, based on your recording environment. There's a whole lot of factors that kind of, play into where should I apply some EQ or where should I reduce some frequencies. So anyway, we're going to drop this guy down 0.3. The next thing that I'm going to do is, I know I generally, with band 6 here, I kind of always take off a little bit of the top end, right? Because if there's anything that's real high pitched, kind of hissing or almost like staticky sometimes, a lot of that lives way up in the upper frequency. So I'm going to turn on band 6, and you can just leave it at the default, and that should be a good place to start. You don't want to roll it down too low because then you're going to start, chopping out some of the voice or the vocals, because there is some stuff that, makes it to that upper frequency range a little bit. So the next thing that I want to take a look at is I'm going to grab my band 2. I'm going to change this to our bell curve here. And same thing. A lot of times, if your audio clip is sounding a little muddy, or if you look at this sheet here, kind of broke down some frequency ranges for you. If you're sounding, boxy, a boomy kind of sound, it's not very clear. It sounds muddy. Sounds like there's too much bass. A lot of that is going to live in your lower frequency range. And one of my favorites on here is you got the 1 to 4.5K range. You got honky. That's one of my favorites there, honky. So it's interesting how people describe these sounds. And if you just do a little Google searching on audio stuff, you'll see some of these descriptions and kind of examples of what they sound like, but just to kind of help you know what to listen for, right? Because when you don't know what to listen for, how do you know what to listen for, right? So it just takes time to develop your ear. But I know that for me, a lot of times I'll get some muddy sounding audio down in this, maybe around the 200 to 300 range. And sometimes it's even up around, 600 hertz or something like that. So we're going to take our 0.2. I'm going to boost up my Q factor. And I'm just, again, going to boost this guy up, and I'm going to sweep it back and forth while I play through the clip and just see what sounds harsh, what sounds bad, what just doesn't sound good. So let's do that. What's happening, guys? Welcome to the first RESOLVECON 2021 here, hopefully an annual event, but we are going to be talking about a little bit of EQ here today. So right there is one spot that doesn't sound so hot, but I'm going to just sweep around a little bit more and continue to listen and see what I hear. And we're going to try and make this audio sound the best we can using only the EQ. I've decided to use a lav mic here because I find that lav mics are notorious for needing a little. So right in there kind of sounds, I don't know, it just doesn't sound good. It sounds a little boxy, not so hot. Whereas down this way, it doesn't sound great in certain spots, but I think it would be okay if we just leave the EQ where it is. So I'm going to try and just grab my gain here. And I'm using the knobs down here just so that way I can, bring that point straight down. Because if I grab it here, I might wiggle it back and forth or whatever. So when I'm reducing my frequencies, I like to just use the knob here to make sure I stay in one spot. So let's just play through this and see what we got here. We are going to be talking about a little bit of EQ here today. And I'm just going to turn it on and off for this particular band too, just to see if we can hear a difference here. And we're going to try and make this audio sound the best we can using only the EQ. I've decided to use a lav mic here because I find that lav mics are... So hopefully you guys can hear it. Like I said, a lot of these things are really subtle. I can hear that it sounds a little almost echoey, boxy, but then once I turn on the EQ, it kind of gets rid of that. So very subtle, but I can hear the difference on my end. Hopefully you guys can hear it as well. So I think that's pretty good for now. The next thing I'm going to do is come to my 0.5. Now, sometimes you can find some things that sound harsh in the 2 to 6, 7, 8K range. A lot of times, if your audio clip is not sounding too clear, maybe for whatever reason, it just doesn't sound crisp, right? It's a little hard to understand, still sounds a little bit muffled, even after working with the lower frequency end down this way a little bit. You can apply a little bit of a boost in EQ in the maybe 3 to 6K range will just help increase the clarity. And again, it's on this paper here, kind of tells you where you can kind of increase the clarity and the presence of the voice a little bit. And there's even some more info where if you were mixing like singing vocals, the higher up the EQ that you go, the more like air and breath and like kind of airy feeling you can add to a voice, especially for somebody who's singing, for example. But in this case, I'm going to change my 0.5 here to my bell curve, and I'm going to make this nice and wide. So that way it's going to affect a little bit more of that 3 to 7K range. So I don't know if we need it. I'm going to try it. We're going to see how it sounds, and then we're going to go from there. So let's just play through this clip and see what we got. Notorious for needing a little EQ, right? To kind of clean them up, get rid of some of those harsh, if I boost it too much, sounds and things that just don't sound good. It gets a little hollow. We're going to set our audio levels first, and then we're going to jump in. And if I bring it down, then it doesn't sound clear. And only use the EQ. You're going to see a little before and after difference here on. So a slight boost. I'll boost it just a little bit. So
hey,
now that
Jason, just letting you know, 15 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So now that we've got kind of like a basic EQ set up here, let's just play through it once with the EQ turned off. And then I'm going to turn it on when it gets somewhere around here. Let's see if we can hear a difference and see if it seems like we improved the audio at all. What's happening, guys? Welcome to the first RESOLVECON 2021 here, hopefully an annual event. But we are going to be talking about a little bit of EQ here today, and we're going to try and make this audio sound the best we can using only the EQ. I've decided to use a lav mic here because I find that lav mics are notorious for... So hopefully you guys can hear the difference. I feel like it kind of cleaned it up. It kind of tightened it up a little bit. And if you notice, I don't know if you guys notice, I happened to look over here at my meters while I was playing it back. And when you turn on the EQ, we do lose a little bit of our gain there, or our levels on our audio clip. So you would want to boost them back up, so that in your final audio here, you've got enough volume coming out of it, because we don't want it to be too quiet. Likewise, we don't want it to be peaking. So a couple ways you can do that. You can come back to your clip, grab the little white line over here and, bring it up and down a little bit. You can come in your EQ and use the gain knob right here, or the gain slider, I should say, and boost it up a little bit. And we might not need too much. So I'm going to start with it at 0 actually, and just play through the clip again. And then I'm going to boost it up. I'm going to watch my meters over here. I'm going to boost up my gain a little bit and try and get back to that, -10, -8 dB range. We are going to be talking about a little bit of EQ here today, and we're going to try and make this audio sound the best we can using only the EQ. I've decided to use a lav. So I think that looks pretty good. You could also do it with just the fader over here if you want. Again, a lot of the audio and this track in particular would benefit from some dynamics and working with the compressor a little bit, so we can kind of balance things out a little bit. Just looking at the waveforms here, you can see some of it's a little bit louder. Oh, we lost her. There we go. There we go. Coming back. Some of it's a little bit louder than the rest of it. So dynamics would help that out a lot too. So let's say we've gone ahead, we've created an EQ. Maybe you've got a standard, setup like I do here. I'm using the same microphone all the time, boom mic up here, and I don't want to have to recreate this EQ every single time that I work on a clip. Kind of goes to what Billy was talking about having, templates or presets or things that kind of help speed up your workflow, right? You want to be able to cruise through your edits quick. You don't want to have to reinvent the wheel every time, that you get going here. So to create a preset for our EQ, what I want to do is come on up to our Fairlight menu at the top of the screen up here. And you can come down to preset library. And I hope you guys can see this. I know, I think it was looking a little small, but hopefully you guys can see this. So in here, we've got our preset library. This is where you can save all kinds of presets here in Fairlight. If we click this little drop down, filter by, click the drop down, you can save EQ presets, dynamics, plugins, global track presets, which is, settings for the entire track, which includes, the dynamics, your plugins, your equalizer, includes all that stuff. Global bus presets for buses, and Fairlight configuration presets. So in this case, we just want to do equalizer presets. So I've got a bunch saved in here already. I put together a EQ preset pack. It's in my Shopify if you're needing a little help with, I don't know how to do EQs, I need some examples or whatever. You guys can check that out. But in order to save this EQ, what I want to do is select my audio track that has the EQ that I just worked with. So I only got one audio track in this case. So it's my audio 1 right here. So I'm going to click on that. And you can do save new. And that's going to bring up this little window, equalizer presets. Do you want to create a new one or update a current one? So we want to create a new one. And it's going to pop up this. You can name it whatever you like. I'm going to call it, I don't know, we'll just put an underscore. We're going to say test EQ. Go ahead and save that. And that's it. You have a EQ preset that's all set to go. So how do I apply this preset? Well, let's say, I've got another audio track here. I'm good to go. And I want to apply it to this particular track. I'm going to reset the EQ just so you can see it get applied here. Again, come up to Fairlight at the top. Come on down to presets library. And you make sure filter by, again, EQ presets. Now here it is, test EQ. That's the one I want to apply. You want to make sure that you have the track that you want to apply it to selected. And if you have more than one track, maybe, in this example, I've got the same, same setup, same microphone, all on the same, from the same recording, but I separated it out for whatever reason to different audio tracks. You can apply the EQ preset to more than one track at a time, which comes in super handy. A lot of times I actually do have audio from the same setup on different tracks. So you just select your tracks that you want. In this case, just the audio one, that's all I want. And then just hit apply. And we can see right here now it's applied the EQ onto our track. And same, just to see it apply a different one, I'd come to, the brassy vocal, audio 1, apply, and the EQ gets applied there right onto our track. So it's pretty easy to save them, and then recall them back up. I actually have a global preset that I use for my setup here because, like I said, it's the same. So I have, I've got some effects in there. I use a multi-band compressor, a little de-esser. Also have my dynamic setup. So all that I package up in one global preset, which is pretty nice. You just drop that bad boy on there and you're good to go. You don't have to go through and fiddle with everything. Then really, for my case, all I have to do is adjust the audio levels. But the EQ here is just, it's a super powerful tool. And if you're only going to use one thing in Fairlight here, I think the EQ is the way to go. It's not that hard. I mean, honestly, you could just pick a couple points, drag things around, look for anything that doesn't sound good, and then reduce those frequencies a little bit. And it's going to help your audio sound better. And I mean, you don't want to go crazy with it. Like we talked about, look for things that sound harsh to you. If it doesn't sound good to you, there's a good chance it ain't going to sound good to other people as well. So that's kind of the basics of working with the EQ here. I mean, you can go into a lot more info as far as where to look in different frequencies for all kinds of different things. Again, the sheet's got a lot of info in there that can help you out as far as where to start. But if you don't even know where to start, what to do, anything, grab one point, pull it all the way up on that EQ and just slide it back and forth as you listen to your clips. And guaranteed, you're going to find something that doesn't sound so good. So that's about it for the EQ here in a nutshell. And I've got a lot more videos on EQ, crash course, as well as other Fairlight tutorials on my YouTube channel. I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen them. And if you're interested in any of the effects, I've done tutorials on a lot of that kind of stuff. So head on over to my channel. You can check out that if you're interested in learning more about Fairlight. So I think that's about it for this section here.
Awesome. Jason, thank you so much. Are you ready for Q&A?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Cool. Awesome. So we've got a few questions about, let's see, the headphones. So do you EQ with headphones or monitor speakers?
So you can do it with either one. For me, I always use headphones. I don't have monitor speakers. I was working off a MacBook Pro laptop, so the speakers on there are not great. And now I'm actually using one of those M1 Mac Minis. And the speaker on that is not great either. So headphones are a great way to go. But if you've got monitor speakers that give you good audio, that's perfectly fine. One thing to think about when you're looking for headphones for audio work is you want to look for like a studio monitor. You don't want to use headphones that artificially like boost the bass, like Beats headphones or like Bose headphones. They sound great when you're listening to music and stuff, but when you're looking for specific frequencies and really trying to fine tune your audio, you want headphones that are going to give you like a good clean sound. You don't want it to artificially, boost different areas and make things sound better, when you're listening to music and things, but you want to be able to pick things out and just really hear what the audio actually sounds like, the raw audio. So that way you've got a better idea of what you're working with and where to find the things that don't sound so good, in your audio tracks. So.
Excellent. Thank you. Another one, let's see. A number of people have asked, what's the difference? Well, first off, can you show people how to bring up that EQ window?
Sure. Yep. So to bring up the EQ, I'm in Fairlight here, and you want to have your mixer open. So if you don't have the mixer open, it's right up here on the top right corner of your screen. Open that up. And then in the mixer, you actually have a section that's called EQ, which is right here. So to bring up the EQ, all you have to do is just double click on it. And that's going to bring up this EQ window for you. And this is the full-blown EQ that's applied on a track level. This is not on a clip level. This is on a whole track level. So any change you make here is going to be applied to this entire audio track. If you want to do it, do some EQ work on just a specific clip, you're going to have to use the EQ that's in the inspector. And to find that, you would click on your clip, open up the inspector, either in Fairlight here or over in the edit tab. And then right here is the EQ under your audio section. It's a more basic EQ, but you can still work with it here if you need to. So those are the two places where you can access the EQ.
Awesome. And with that EQ, can you explain, because a lot of people have asked, what the EQ type is, the earth, air.
Right. So the equalizer type, you've got earth, air, ice, fire. So what this is it just emulates different styles of EQ from like before, before digital stuff, more like trying to think of the best way to explain it. It just changes the way the EQ operates a little bit. Most of the time, if you're a beginner at EQ, you're probably not going to really need to change these. I would just leave it on earth. And even myself, I leave it on earth most of the time. If you click through these, you can see it changes the EQ just a little bit. It's just the way the EQ responds to the settings that you put into it. And it emulates like older setups. I'm just going to say from back in the day, because I don't know specifically. I've read about it a little bit, but most of the time for me and what I do, you're not going to need to change it. I would just leave it on earth. So that's kind of that in a nutshell.
Cool. When you were going over presets, can you create a preset to apply at the clip level instead of a track level?
So the presets that we looked at here, which are Fairlight preset library, these can only be applied on a track level because you can save it here, and then you've only got the option to select your entire track. You can't select just one clip. You've got no options to select just a clip. As far as applying an EQ to just one particular clip, I don't think that you can do that. I mean, I don't know. I've never actually tried. But if you selected your clip and then we come into, an inspector here, whether it's edit or here in the Fairlight, I mean, there's nowhere to apply an EQ. So I could be wrong, but I'm going to say there's no way to apply, a specific EQ to a clip that I know of off the top of my head. Generally, when I'll use this EQ is if, let's say, I use the same microphone for an entire recording, and maybe I was outside filming something, then I'm in my studio and there's little differences between, how I film the clip and what they sound like. If it just needs little changes, what I'll do is I'll apply, a track level EQ to the entire track. And then if specific clips need a little bit of adjustment, then I would select that particular clip, jump into one of these, the smaller EQ that's in the inspector here, and I can make a little adjustment, maybe, I don't know, around say, on this clip, I don't know, 500 Hertz, something just didn't sound good in a particular, clip. I can just drop it down a little bit. And these are kind of additive, right? So when you adjust one, it's just going to add on top of whichever one you've already applied. So typically I'm going to do the EQ in Fairlight first. And then if I need any little adjustments, I might do it in the inspector. But if I needed, a lot of adjustments, or they were very different sounding audio and I wanted to try and get them a little closer, I would drop that audio clip into a new track so that I've got the more robust EQ to try and, match up the audio from the two different clips. So.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. The next question, it's not necessarily EQ, but a person asked about noise reduction. Any quick advice for removing noise in Fairlight?
Right. So noise reduction depends on the kind of noise. If you're trying to remove music from behind somebody talking, you're not going to be able to do that in Resolve. You need something more advanced to be able to do that. If you've got just a little bit of background noise, my go-to tool to try and get rid of that first is a gate. So a gate is going to say anything that is, below a certain dB level, cut it out. Just mute the audio. I don't want to hear it. And that can work good if you've got some, low noise in the background. It's going to cut out any background noise that you have in between you talking. And the gate or the expander, they both work in a similar way. They're going to help you a lot. And those would be my first go-to options. The next thing I would try is the noise reduction that's here, the noise reduction effect. So if you came into your effects, noise reduction, and this guy right here. Now, in my experience, I haven't had great luck with this noise reduction, the built-in one. I just find for me, it doesn't work that great. It can help a little bit, but I find most of the time it just makes the audio sound a little weird, distorted. I don't know. I'm just not a fan of it. I do have another noise reduction tool from Acusonos, and that works a lot better than the built-in one in Resolve. So there's other plugins that you can use that I'm sure work even better. But that's kind of how I started working with noise reduction. I like the gate and the expander first, see how that works, and then move on to other things. You can even try and EQ out some noise depending on what that noise is and what it sounds like. So that's kind of how I handle noise reduction.
Awesome. Jason, I think that's going to wrap us up for your presentation. So any last things, Jason?
No, that's it. I mean, if you guys want to learn more about Fairlight, definitely check out my channel. I've got tons of Fairlight videos on there. I've got, more information about EQs and gates and expanders, all that kind of stuff, effects. So you can check that out. And if you're looking for some EQs, presets just to kind of get started, or you just, want some presets you can throw in, I do have them in my Shopify page. If you're interested in that, you can check that out too. But always feel free to drop a question, drop a comment somewhere, and I'm more than happy to help you out and try and get your audio sounding awesome here in DaVinci Resolve.
Awesome. Jason, thank you so much for your time and sharing just some awesome tips about working with how to make your dialogue so much better in Fairlight. Again, guys, show him some love, go to the channel and hit that subscribe button and watch all the videos there. Okay, so it's time to move on to the next thing. And we are going to look for, I think this is, yep, this is our sponsor video. So again, we want to give a huge thank you to Artlist, who is a sponsor for this RESOLVECON. All right, so we're going to have the sponsor video come up after this and take a look. Thank you. And we'll be back with Mr. Patrick Sterling. We're going to be back with Patrick Sterling, who's going to talk about using graphic templates, using macros in the Fusion page. So, all right. Thank you. Check out the Artlist video.
From the moment this ad started, this many videos have been uploaded to YouTube. You want to stand out? Then you need the best music for your videos. Get unlimited access to Artlist's complete music catalog with amazing new music added daily that's pre-checked for monetization. It doesn't matter what kind of creator you are or how big your channel is. With Artlist, you're free to create. Start now and stand out.
Specifically, creating some really cool graphics templates using macros. Oh, all right. Hey everyone, I'm gonna repeat everything that I just said. So welcome back. Thanks for sticking with us. We are super excited to have our next presenter, Patrick Sterling. He is going to talk about Fusion and how you can use macros to create some really cool graphics templates that you can use over and over. That'll absolutely speed up your workflow for your YouTube content, broadcast, streaming, and so much more. Now on Patrick's YouTube channel, not only does he have all these awesome tutorials on Resolve and the Fusion page, he's also got some really, really cool presets that you can download, like his custom energy effects, the proto pack, and he's going to be showing you guys some of that today. So please go check out his page and give him a sub. All right. Without further ado, here is Patrick.
Hi. Hello. How's it going? I am doing great. I'm super happy to be here. Are you all as nervous as I am? I hope not, because that'd be weird because you are just watching the stream. Okay, I am lucky enough to get to be able to talk about the most exciting thing inside all of Resolve. At least I believe so. Hey everyone, chat's fun. I'm talking about Fusion macros. They're very exciting. And if you have been ignoring the Fusion page or a little hesitant to jump in the Fusion page, this is a really big reason you should give it a shot. Now, speaking generally about Fusion, when I first started using Resolve, originally I jumped in for some of the advanced color grading. I was round tripping to Premiere for a while before I moved completely into Resolve. And I saw the Fusion page, and I saw that it was node-based. And that in itself is like, I don't know how I feel about this. But I recognized like, okay, node-based, it's probably great for compositing, maybe some 3D stuff. I'm not too sure about like motion graphics or 2D stuff. I was wrong, because Fusion is rad. And especially with some of the updates, that have come in more recent versions. The interplay between Fusion and the edit page and the cut page is super exciting. So that's what we're going to talk about today. And we're going to be talking about Fusion macros. Cool. So I use Fusion macros and sort of Resolve presets and templates and sometimes plugins almost interchangeably. And they're really not, but the way I make presets and I make templates, they are. And they are the pathway to some amazing abilities. So real quick, we're gonna demo some stuff. These are all free presets I have on my channel. And you can do some pretty rad stuff like this. Okay, check this out. This is a layout like I would have for my tutorials. And you can see I have this video down here, but this entire process of shrinking down video into the corner is a preset. If I toggle that off, whoop, we come back to full screen video. I have some transform controls after the fact. If I completely delete that effect and come over into my effects, scroll all the way down, I have tutorial camera, and it even previews this for you. You can drop that on the clip. It shrinks it down in the corner. This is the power of Fusion macros. Anything you do in the Fusion page, any effect you design, transition, even some advanced effects or 2D work, titles, generators, you can package up and it can be drag and drop on the edit page. Very cool. And then we have some simple stuff like masking. This one I like a lot. If the color page is still a little intimidating, I have just taken the simple color corrector node from Fusion and made it an edit page effect. If you just need to pull down saturation or contrast a bit, you can do that on the edit page now. You should probably learn to use the color page. I should probably learn to use the color page. Some more stuff. This is cool, a little more advanced. This is an effect, drag and drop it on any video, and it transforms that. It just puts it on a 3D image plane. You can do all sorts of cool stuff. Basic 3D text. Okay, that is even some of the basic stuff. Again, another simple effect. I have this video, and this will start to demonstrate why I really like Fusion macros for the kind of things that I do. I do tutorials on YouTube, and that's fairly repetitive, and a lot of my graphics and animations are repetitive. So I have created a YouTube end screen preset. If I have my last few clips in a video and I want to transition them into a sort of YouTube end screen layout, then I just grab this YouTube end screen preset, drag and drop it on the clip, and over the course of the beginning of that clip, the video just slides into the corner so that I can finish up the main bulk of of that tutorial, what I'm talking about, but also I can display a little message. I can say, "Yup, for watching, yay." And then another one right now in my videos, this is where I thank my YouTube members. And then these gray boxes perfectly line up with the default option when you upload a YouTube video to link to other videos. And now, if you notice in the background, I even have a low opacity blurred version of this video. And so, sorry. So this is a fairly advanced animation made drag and drop. Some really cool things recently I've been messing with just in the world of macros are dynamic presets for the edit page. Check this out. I have this video and I have dropped on it my master progress bar preset. So this little pink bar right now, of course, we can change this color to anything we want. Over the course of this clip, that bar stretches just to fill the screen. You see this a lot on like social clips. But what's cool about this is if I extend both of these clips, then where the progress bar used to end here, now over the new course of the clip, it's jumping around a little bit because of cache issues, but you can clear those out. It takes even longer. Dynamic to the length you stretch it on the edit page. Super cool. what I really love is this, my countdown preset. This, you have a number of different options, including just a clean countdown. And hey, this is a 16-second countdown. That's kind of odd, but hey, if you extend it, now it's a 32-second countdown. Extend this as long as you want on any timeline, in any video frame rate, it will just work. This is what we're talking about when we talk about the power of Fusion macros. Oh, and of course, like Sherwin said, I also have Proto, which is my custom energy effect tutorial, sort of my first swing at the Saber plugin from Video Copilot. Super cool. This is wild, but on this specifically, it touches on one of the main reasons I'm so passionate about macros and presets, and specifically ones that have given away up to this point. And that is this little button up here, if you are seeing that. Next to this undo button, you have this button to load up this instance of the effect in the Fusion page. So if I click that, and this button will appear on any preset or effect you drop in a timeline. If you click this, it will load up the Fusion page. Let me get rid of that, right. And you will see your preset as a stack of grouped, as a group of stacked nodes here. Now, don't be alarmed, but if you double click this, you will see this. This is the node tree. I didn't do any crazy advanced coding to make this preset. I built it entirely in Fusion using the tools that are included in Fusion. And then I made a group. I told it, hey, add these controls. And now anyone can drag and drop it on the edit page. It's very cool. But this ability to open it up means that it is super valuable for you. This is a very valuable like educational resource. Sorry. If you want to dive into the Fusion page, these presets are the easiest way to learn. You can open any of them up, see how any of them were built. A great place to start with this is the included text presets, like simple lower thirds that slide on or scale on. Those are all Fusion presets. You can open them up in Fusion, see exactly how they were built. Now, real quick here, let me show you one of my favorite hidden, not so hidden secrets in DaVinci Resolve. Inside the Fusion page, you have your effects library where you mostly have all the tools that you can build represented as individual nodes. But there is a templates folder here. And inside the Fusion folder there, you have all these categories. These come free in Resolve. If you have the free version of Resolve, these are on your system right now. My favorite to show off is down here in Motion Graphics, Radar 2. Let me real quick drag that in. And if I preview the last node, you see we have this really cool radar effect. And these particles come towards the center. We have a sweeping bar. This is cool. This is really cool. And you can see exactly how they built it node by node. They started with a square. They made that square darker. They made it a line. They made it a grid. They made it a circular grid. And then you can learn what each of these nodes do. You can see what effects they changed. Ooh, it's cool. Specifically, when I found this effect, a whole world opened up for me. But that is super exciting. Last one, just because it's really cool. Effects. If I scroll down, I have a TikTok preset. If anyone's making TikToks, I mocked up this screen recording like this guy was playing video games. I have a vertical timeline, and if I just drag and drop this effect on that, it repositions assets. And in the effects panel in the inspector, you have these custom controls. You just change that. You can change this camera size, all sorts of stuff. And you can also save these after the fact, depending on how you do them. And like, boom, I've made a TikTok. Let's talk about what we are going to make today. I'm gonna hop over to this build where I have a Fusion composition here. And if I jump over to the Fusion page, you'll see I already have a few assets in here. We're going to make a simple graphic that you might see on a YouTube video. It is a simple pop-up with the YouTube logo, and it shows your current subscriber count or something close to it, and then a little subscribe button that we will click. Now, you could design this in like any software, even in Fusion, and you could export that video and then just toss on your videos. But we are going to use macros so that this is a little bit of a dynamic preset. We're going to keep it pretty simple, but you're going to be able to update it regularly. It's going to be cool. Okay, let's talk about what we have here. I have a few things I've already dragged in. One of these is this YouTube logo. I believe a link or this file was included in the downloadable assets if you want to follow along or see this one. If not, this is pulled right from the YouTube brand assets. Like they give this away for people to do stuff with, and we're not going to mess with it in any way that would contradict those guidelines. So we have that. Then we have this simple background node with a mask. On that mask, it is just a rectangle mask. I pulled up corner radius. So we have this nice little red sort of stretched ellipse deal. This is going to be our subscribe button. And even over here in text, we have subscribe. Whew. Yes. Yeah, like that. Awesome. Yes, I will keep that in mind. That's where I can go. Cool. Good. Okay. Now, if you haven't done anything in Fusion, yes, it is intimidating. But it's all about the flow. I think maybe for people who are a little bit more visual, it makes sense. Here's another thing. When I talked about opening up all of these Fusion macros to learn, Fusion makes that easy. You have a node tree. You can see where it starts, you can see where it ends. And the first thing we're going to talk about here is that you have two preview windows. If I pull up this YouTube icon, if I press 1, it pulls it up on this viewer. And on this text, I press 2 to pull it up on the second viewer. You can preview any link in your node tree at any time. So that is super useful for that educational thing we talked about. You can select an individual node, select the next node, see what's changed, and learn from there. Super cool. I was going somewhere else, but that's okay. Okay, let's talk basics of building a node tree. You can see we already have these two nodes linked. You have this background node that was red, and then a mask node coming into that. Masks are a little interesting because they look like they are above their source clip in the timeline or in the node tree. But they still, if you preview this background, even though it is after the mask, a better way to think about it is exclusively with mask, it is being worked upon by the mask. So if I preview just the mask, then we just have this traditional black and white image that you would see in masks or mats or other things. So it is saying, hey, only show the area that is white. If we preview the background, boom, that's where it is. If I disconnect this node, the entire screen would be red, but we have a mask on that. Now, if I go ahead and take this text node, this little gray square here is the output of that node. And if I take the output of that node, hold and drag, we'll have this little pick whip deal. If I connect that to the output of this background node, it will automatically create a merge node. And then if we preview that merge node, boom, that text is now on that red shape. And important things to note, a merge node can only connect two sources. And those are shown as this little yellow input and this green input. The yellow is always the background. You'll notice the only reason you can see this white text is that it is pasted on top of this red shape here. If you want to change that, the simple control for that is to hold the merge, click Control T, and it swaps them around. I didn't delete the text. The text is now just behind this shape, but we want it the other way. Awesome. Now I'm going to select these, move this over here. I'm going to grab this YouTube icon, and let's go ahead. I'm going to take that icon, connect it to the output of the merge, and just pull that down here. And this, for instance, it's not super necessary. Let me rearrange some of this to a way I like better. I generally like to build my node tree like left to right. That makes sense for me. But on this merge, I do want this red on the background. And now it's time to touch on some best practices. Whatever comes first in your node tree will set the dimensions of the space you're going to be working in. So this icon, it's only 734 by 518, but I want a full HD background. So here's what I recommend on almost everything you build at. I'm going to click a background node. I pull this up in viewer 1. Hey, it's this black background. If you pull down the alpha over here, now it is just a transparent layer. I always like to start with a transparent layer in the appropriate resolution I want to be working with. If you start with footage and bring that into the Fusion page, that's a good way of setting your resolution, but you got to be careful, because if you are working on, say, a 1080 timeline, but you're using 4K footage, if you select that clip, open it in the Fusion page, it'll bring in that clip at its full source resolution. And if you are working in Fusion in 4K and your system isn't quite there, you might have some issues. So on here, what we're going to do, I'm quickly going to delete this merge again, and we're going to connect this icon to this background node. And now if we preview that merge in 2, you'll see we have this full HD backdrop, and this YouTube icon is still full resolution, but at its appropriate resolution in the scene. We're going to grab our little text subscribe button, then take the output of that back into this YouTube icon. And now here we have this final merge so far. If we preview that, we have our logo and the subscribe button. We are going to drop one, we're going to create and drop one more asset into this scene. But before we do that, we're going to talk about some simple node tree management and transform effects. This is cool. Now, the way node trees work is you can put effects at any link in the chain, right? So if you press Shift Space, maybe not. Oh no. I think my screen share. Okay. This is going to be interesting. Normally, you could click Shift Space and it would pull up a search bar to scan through all your tools, and you could type it out and then import into your scene. I'm pretty sure I could do that blind if I just did Shift Space, transform. It would add transform node, but you didn't see it. But you also have different options. Again, in this effects library, you have tools. Here are all the tools. You could always search here for transform. And then you also have this bar here for some of your most popular tools. This one right here is transform. Or if you run into issues, you can just go at it blind. And I added a little transform. Let's look at this. Oh, that's probably it. I'm good from here on out. I don't think anything else should pop up. Oh, we will have to do that later for the macros pop up. Cool. Oh, sorry, Casey just talked in my ear. We're going to change up some control things. So it's sort of like what Jason ran into. We might be running into the same thing. We had a pop-up on screen that the capture didn't catch. So we're going to change that up. because especially later in the process, we're going to have a really important pop-up. We're going to go to standby for just a second. Stick around. Okay, hi. Thanks for sticking around. We did some troubleshooting, found the culprit. You want to know what it should look like when you press Shift Space? This. This is your little select tool prompt. You could type in transform, enter, add a little transform node. Hooey, let's get going. Okay, transform node. I'm viewing the last node here in this chain, and I can add this transform node at any point. Boom. Now on this transform node, the only thing before this transform node is this YouTube logo. So if I pull down size, the only thing that changes is the YouTube logo, right? So I'm gonna pull down the size, and then I'm gonna hold this transform and press Shift. That will disconnect it. This is just to demonstrate. But then if I go and take this final merge, pull that into the transform, and I'll pull this merge up on 1. And if I pull the transform up on 2, the entire scene scales down because this transform, the entire scene is coming into the transform. That's how node trees work. Nodes only affect the things before them in the tree. Awesome. Let's create our scene. We are going to add one little square for our subscriber count. And the first thing we're going to do is on this first merge with the YouTube logo coming in, inside each merge for the foreground, it adds a mini set of those transform controls. So if I pull up this Shift, I can scale just the YouTube logo up a bit, and we're going to add our little YouTube counter here. Ooh, I am feeling some kind of way. I'm going to click this background node button here, pull that on up in viewer 1. In the inspector, I'm going to pull up our 3 bars. So we have this white background, and I am going to add a simple rectangle mask by clicking this button. Awesome. And I can change those mask controls. This is something I really like. Might be a little hard to see. But even if I am previewing this background on viewer 2, on viewer 1, because I have this mask selected, you can see the outline of this mask. So I can position things before they're even connected in the same node tree. I'm just going to bring this down here and change the scale of this a little bit and just make sure it's centered. This is a really thin line. It might be hard to see, but the controls are here. And now I know that when I connect this new background to the merge, if I preview that final merge, hey, we have this box right in place. I am going to scale this in a little bit, something like there. Cool.
Hey, Patrick,
Hey.
there's 15 minutes left.
Okay, let's do it. Hey, we need numbers for our subscriber count. Let's give it a little 10,000. I just hit 10,000 subscribers on my channel. That's super rad. I'm changing these text controls to make this black text. We're gonna actually scale up this rectangle and take this text, connect it to this white background. Now this merge has both of those together. Back on text, bring it down, scale it up, boom. And then I can take that merge back into this guy. Now we have this. Cool. This is great. This is also static. You know what we need? Animation. I'm gonna get rid of this guy. And we're gonna do some cool stuff. I'm going to create a transform node after this entire scene. And I'm going to come in a good few frames on the transform. I'm going to set a keyframe in the inspector on center, come back to the beginning, slide that off. Make sure your transform is selected on viewer 2 so you can actually see what's happening. Slide that off. It'll come on, and then I'm just going to real quick mirror that at the end. Keyframe, it slides back down. Boom, we've just animated. Our graphic slides on, holds. Heyo, I forgot I did that. And then it slides off. Hey, this subscribe button just changed. I forgot I had animation on that already. let me delete that. Move all color group, and that should be the only thing. Oh, and text. We're moving some stuff. You saw us a little sneak ahead. Okay, let's remake what I just deleted. Pop up. We want this button to change from subscribe to subscribed. So we're gonna do that about in this middle. Let's start with the text, right? Text, set a keyframe on that. If I press the forward arrow key, I can just type in subscribed in all caps. And if you keyframe back and forth, hey, that changes over that frame. Super cool. Now, on this red background, we want that color change to align with that. So I am going to go back one more frame on this background in the inspector. I'm going to rechange these to get this bright gray that we sort of saw earlier. A real quick way to make sure that these all stay aligned is to copy these numbers, paste, paste. You have this gray. Oh, of course, set a keyframe for that. I'm going back. Then you can relink to this red color. So it's red. It changes to subscribed. In Spline Viewer, I'm going to go ahead and make those sure that those are aligned because they were not. Hey, yo, we're cruising a little bit, but that's okay. That's good for now. If I had a few minutes back, you know what I would do? I would add a little transform node here to really sell that click. Little scale down, keyframe, little scale up. But that is cool. Scales on, click subscribe to subscribed, scales back off. Now, let's talk about how to make this a macro. Don't worry, it's very easy. Now, because of how we built this, we do most of the time when you load into Fusion, it will already have a media out node, which will send whatever you made on the Fusion page back to the edit page. I'm not entirely sure if you need this for the macro here, but we're going to do it. I'm going to make that. I'm going to select all of these nodes, right click, and go to macro, create macro. That will give you this setup. Now, the only thing we need to worry about is this subscriber count number here, and that is on this text to node. So I'm going to scan through here until I see text 2. I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to click styled text. That's it. You can even change the styled text to like subscriber count. Awesome. And name this something like YT subs. And then the magic, you're going to do file, save as group. If you go save as group, you could do save as group is better. And this will load up the prompt. By default, this will be the default area where you save macros for use inside Fusion. We're going to go to the desktop where I have this RESOLVECON folder, and I'm just going to save it there. And this is a .setting file. That's just a text document of all these nodes saved together. You could copy that and paste it back in, and all these nodes would be there. But let's see the magic. I'm going to click save. I'm going to close. And then in the Fusion page, make sure my effects library is open. I'm going to come to templates, edit, and I'm going to look at these. I'm going to go to generators. And on generators, I'm going to come up to these 3 dots here and go to show folder. That will load up this where some of my custom generators are. And then I just need to pull up where I saved that preset just now. Hey, YouTube subs. I'm going to drag that over into generators. You should see it update here. It'll kick you out. You can go to generators, scroll down, YouTube subscribe at the bottom. Sometimes it's a little hit or miss whether this needs a restart to get to the edit page. Let's find out. If I jump to the edit page, I come down my timeline. I can go back, back to my demo timeline either. where I have this YouTube end screen. I will delete that end screen so it just looks like a normal video. If I open my effects library, go to generators, and I scroll down, hey, YouTube subscribe is there. If I drag that onto my timeline, boom, we have a handy little graphic. YouTube subs. YouTube subscribe is the demo one I made. YouTube subs. Drag that on. Ooh, you know what else I didn't do? So I didn't scale it down. This is fun. You can always scale it down on the edit page. Let's do that. Or we can pretend I actually made it correctly and we'll use my demo project. All this would be another transform at the end of our thing to scale it down to its proper size. But we're flying a little bit. So our little graphic comes up on screen. This one does have the click for the subscribe. It looks nice, right? And then it scales down. Here is the selling point. If you want to use this on YouTube videos, and you want your audience to be able to follow along as you get more subscribers, this is the benefit of doing it this way, because you can edit it every video, not by jumping into the Fusion page, but because we checked the box for that text node on that macro export window. If I click this and open my inspector, go to generators, I have a block here where I could enter in any new number. As long as it's like under 1 million, that's about as big as we have room for here. So if you just hit 100 subscribers, you could check it in, or if you got 1,000, awesome. Now, the last thing, if you want to sell it a little bit more, when we have this click, oh yes, I already have that keyframe in place. We have this 1,000. Right before the click, set a keyframe. Yeah. Then with the click, set another keyframe. Boom. 1,001. Click. Click. They subscribed. Your subscriber count went up. That's cool. And in a really small way, I hope that demonstrates the broader power of Fusion macros. If you're going through the effort of animating something so it looks really nice, just package it up, save it as a macro. And then the other crazy thing with that is that these macros are also just text files. You can send them super easy online. It's an amazing way to do troubleshooting, is to just send these macros, or even even if you copy just nodes in Fusion, they paste as plain text. It's super cool. And I really think this is an area where there will be a lot of development pretty soon. Like there are already plenty of people out there. I have some free presets out there. I'm working on a pack of paid presets. That's my first product. It's super exciting. So this is a very small way to demonstrate that. Again, this, you have one thing you can change. On my proto plugin, you have a lot of things you can change. So definitely start experimenting, jumping in. It's also really fun. I don't think as many people talk about that. And this is also an area you can be an expert in Resolve and not have touched this at all. I think even the macro system, even people who have used that in the Fusion page maybe haven't looked at it in this unique way. So that's the main thing. The other big thing recently is the DRFX files, which is a way of packaging these up so they're really easy to install. And that's just a matter of folder structure, and then you zip it up and rename that zip file. But that, I know I was flying for that last bit. I would love to answer specific questions or show off anything else. So I would love to transition into Q&A as soon as people are ready for that.
Cool. That is awesome, Patrick. That's so cool. Macros are freaking amazing. Thanks for showing us just a little dip into the waters of macros. So before we get into the Q&A, I do want to announce that after our Q&A, we are going to do another giveaway. So stay tuned for that. And that giveaway is going to be a full year subscription to Artlist, our event sponsor. All right, so Q&A. So go ahead, everyone, drop your questions for Patrick in the chat. I've got a few to ask him right now. There's one specifically about actually your presets. J&W Studios asked, does Proto use add-on glows from Reactor like Xglow?
No. Right now, Proto is completely using native tools inside Resolve. I have like toyed with like adding things, and even on my own, I've experimented, especially with Tintensity. That really mimics some of like the, I forget the specific name of the other video copilot color plugin, Color Vibrance, I believe. And that works, that plays really well with it. But for just accessibility, that is made completely in Fusion.
Okay, cool. Thank you. We have another question. It's about resolution independent projects or different resolutions. So if you've got a 4K and a 1080 project, do you need to do 2 macros?
You don't. The thing, Fusion has a really cool, like flexible, really coordinate system. So if I'm remembering it correctly, at the bottom left-hand corner in the coordinate space is always 0, 0. The top right is always 1, 1. So as long as you're working in a timeline that is the same aspect ratio, whatever resolution you do, if you're using like default backgrounds and effects and that sort of thing, even transforms, it will perfectly scale within that system. There are something you can uncheck off, and that's called just default resolution. You can uncheck that, so you can lock it to a resolution. But if you're working in 16:9, it'll always work the same. I've done some like vertical and TikTok type stuff. Sometimes, like in my progress bar, it's a strength because I'm just saying, hey, go around the corners. So even when the corners drastically change, it goes around the corners. On other things, like some of my social pop-ups, like it broke them initially to use them in that form factor.
Awesome. Cool. So there is another question. How would you roll the numbers from, or animate them from 0 to 1,000 for your subscribers?
Ooh, even on this thing, even on this example we have, I only set keyframes right at the click. So if I like clear out those keyframes, then you could like come on with a keyframe at 0 and like end with a keyframe at 1,000. That would be, nope, because it recognizes it as text, not numbers. Whoops. It depends if you want commas. This is something I've recently been exploring. Commas are interesting. It does time code better, like my countdown. Right now, I don't have a great solution for commas. There are some promising things, but they get like a little more in depth with code than I have previously. Yes, because by default, if you type numbers in that styled text, it won't recognize them numbers. It'll recognize them as text. So when it gets to the second keyframe, it'll just tick to that number. I believe if you don't want commas, you can just use like normal time code and count up, which is sort of like what my countdown does. But not a super flexible way, I believe.
Got it. Okay. Another question, how can you make dynamic keyframes to stretch animations depending on your duration?
Yes, that gets into another whole field that is very exciting. The included title presets. do that by using a node called keyframe stretcher, where you have like something animating in, and the way the node works is it animates in. You say what the beginning of your clip is, what the end of your clip is, and like where the middle ground is, and it will dynamically stretch that middle ground to be as long as you need it to be. If you pull in like this center reveal, it animates back out, but if you stretch this, it holds and then does that. More recently in 17, in Resolve 17, we got the anim curves modifier. That's how I'm doing some of the really cool stuff in my presets. I know Mr. MRALEXTECH has talked a lot about that. He has some really useful things about that. I'm planning to, maybe I talked about keyframe stretcher in a video. I can't remember, but I'm planning to go in depth on anim curves modifier. It is really the secret to those dynamic things, like my progress bar. Like you can set up any animation to say, hey, over the course of however long it is, stretch it. To text, to other things, it's wild. It's very cool.
That's cool. Thanks. Next one. I hope I'm getting the question right. So if this person wanted to drop an effect on a compound clip and have it automatically utilize the clips in the compound clip, they're asking if I would make the macro a generator.
Neither. That is, okay, so you have your basic categories here in the effects library. This isn't something I went over. You have generators and titles, which like you just drag on and they exist as a clip. Transitions, which can be macros, you need that transition point to drop it there. And effects, you need a source clip to drop them onto. But here's the cool thing really quick. If I do something funky, like scale this up, you can select any number of clips, right click, and turn them into a fusion clip, which is sort of like a compound clip. But if you look at that fusion clip and open it in the fusion page, you see that it maintains two media ins for each of those clips. So that makes it possible for stuff. I can't search right now. Like my recent split screen effect. This might be what that guy was, not a specific effect, but so inside this fusion clip are two copies of this clip. If I take this master split screen, drag it on, then it starts off with one, but the second one slides into frame like you're on a phone call or something. I believe, I don't know if this actually kept that transform or not. I don't believe so. So if you had two different clips, this would be way more obvious. But you could do this with any number of clips. You could create a macro to like create a collage effect of 10 different video sources. As long as you selected all those video sources, made them a fusion clip, you could just drag and drop this one effect and it would reposition all 10 of those source clips.
Cool. All right. Let's see. I think we have some time for other questions. Are you cool with a couple more questions?
Yeah, of course. It's
awesome.
fun.
So here's a somewhat easy one. How can you directly export or render an image sequence with an alpha from Fusion and not from the deliver page?
You cannot. If you want to take something, you can from the standalone Fusion, but the process that uses it is not it's not included in the Fusion that's inside Resolve. You need to properly export something, you need to export through the deliver page. They have changed that recently to include alpha through single clip. You used to have to do individual clips, but now as long as your as long as the codec and different stuff allows alpha, you will have this option to export alpha. And you could always set like custom in and out points to only export one thing you want, but you do need to export on the deliver page.
Okay. Good one. How to share a Fusion preset among projects, similar to like power bins.
Yeah. You can't. Well, okay. So what we did, we added that YouTube thing, and that is down here in the effects library. That will be available across projects. I will say power bins are good for customization. If I went in and changed this to like 10,540, I can take this instance of an effect and add it, I believe, add it to a, power bin, not smart bin. Where'd my power bins go? You can add an instance of a generator or text to a power bin. So then if you have anything you've edited on that, that will be saved, and you can always drag that right back to your timeline.
Cool. Yeah, power bins are in the view menu. View power bins.
View power bins, yes. Jake Whip is also saying, maybe I've just never checked that. I thought the, if you can save out of the Fusion. Hey, there is a saver node. I thought for whatever reason this was only available in standalone Fusion. I'm not sure how you can save things. I need to poke around this. I can't say for sure how this works.
Cool. Well, I think we're gonna have to wrap up here. But Patrick, thank you so very much for just blowing our minds and giving us a little taste of what you can do with macros. So go to his channel. He'll dive deeper into macros and what you can do with them. So again, thank you so much for Patrick. Please go and visit his channel and hit that subscribe button, just like that macro. All right, so like I said before the Q&A, we are doing a giveaway for Artlist. All right, so the key for that is the same thing as before, exclamation mark, giveaway. So we're gonna do this for the next, open up for the next 2 minutes or so. Exclamation mark, giveaway. We are giving away a full year subscription to Artlist, who is our event sponsor. And they are a platform, a music platform made for filmmakers, by filmmakers. It's a place that I use. I've actually used it for the past few years. I'm currently on a feature, and a lot of the music on the feature is actually from Artlist. So they've got a wide variety of music, really cool search engine, and they're constantly updating their library. So Artlist giveaway, 1 year subscription. It is unlimited downloads, and it is for any type of project that you're doing. So online, broadcast, feature, whatever. So again, it is exclamation mark, giveaway. Drop that into the chat. Again, don't put a space. I just saw someone put a space. It's not giveaway exclamation mark. It is exclamation mark, giveaway. All right. How are we doing on time, Casey? Should I do a countdown? All right, I am not going to count down from 30, but I will mentally do that. Okay. Giveaway for Artlist. Let's see. What is the number in my head right now? Everyone doing all right? Yeah, let's just keep on giving that. Exclamation mark, giveaway. And we'll go down from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is it. We are closing our giveaway. So in a little bit, our awesome mod, Dan, will give us a winner in the chat. And there we are. Okay, Justin Stevenson. you are the lucky winner of the 1-year subscription to Artlist. All right, congrats. So email Casey, and you can do a ! email, and that will give you the email. So he'll contact Casey, and he'll work it out with you guys, or with you, for Artlist. Oh, and please, and the giveaway is closed, so stop with the giveaway code. We will have another giveaway later on, and that is for a DaVinci Resolve Studio license. So thank you, Blackmagic, for sponsoring that giveaway. It is for the studio version of Resolve. Okay, so up next we have, well, we're going to take a break, but after our break, we've got Mr. MRALEXTECH. He's going to talk about some really, really cool basic things for editing in YouTube, and show a lot more cool, exciting YouTube effects, such as slow-mo, zoom transitions, black bars, and more. So we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we will be back shortly. So thank you very much, guys. Hang with us. All right. Thank you so much for sticking with us. We have an amazing guest presenter here, and Mr. AlexTech. His channel's got a ton of different content for folks looking to learn Resolve, and for those people looking for tech and gear reviews. He's got you covered too. Camera gear, lighting, RC cars. That's a really cool video on that one. Computer gear and more. So please take a look at his channel if you're looking to dive into Resolve and all these other things. So he's going to show you some of the core basics for editing in YouTube and some other cool things too. So without further ado, Mr. AlexTech.
Hello. Thank you very much, Sherwin, for the awesome introduction. So yeah, what up, folks? It's Alex here. I'm better known as Mr. AlexTech, as he's mentioned. And I hope you've all been having a great day so far. And thank you very much for sticking around and joining me at this presentation right here. It's currently 9 p.m. in the UK. It's been a long day, but I'm raring to go. I've had my pizza. I've had a big glass of my favorite energy drink, which is Billy RYBKA Energy. Because if you need energy, you need the Billy RYBKA Energy. So I'm all good to go. So for those that don't know me, as mentioned, I am indeed a Davinci Resolve YouTuber, tech YouTuber, and all that sort of fun stuff. What I really like to do is to find fun little cheeky ways of doing things within Davinci Resolve, which just make life a little bit easier. I love to find alternative ways to do things which get sort of grab people's attention, look really good, but they're actually really easy to do. So that's what I'm going to show you in this video today. There's a few little tips and tricks in terms of general shortcuts, but I'm also going to show you some really cool ways of making some motion graphics and some titles and fun stuff directly on the edit page. Now, we're going to use very little keyframes. We're not going to hop into Fusion, and you'd be really surprised at what you can actually do just by using the default effects and transitions. So if we can have a look at my screen, I'm going to show you this little project. Hopefully you can see that. So I'm just going to full screen this and hit play. What up, folks? Alex here, Mr. AlexTech, and welcome to the very, very awesome RESOLVECON 2021. How cool is this? I hope you've been having a great day, and thank you very much for sticking around and catching me at this presentation right here. That looks all right. Hey. Oh, cool. Yeah, so that looks, hopefully, that looked quite cool. So all of that stuff in there is just using the basic stuff within the edit page. We don't do anything fancy. It's all really easy to create. So I'm basically just going to take you through that process of creating something like that. Now that, once you get used to the little tricks, you can do that 10, 15 minutes, you can get that going. And there's a few little tricks to save things for later use because we're YouTube editors, a lot of us, and we need to be able to repeat things over and over again. Now that's a big sort of silly intro, but it does have crossover. If you're a vlogger, tech channel, you do all that sort of stuff, there are uses for all these things that I'm going to show you. Now it is full of big, loud, obnoxious transitions, but I think they're cool. And it's cool to do stuff like this. Whenever I talk about transitions, people always say you don't need transitions to tell a story. They're absolutely right, but video editing's fun. So if you want to have fun with some silly transitions and mess around and make stupid stuff like this, do so because it's cool and it's fun. So why not? So let's open Davinci Resolve and take a look. Now I'm using the studio version, but everything will be available in the free and studio versions, obviously. And I'm doing it on Windows. I do talk about the Alt key quite a lot. If you're on Mac, the alternative is the Option key. I'm on Windows, so I'm going to mention the Alt key a fair bit. So here we go. Let me just change my timeline. Now, there's one thing I want to show. It popped up in the questions earlier. It wasn't an original plan, but I'm going to show you because it takes 2 seconds. Down in the corner, something Casey mentioned earlier, we've got the cog, the project settings. We can give that a click, or if you're a keyboard shortcuts sort of person, holding Shift, hitting number 9 on the keyboard will open up your project settings. Now within here, we've got the timeline resolution and we've got a timeline frame rate. Someone asked if you could change the presets, if you could change the default, and you can. It's really easy. So I'm going to show you. I'm just going to come in here. I can't change my timeline frame rates because we've already got that set. But let's just say, for example, I wanted a project 720p, 25 frames, because I upload it to Facebook or whatever it might be. So I'm going to change my timeline resolution to 720p. And then on this little menu on the left, there's a presets. If we give that a click, there's these options in here. Now you'll notice that the current project says 1080p, but I've just changed it to 720. So that's confusing, right? But if we just hit save, that will change to 1280 by 720. And then if I hit save as, I can go 720, 25, YouTube, click on OK. And then whenever I open DaVinci Resolve, I can click on the little cog and I can just choose this preset and it will just set that for me. If I want that to be the default, so whenever I come in, that just opens, I just right click, save as the user, default config, and job done. I've changed that default resolution or that default timeline, so it's good to go in the future. So there you go. I'm just going to change that back because I don't want that. Cancel and come up here. Cool. I just thought that was worth showing you. Is my volume all right? I'm going to knock it up a bit. Oh, thank you, sir. So if you want to follow along, you can do. You don't need anything from me. All you need to do, open up a timeline in DaVinci Resolve, any timeline, just plain old timeline, nothing exciting. And then all you need to do is put a piece of footage on it or an image, one or the other. I've got this sort of talking head because it makes for a good little example here, but it can be whatever you like. Just slap something on the timeline. The only other thing you need is an image. So I've got this RESOLVECON sort of poster. So I'm going to drag that, pop up my timeline. At some point I say,
very awesome, RESOLVECON 2021.
RESOLVECON 2021. So I'm going to get it right there. Cool. And that's all you need to start following along if you want to. Everything else we're going to create directly within the edit tab right here. So hopefully you're all ready to go. So the first thing I'm going to show you, just to get my juices flowing so I get a little bit warmed up, is a real simple fade. So by default, this is going to go from my talking head
very awesome RESOLVECON
to the RESOLVECON, and then off again. It's just a real quick little cut. What I'm going to do is if I give it a click on the timeline, you'll notice you get these little white handles at left and the right. If we give one of those a click, we just drag it in to do a real simple fade. And then if I hit play,
into the very awesome RESOLVECON,
it just fades in. Now I know it's simple, but I think it looks quite good. You can do that on images like I have here. You can do it on videos. So if I want to do a little fade out at the end, I can do.
Right here.
Like so, just to do a little close. I could do it on my audio, just to fade my audio out.
Right here.
And you can also do it on titles. So if you want a title to just nicely blend in and then fade away into the distance, you can just with a real quick drag on those little handles on the timeline. Super quick, super easy, and can actually look
very awesome RESOLVECON 2021.
How quite tidy, right? Simple. Cool. Fades. Done. Cross it off the list. Moving on. Next one, we're going to have a look at these little, I don't really know what to call them. I call them snap zooms. You know, when someone tries to say something sort of funny or they emphasize something on YouTube, really common technique. You see it all over the place. And it does a little zoom in so they get closer and then they go away as the sort of the punchline hits. So I'm going to show you how to do that really quickly and easily using adjustment clips. So hopefully everyone knows about adjustment clips. I will show you what they are, but if you're not using them, you should be. They're really awesome. I love them. I use them all the time. So I'm going to open up my effects library. Top left-hand corner, click on the magic wand, effects library, toolbox, effects. Right at the top, we've got our adjustment clip. And it's one of my favorites. And it is literally my favorite within DaVinci Resolve. As you can see, it's got a little star on it. So that little star means that this adjustment clip is set as one of my favorites. So anything within the effects library, titles, transitions, generators, all that stuff that you might be using, you can set as a favorite. You can either tick this little star, which is gray by default. You'll notice it when you hover your mouse, it sort of appears, and then you can tick that, or you can simply right click, add to favorites. And then those favorite effects will appear down here, bottom left-hand corner, favorites. So you can see I've got my adjustment clip there ready to go. Now this is super cool and super useful because if I go to audio effects and I'm browsing through them, and then I go, ooh, I need an adjustment clip. It's there. It's in my favorites. I don't need to go back to the toolbox to effects to find the adjustment clip. It's just there, ready to go. So I'm going to drag that on the timeline like so. Bosh. Now, you'll notice that adjustment clip is a particular length. All my adjustment clips are exactly 1 second because I've set my generators, they're called, to be 1 second. And you can actually set the default length of this sort of thing really quickly. So if you keep dropping adjustment clips on your timeline and they're huge and they're massive, it's really annoying. Very top left, you've got DaVinci Resolve. Give that a click. You've got preferences. Give that a click. You've got user, editing, and then within here, you've got standard generated duration, standard transition, standard still images. So if you're dropping loads of still images on your timeline, some of them are really, well, they're all really long. You want them shorter. You can change that. You can change it to seconds. You can change it to frames. Just amend it in there and job done. Just a quick, not really what we're talking about, but it's just super useful to know. So there you go. Extra little nugget for you. Now, what we're going to do with this adjustment clip is an adjustment clip is sort of like the boss at the top of a hierarchy. Whatever you do to the adjustment clip will affect everything underneath it. So it's like I say, it's like the boss. They tell you what to do and everything underneath will do what they're told. So I want to do a little snap zoom. I want to zoom in at a certain point and then zoom out again. So rather than going through my timeline, cut in, click in, zoom in, I can just put the adjustment clip where I want it, give it a click, open up the inspector, top right-hand corner, this little jobby up here. We go to video, transform. If you don't see the options, just click on the word transform. It's caught me out a few times, and then you get all the options within here. So I'm going to just make sure that I'm on the adjustment clip, and then I'm going to zoom in. I know about 1.2 works for me. And then if I hit play,
What up, folks?
Bing.
Alex here, Mr. Alex.
wherever that adjustment clip is, the zoom in will occur. So it's just much handier than cutting, clicking, zooming. I've done it once, and now it's good to go, which is mega. So if I put my playhead in the middle, you can see we're zoomed in. If I move the adjustment clip out of the way, we're not zoomed in. So we're not really actually physically touching anything underneath it. We're just doing the adjustment clip, which is telling everything underneath what it needs to do. And it's just much, much easier. Now, going back to what Darren said earlier about middle mice even, if you click on the timeline with your middle mouse button, you can actually just drag the timeline around. It's my sort of preferred method of just skipping around the timeline. I really like that method. Simple one. There you go.
Alex here,
So
Mr. Alex Tech, and welcome.
I want to say that
and welcome
Mr.
to
Alex Tech.
Mr. Alex Tech, and
Cool. So I've created that now. So that's good to go. Now, what if I want to do more of these throughout my project? Again, before I'd have to find these different moments, cut, zoom, cut, zoom, and it'd take a lot of time. Now, I could copy and paste. So I could do my Control-C and my Control-V, which would absolutely work. But there's a better technique, which I highly recommend that you start using because it works for loads of other things as well. Give the thing on the timeline a click. In this instance, it's our adjustment clip. So as is highlighted in red. When it's highlighted, hold down the Alt key or Option again if you're on Mac. Drag, keep everything held, release your mouse, release Alt, and you've made a duplicate of that thing. So this image, click it, Alt, video, audio. I can make as many duplicates of this as I like. And it's a really nice way of just duplicating things on your timeline. Going to just Control Z, get rid of all them, don't need them. And then at some point I say,
2021. How cool is this?
How cool is this? I'm going to make that adjustment clip about that length. Now, what if you want to use that adjustment clip in future projects? Patrick's just sort of spoken about it, and that's power bins. Power bins, again, awesome. You need to be using power bins. So I'm going to show you how they work. And you can drop loads of different things. There's some limitations, but you can drop loads of cool stuff into power bins. So over in my media pool, I'm going to open my media pool. It's already open, but I'll show you. Open it up. I've got power bins here. If you don't see power bins, you just need to go to View, the very top. Come on down to the Show Power Bins. Tick that, make sure it's enabled, and you get power bins over here. So power bins are projects which are shared. Sorry, power bins are folders which are shared in between projects. So you go back to an old project, the bin will be there. Go to a new project, the bin will be there. So you can put stuff that you use all the time in that bin, and it's super duper useful. So I've got this adjustment clip, which I'm going to call a snap zoom. I want to give it a name so I know what it is. So I'm going to give it a click. In the inspector, top right-hand corner once again, this little menu here, over on the right, we've got File, and then we've got Name. So I'm just going to call this Snap Zoom. And this is now called Snap Zoom. And I'm going to click it, drag it, plonk it in my power bin. And then if I was just to delete that one, I could go power bin, yes, please. Pop that on my timeline, hit play.
2021. How cool is this?
I've got my zoom. Now I can still click it. I can still change all the attributes. I can make amendments to it if I want to, but it's in my power bin. It'll be there forever until I delete it. And I've always got my snap zooms. So as I say, if you're doing YouTube videos, you might be doing those time and time again. It's just way easier to use that method. Now, let me budge this down a little bit. I've got my snap zoom here. And as I mentioned, snap zooms, sorry, adjustment clips, they affect everything underneath them. You just need to remember that. Works from the top down. So if I hit play here, I've put the snap zoom above my image and above this video. So this looks fine.
Very awesome. RESOLVECON 2021.
Oh, but it pops into the image, which is, I don't want that. I want it just to be zoomed into my face. So all we need to do is to make sure that the image is above our zoom. So the image is above the adjustment clip, because an adjustment clip doesn't care what's above it. It only cares what's underneath it. Now, there's another quick trick here, which I really like. Let's pretend I'm editing to some music and I've got that image in exactly the right position. It's bang on where I want it. So I want to move it up, but I don't want to move it laterally at all. I don't want it to move left or back or forward or whatever you want to call it. If I was just to click and drag, oh no, moved it. So I'm going to undo. If you give it a click, then hold the shift key on your keyboard. Doesn't matter what I do with my mouse, it's only going up, down. It's going to stay in the same position. So I can move that up, release, job done. Grab both of them, shift, down, happy days. So I can just swap those around, making sure that nothing moves left and right. So now we've gone from quite a dull, because it's me talking, talking head video, and we've just spiced it up. A little bit of a zoom, a little bit of a zoom out, little fade, image, fade out, me, off we go. That's still not quite right. I need to move that over a bit. I don't want, there we go. I don't want that fade to see the snap, so I've just amended my fade a little bit.
How cool is this? I hope you've
perfect. And then we've got a little fade out at the end.
Right here.
Ta-da. Cool. Done. Happy days. Adjustment clips. Let's keep talking about them because I love them. I'm going to grab another one because I want to do a slow zoom this time around. Rather than that snap zoom, I want to do a slow zoom in. Works really well for B-roll. If you've got some products, you've actually set the camera on a tripod, you just want to slow zoom in. Images, rather than just having a static image on screen, you're trying to show off your photographs, slow zoom in, slow zoom out. I think it's called a something Burns effect, I think it is. It just adds a bit of movement, adds a bit of life, spices it up, a little bit of that. Just looks a little bit better. So we're going to hop into my favorites. I'm going to grab the adjustment clip once again. I'm going to slap it on my timeline over here. And I'm just going to make this cover sort of the whole end here. And we could keyframe it. We're doing a zoom at the end of the day, so we could go to the zoom and animate it via that. But there's an easy way. One of my other favorites, it's called a dynamic zoom. So I've got the adjustment clip selected, inspector, video, dynamic zoom. This little toggle here is off by default. So we just need to tick that and it goes red. And then we need to click on the word dynamic zoom to open the little menu up. Play.
I hope you've been having a great
We've got
day,
this little slow zoom out. And that
me.
will happen for the duration of the adjustment clip. So we can make it as long or as short as we like. And once again, put it at the top, it affects everything underneath. Images, videos, titles, whatever, put them underneath it and it will be affected by that slow zoom. This is doing a little zoom out. I want to zoom in. So all we do, there's a button here that says swap. Does exactly what it says on the tin, as we Brits would say. Give that a click and it swaps it over.
I hope you've been having a great day.
And now we've got a slow zoom in instead. Now you can notice
I hope you've been having a great day.
It's zooming in at a real constant speed, which is called linear. So in this dynamic zoom menu here, there's three options. Well, four. There's linear, in, out, in and out. Now this is the type of acceleration that's used. So linear, the easiest way that I found to think about it, excuse me, pretend you're in a car, you're on the motorway or freeway for the Americans, and you're doing 50 miles or kilometers per hour. So you're just sticking at that 50. That's linear. There's no acceleration. There's no deceleration. You just going along. That's linear. That's why this zoom is just moving at a constant speed. If we change it to ease in, that's like you're joining the freeway. So you're going quite slow and then you're accelerating up. So it's going to start off really slow. You can barely tell that it's zooming, and then it's going to speed up towards the end. Ease in is the opposite. Sorry, ease out is the opposite, obviously. So coming off the freeway, putting your foot on the brakes, we're starting off quick and then we're slowing down. So this is going to be a fast zoom at the start,
and thank you very much for sticking
and then
around
it's going to
and
slow
catching
down.
me.
And then ease in and out is where my analogy completely falls apart because this doesn't really make sense for a car, but this is an S curve. So it starts off fast, it starts off slow, gets faster in the middle, and then gets slower at the end. It's a really common sort of animation, sort of acceleration curve, S curve, works really well. We
Hope
go
you've been having a
slow
great
in the
day,
middle,
and
sorry,
thank you
slow at the
very
start,
much for sticking
fast in the
around and
middle,
catching me at this
slow at the
presentation.
end. For zooms, honestly, I generally stick to linear, especially if I'm not doing much movement. But for transitions, we use those same things, which is why I've explained them so much, because they make a world of difference, which we'll come to in a minute. If you need to change the amount of zoom, underneath your preview window here, so I've got mine set up to just have the one preview window, which is the way I like to work. If you don't, well, if yours looks different, if I just close my inspector, right up in the top right-hand corner of these little squares, give that a click, and then I've got my sort of media pool viewer and then my timeline viewer. It's this little drop down here on the right, not this one on the left. So this one here, there's an option here that says dynamic zoom. As mentioned, I prefer to go with this open like that because I do loads in the inspector. So we're going to give the drop down a click, dynamic zoom, and it looks like this. Real simple. The green box is your starting point. The red box is your end point. So I'm going to start off at the green and zoom in to the red. So if I don't want to zoom in as much, I just make the red bigger. If I want to zoom in more, make the red smaller. I want a real, barely noticeable zoom, something like
Hope
that.
you've been having a great day, and thank you very much for sticking around and catching me at
Sweet. Looking pretty good so far. I'm going to take that off like so. So now let's start having a bit more fun, doing some cool stuff with the animations. So I'm going to come to this. I previously added a little fade. Get rid of the fade. That's boring. We want to jazz it up a bit. So we're going to add a transition. So over in the toolbox, within the effects library, same place, video transitions. Now, there's some transitions in here, which I've looked at and gone, an arrow iris. I don't go to Star Trek conventions. Don't fancy that. Heart. Why would I ever use one of those? Yeah. But actually, they don't really work when you're going from one clip to another. But when you're trying to throw an image on screen, you're doing sort of some color, maybe a title screen, these can actually look really cool. Trust me. And one of my favorites, triangle. So I'm going to grab this triangle, I'm going to slap it on there, and then we hit play, and it looks like this.
the very, very awesome.
Which I know doesn't look cool. It looks all right, but it's not great. So we're going to give it a click in the inspector, my favorite place, in the transition tab, loads of fun stuff that we can do up here. Now, there's some settings at the top I'm going to come back to, just because they're not very exciting. And we'll come down to the fun stuff. First thing, ease. None is the same as linear, in, out, in and out. You can make any transition, honestly, 99.9% of transitions instantly look better by changing it from none to in and out. Then we get that S curve. Then rather than being linear, we get this.
Very, very awesome.
Starts off slow, speeds up in the middle, slows down at the end, just looks nicer, right?
Very, very awesome.
Cool. Now, I'm going to give it a click. Border. If I increase this border, we get a little border, as you'd probably expect with a slider called border. Now, I can make it as big and as small as I like. With a border sort of on there, if I tick the feather, I get a feathered border instead, which kind of looks like
very awesome.
the old sort of Star
Very
Trek
awesome.
wipes. Star Wars wipes. Wrong one. Someone will slate me in the comments for that. I'm going to untick that though, and I'm going to reduce the size of this. Underneath there, we've got color. Now, I really like this. So I'm going to click on color. You actually click in the box and then you get this little color picker. And then you just pick your color. You can move around what you like. Now, I want this transition to look part of this image. So I'm going to use the orange that's on the image. Excuse me. Too much of that Billy RYBKA energy, I think. So I'm going to tick this button here that says pick screen color. And then my cursor changes. And then I can put my cursor anywhere on screen and it'll basically steal the color from the screen into our select color, our color picker. So I'm going to make that orange. Now, this is cool if you're working on a project that's for your YouTube and you've got brand colors. Throw up an image that's got your brand color on it, pick it, and then what you can do is add to custom colors, and it appears down here. And then throughout the rest of your project, if you're throwing up titles, transitions, whatever, you've got this custom color ready to go. So I'm going to click on OK. And now we've got this.
Very, very awesome. Very, very.
Which I think looks quite good. Far better than what we started with anyway. So let's go back to some of the slightly more boring controls. We've got duration. So I can drag that left and right to affect the duration of the transition. Rather than actually doing it on the timeline, we get slightly more granular control here because I can go, actually, I want 21 frames because I'm super picky. And then I can change the alignment. So it's at the middle. Let me zoom in. It's in the middle of this edit point at the moment. I can shift it to the left by clicking on this left alignment, middle, right alignment. I'm going to keep it in the middle. And then we've got this transition type at the end, at the top, which I'm going to come back to in a second. So I've created this transition. I'm happy with it. Looks dope. What I can then do, right click, create a transition preset. I'm going to call this orange triangle left and click on OK. Within your effects library, video transitions, scroll down, you've got a user area. I've got a ton of them, so just ignore all those. I've now got an orange triangle left, and that will stay there forever. It's always in my effects library, and I can always just go, yeah, fancy one of those, pop that on there.
How cool.
Job done. I'm going to just remove that
Alex,
one because I've
just a little nudge for the 15 minutes left.
Thank you, sir. 15 minutes left. So yeah, I can add that to the favorites and it's always there. Now, if I want to duplicate it, real quick way, remember that Alt key trick? Hold Alt, click, drag, bing. Works for transitions as well. So now I've got the same transition over here with all of the same settings. Now, let's say, for example, I didn't like that triangle left. I wanted to change it. In this transition type, I can change it. So I could go to barn doors. I've changed the wrong one. This one, barn doors. And now we've got a barn door transition, but it's kept the color and all the other fun stuff. If I'd have selected barn door from here and dragged it on, it wouldn't have remembered
Very awesome.
all of those options. So that's why you can use that little drop down, keep all your custom settings. You've got your funky looking transition. Happy days. Next one I'm going to show you. We're going to take this just one step further, doing pretty much the exact same thing, but we're going to add an additional little thing, and that's a solid color. So I don't know if you've ever used solid colors. They're hidden away, actually. They're not always the easiest to find unless you know where to look. Effects library, toolbox, effects. Nope, sorry, generators. See, they're hidden. There's one down here called solid color. And I'm just going to click it, drag it, put it on my timeline. I actually want it to be underneath this adjustment clip because I want it to be affected by the adjustment clip. So I'm going to use my shift, drag it up 2 tracks, and it's there. And then I'm going to put this adjustment clip. Sorry, I'm going to put the solid color where I say,
And thank you very much for sticking around and catching me.
thank you very much for sticking around.
Thank you very much for sticking around and catching me.
Cool. And then we can animate that in a very similar way. But we're going to add some text as well. So I'm actually going to come back to this solid color. Going to leave that there just for the time being because I was going to talk about text and I forgot. So let me do titles first. I'm going to go to titles, text. I'm going to slap that on the timeline. I'm going to put one right over here at the beginning. And let's type something in. So I've given it a click. Inspector. Let's find a name. Who? MBC Felix. Because I can see you in the chat, so I'm using you. So we've got MBC Felix. I'm going to make this a bit bigger. Let me change to a different font so think a little bit more interesting. And this is a quick trick that I really like. You can see here the bottom of the L on Felix. I'm pointing at the screen like you can see. You can't. At the bottom of the L, it's white on white, so you can't see the bottom of the L. If I scroll down, there's this drop shadow. Some people love drop shadows. Some people hate them. But if you just make the X axis or the Y tiny, 1, I should type 1. It just adds a little bit of something which makes it pop. It doesn't look really a crazy drop shadow, but you can tell there's something there. And now we can animate it. So I want it to whip in from either the side or up or down. You know, like you see text all the time. You might see a link in description come out at the bottom or a subscribe button or whatever. Back to our video transitions. There's one down here called push. And push will be your favorite. If you want to do some basic sort of whoosh animations with stuff, push is the one. I'm going to grab it, plonk it on here like so. And if I hit play,
What up, folks? Alex here.
it's going to push in
What
from
up,
the
folks?
side.
Alex.
If I give it a click, you've guessed it, inspector, options, preset, push left, push right, push up, push down. Left and right are the wrong way round. I'm going to let you know that. It really annoys me. So this is push left.
What up, folks?
It's very clearly pushing right, isn't it? But there we go. Push up and push down actually do work in the correct way. So first thing, ease in and out because it's going to look better.
What up, folks? Alex here.
And it does.
What up,
Woof.
folks? Alex here.
We could change the length if we want. I'm going to leave it as a second just for now. There's a nice option in here, motion blur. I'm just going to drag that up, give it a little bit, hit play.
What up, folks? Alex.
Ooh,
What up, folks?
looking all right, eh?
What up, folks?
We can change color, we can add borders, we can do that stuff. I'm going to leave it as it is. Do my little trick, hold the Alt key, drag it, and now it's going to whip in from the left, going right, and then it's going to go out the same way.
Mr.
Whee!
Alex, welcome to
Easy. If I want to change the direction, so let's just go right in the middle here, and let's give this a click. I'm going to move it. So I've given the text a click. It's in my transition. I need to go to video. I'm going to change my position. Just bring it right down at the bottom here. Let's pretend that says check for Artlist, link in description, whatever you might see on a YouTube video. We're going to click the in transition. I'm going to change that to be a push up. We're going to change the out to be a push down, and then we hit play.
What up, folks? Alex
Bing.
here, Mr.
Bing.
Alex, and welcome to
Easy
the very,
peasy, no keyframes, no messing, job
very
done.
awesome.
Then we go to
RESOLVECON
this, which looks
2021.
cool.
How cool
Snap
is
zoom,
this? I hope you've
slow
had a
zoom,
great day, and thank you
solid
very
colour.
much for sticking.
So let's talk about this solid color. Give the solid color a click. I know I added it a bit early, didn't I? I got carried away. So let me backtrack. It's in generators, solid color, add it to your timeline. We're going to click on solid color, go up to the inspector, video generator, color, give it a click. I'm a brand. I like branding. I've got my orange set in my custom colors. Give it a click, click on OK. Happy days. We've got a nice orange background that just
Thank you very
pops
much
in
for
like so.
sticking around and catching.
Now I want to put some text on this. So I'm going to go back to my titles, grab text, plonk it on there, drag it out. I'm going to put thank you, you legends. Oh, I can't spell. So thank you guys for sticking around. And let's find a fun font. I've got a good one that I like called intro. That'll do. Make it nice big, change the color, squeeze it in a bit. Squeeze it in a bit. There we go. That'll do. So this is really important. So I've got my text and my solid color, and at the minute they
Great
just
day,
pop
and
in.
thank you.
But what's really important to do, make sure they're the exact same length on the timeline. So I'm going to zoom in a bit. You can see they're the exact same length and they're on top of each other. Now, there are other ways that you could do this. You could make it a compound clip, but this is a really good example just to show you how this works. So I'm going to go back to my video transitions and let's find one that's kind of cool, which you think might not be cool. And I like the hexagon. I do. I'm a sucker for this hexagon. So I'm going to grab this, put it on my solid color, like so. Going to give it a click, customize it. I always just put one on first, customize it until you're happy. Otherwise, you'll end up duplicating things. So I've got this one. I'm going to go into the inspector. Going to go ease, in and out. First things first. Don't want a border? No, I don't think I do. But there's a cool option in here, and it's rotation. So look, I can rotate it. Bing, 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 bing. So all I'm going to do, I want this to rotate as it comes in. So I'm going to add a keyframe, literally the only keyframe in here. So I'm going to move my player to the beginning of this transition with my rotation on 0. Going to hit this little diamond, which adds a keyframe. Keyframes allow you to basically do animations. Basically, you set a point where I want it to be here, and then you set another point where I want it to be here, and then it will sort of fill in the gap and do the movement for you. So at the very beginning, my rotation is 0.
Thank you very much.
At the end, my rotation is going to be 360, and that's it, done. Click the button once, 0, move to the end, 360, and now if we hit play,
Thank you very much, and thank you very
little swirl that's got our acceleration on it. Happy with that. So my little trick, hold Alt, drag to the end, hold Alt, drag up, hold Alt, drag out. 4 transitions, all exactly the same. Because the transitions are the same, the thing we're animating looks like it's one thing. So the text and the background look like one. So now if we hit play,
having a great day, and thank you
What
very
up?
much for sticking around and catching.
Yeah,
me
now it goes
at
again.
this presentation.
So that, I think, looks cool. Looks like you put loads of work into that, and you haven't, because we've just done it on the edit page using some of the built-in stuff. So that's kind of cool, isn't it? I think so, anyway.
Right here.
What are we on? Cool, I've got 5 minutes. So then what I would do in that intro, I used that exact technique. Copy this, hold in Alt, drag in, you know it by now. And then you can just build up, you can build up like a full intro with stuff like this. So it's going to start off black. Thank you, legends, are going to pop in. Let's get rid of this one. Copy this over, get rid of these. This one I'm going to put, let's pick on someone who's in the comments that I can spell. Abby. 219. Someone's mentioned Comic Sans. You're being Comic Sans. There we go. So we got Abby 219 in there. Let's change the background color to something completely opposite. Let's go white. And the text can be black. Cool. Thank you, you legends. Abby 219. And then all I'm going to do, same thing. Add a transition, customize it, duplicate it, and we'll have something that looks far better than it has any real right to. So play with these. Just, I've learned this from experimenting, honestly, just messing and going, does that look good? No. Does that look good? Yeah, I like that one. So I'm going to go with a barn door. I'll slap this on there in the between. Give it a click. Border. Yeah, border. Let's go with a gray border. Match the text. See, consistency. And why I've got orange on orange. Oh, that's fine. And then I'm going to ease in and out. Copy it down. Now I've got this. Woof, thank you, you legends. Opens up. Abby 219. We haven't really got room for one more, so let's go to the end here. We'll close it out with a heart because we all love Casey Faris for doing this and setting this up. So this one's for you. So I'm going to do a heart. We'll change this in and out, same thing. Oh, look at that. Drag it up. So this one only fits on the end. So you go, oh no, it's not going to work. But remember the little trick about going to the alignment here? So I can't physically move it over with my mouse, but I want it to overhang in the same way that this one does. So it sits in the middle. So I'm going to give it a click, ping it in the middle. Now we've got, whee, and I'm straight into it. Then I've got my animated text, got my nice animated little thing.
2021. How cool.
And there we go. Now there's one last thing I do have time for. Last little trick. Animated black bars, the cinematic black bars that everyone loves. They're really easy to do. I've taught you most of it already using an adjustment clip. Now, quick caveat. I've got time for a caveat. If you want to do a full project in a widescreen aspect ratio, you should use a widescreen aspect ratio. Just have a look at just Google 21:9, for example, and do a whole project like that. You can do what's called output blanking, but that again will affect the whole project and you're just sort of wasting space with that. If you've got a normal YouTube 16:9 project and you want it to just go, put the black bars in and then pop out again, I'm going to grab an adjustment clip. Remember, adjustment clips affect everything underneath. So I'm going to put the adjustment clip above all of this little intro here. It does nothing because we haven't changed it. I'm then going to click the adjustment clip in the inspector, come down to cropping, and I'm going to crop the top and the bottom. So just by cropping, it comes in like that. Now, experiment with this. I'm just going to put 140 in there because it looks about right. Ish. And it'll work for this demonstration. So we've just put that in there. So it's not animated, it's just there. So now we've got this. It kind of works, right? But then it's just going to disappear at the end. But we want to animate it out. So remember those keyframes I was showing you earlier? Really simple. I'm going to use my little mouse. Obviously I'm going to use my mouse. I'm going to use my timeline to my little thing here to go about a second towards the end of the adjustment clip. So about a second before the end of the animation where I want it to occur. I'm going to give in the inspector, cropping, keyframe, tick it. Don't change anything. Just tick that to make everything red. Then move your playhead to the very end. That's what it's called, playhead. I forgot temporarily. Move it to the very, very end, like so. And then double click the word crop top. Double click the word crop bottom to make them 0 again. And now let's just use my left and right arrow keys to ping back. And you can see it's going to fill in the gap for me. So it's automatically going to animate it. So now if I hit play, pretend there's music.
What up, folks? Alex here, Mr. Alex Tech, and welcome to the very, very awesome RESOLVECON 2021. How cool is this? I hope you've been having a great day, and thank you very much for sticking around and catching me at this presentation right here.
And we've gone from a really boring talking British man to a slightly less boring with some fancy animations talking British man. And there we go.
That is awesome. Let me turn on my camera. So, all right, Mr. Alex Tech, that was a awesome kind of run through from beginning to end on something really cool. So ready for some Q&A?
Thanks. Yeah, go for it.
Awesome. So let's see. For those, if you have questions, please drop them in the chat. And I've got a few questions here. So so speaking of adjustment clips, folks have been loving that. Some of them are like, this is going to save me so much time. So thank you for, talking about this. Is it possible to target layers with adjustment clips, or will it always affect everything underneath?
Everything underneath. So it'd be really nice. I'd really like to be able to turn layers off. So be like, I don't want it to affect this one. Can I turn it off? But at the moment you can't. So adjustment clips, they affect everything underneath. So if you do want to sort of obscure something from the powers of the adjustment clip, just have to budget up so it's above.
Got it. Okay. Let's see. Next one, it's about rendering. So can you talk about like how Resolve uses GPU and CPU to render the timeline?
I can. A super quick sort of whistle stop tour. In my opinion, for people like us, for us YouTubers, the reason to buy Studio, if you're using a Windows device, is because of the GPU rendering. So the free version of DaVinci Resolve on Windows can't use your GPU to render things out. So that's why some people go, I've replaced my graphics card and I try and render out video in DaVinci Resolve, and it's the same speed as it was because I'm using DaVinci Resolve free. When you upgrade to Studio, let me show you, you get this. So you get the option to do a codec of H.265, which is a sort of a more efficient way, a more efficient codec than H.264. You can get more in with the same amount of space. And then you also get this encoder of NVIDIA, which is your graphics card. And then it can run out via the graphics card, and it's much, much faster. I have a notepad. Hang on a minute. I was totally unprepared for this, but I made notes a while ago. See if I can find them. So, here we go. The same project using the CPU on my PC took 14 minutes and 7 seconds. I ran it out with the GPU. It took 4 minutes and 35 seconds. So if you've got a big PC and you upgrade to Studio, you can potentially save yourself, give or take, it's different for every project, obviously, 10 minutes per render. Now, H.265 is also smaller than H.264. So that same project ended up being, when I used the free version, 8.3 gigabytes. When I used the paid version, it was 1.2 gigabytes. And you generally couldn't tell the difference, which means rendering out and uploading to YouTube saves me a lot of time, 10 minutes on the export, 45 minutes on the upload, because it was 8 times smaller. I did all the maths. I didn't know you were going to ask this question, but look at that.
Look at this prep. Mr. AlexTech with the prep.
If I did one video a week, that's 2 full days a year that'd save me.
That's awesome.
There you
go. So this is a great time to plug the next giveaway. It is a Resolve licensed studio. So thank you, Blackmagic, for that. So stick around. We're going to do that giveaway after Casey's presentation. I do want to clarify, I think the person that asked the question was not necessarily exporting. They had the question about on the timeline. So the smart render cache with the blue bar, is that GPU or CPU?
It depends on what you're doing. Mostly CPU. Most fusion effects, I believe, someone may be able to correct me, but I believe most of that is CPU bound. Again, the big thing is, again, in Studio, in preferences, let me open this up and try and remember where it is. System, I've got decode. With the Studio version, you can decode in H.265 using hardware acceleration, which is your GPU. So again, if you toggle that on, you will be able to read your files quicker into DaVinci Resolve, which should improve timeline performance. But the actual rendering, I'm pretty sure, is all CPU bound. Fusion is very CPU bound, which is why the Macs are actually quite impressive. The M1 Macs, quite impressive on Fusion for certain things because it's all CPU and they're quite good at that. Throw some GPU stuff at them like noise reduction and they start to fall over a little bit. Now, quick one, I'll mention that, sorry. I didn't use any Fusion render cache for this. 1080p off, render cache none. It's a decent rig, but I'm not massive. But these transitions, if you're just using them on a relatively small sort of image or a logo, they should be pretty smooth.
That's awesome. So next question is about dynamic zoom. So this person was having issues targeting the dynamic zoom controls. I'm assuming like the red and green, they're sometimes elusive and they end up moving the wrong one. Do you have any tips on that?
Yeah, so in terms of them being elusive, I think that might just be Davinci Resolve P and Davinci Resolve and playing around with you. But the easiest thing, honestly, is just to go to the little dynamic zoom within there, just swap it around, and it'll physically swap it. So I can see my green is in the middle, red on the outside, swap, and then you can sort of get your bearings. So then I hit play.
Hope you've been having a great day.
I can see it zooming in. So then let's just mess and do something extreme. So I'm going to zoom right in like this.
Hope you've been having a
and then I
great
can
day.
really get a grasp of what's going. Another little trick. We've got time, haven't we? Yeah, SHERWIN, I think. If you make them the same size, right, you can drag them left and right. So you wouldn't always necessarily want to do this, but in a pinch, now I've got
Hope you've been having a great day.
little bit of a
Thank
pan.
you very much for sticking around and catching me at this presentation.
You wouldn't always want to do that. It's not necessarily the right way to use the dynamic zoom. In a pinch, you just want to do a little bit of a pan. And again, B-roll is a quick way of doing that.
And can you quickly show how to reset anything you've done in dynamic zoom?
I can. Anything, pretty much anything on the inspector. Look over on the right-hand side. There's all these little refresh icons. I'm going to do some cropping rather than, it's the same for dynamic zoom, but it works really well for something like cropping. Let's get rid of that. So here I've got crop left, crop right, crop top, crop bottom. If I want to just reset the top, the crop right, the crop top, can't get my words out, sorry, crop top. Next to that, there's the little circle. Hit that, and it will just reset the crop top. If I want to reset all of cropping, there's one up here with a little plus that will reset all of the cropping. So you can pick and choose. Same goes for things like transform. There's the little resets over there, and there's one at the top, and all that sort of fun stuff.
Cool. Do you have some time for more?
I do. Can I actually say something really quickly as well? Just a
Absolutely.
really quick thing. I was going to say at the beginning. I do want to say this is awesome, right? It's a really cool way of doing stuff. This doesn't replace Fusion or keyframing. I would never suggest that you should just learn this rather than learning how to do keyframing or Fusion or that sort of stuff. Guys have shown you the mega stuff you can do within Fusion. It's a huge beast. It's actually not as difficult as it looks to get into, but the scope of what you can do is mega. This is if you're in a pinch, you're a YouTuber, you want to go, I've got an intro, I want to slap some stuff on really quick because I want this video up by the iPhone 13 release day, for example. You can knock it up really quick and it looks quite nice, but there's a limit. If you all go away and use these triangle lefts, they'll all look relatively similar. You can make super precise, unique, professional stuff using Fusion. So my recommendation, learn both. And then you go, I've got loads of time. I can make something super fancy in Fusion today, or I've only got a few hours. Let me knock something up in the edit page. Best bet, go to the Fusion guys pages, learn everything they can do. And then you've got two pots that you can dip your hands in, and just depends on your sort of situation and the project that you're working on. So yeah, don't replace Fusion with this. Combine the two into like Megazord, like Power Rangers. Do people still watch Power Rangers? Is Megazord a good reference? I don't know if it is.
I'm not sure. What chat, people in the chat, is Power Rangers still a thing?
Is that still a thing? Am I just showing my age here?
I watch Power Rangers, but you know.
I mean, if it was on, I would watch it, to be fair.
Casey says everything is Power Rangers.
Excellent. Megazord is dope. Yeah. Cool.
There is a question about copying pasting. How do you make sure it pastes on the correct layer or video layer?
So that's if you're, this is one of the reasons why I don't use the copy paste. I use the alt and drag, because then you can pick and choose. But I'm pretty sure, hang on. I think it just goes on the line that you copy it from. Generally, you can affect, this may be what they're referring to. When you're importing stuff onto your timeline, so everyone used the F9 and F10 keys. So if I put my playhead over here, check something within my media pool, hit F9, it's going to ping in because that's just a simple insert. If I want to change that, see this little red box on the V1? If I V2, click this within the media pool, F9, it's going to drop in on V2 instead. I think when you're doing certain copying and pasting, that can have a similar effect. So whichever track is selected, I think, I might be wrong on that though, but as I say, when I'm copying and pasting, I don't do Control C anymore. Hold Alt, drag. It's quicker, it's easier. Happy days. Have you got another question? Or I've got one other thing I can show that's really useful.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure, cool.
Yep.
Let me do an example. I've asked if I can do an example, and I'm not prepared. So let's zoom in on this one. So this one, I know this doesn't look right, but this one here has got a zoom in. So we've affected the attributes here, and I want to apply the attributes to this one. You can do it. So if you right click on this one here, you've got copy, paste, and then you've got paste attributes. So you copy in the same way, Control and C, but then you paste using Alt and V. So I'm going to copy this, Control C, click on this next one, Alt V rather than Control and V. I get this little pop-up, paste attributes, and I can pick all the things that I want. Now, going back to fusion effects. So if you've created some fusion effects on a particular clip, you can copy those to another clip, super useful. Color correction, copy those. Obviously, using your middle mouse in the color page is generally better, but you can do it from here. I'm just going to tick all of them because I'm lazy. Can't be bothered to find the actual zooms. Click on apply, and now we've got the zoom over here as well as over here. Really, what you do is just use Alt and drag to copy. But if you've got a different clip and you want to copy the attributes to it, Control C, Alt V. There you go.
Awesome. All right. I think that is it. So, Mr. AlexTech, thank you so very much for sharing this really, really awesome overview on putting something really quick and really awesome together. So again, thank you so much. Please,
No, thanks
for your
for having
love to go to Mr. AlexTech's channel and give him a sub. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. And we are up to our final guest. Even though he is not a guest, it is the one, the only Casey Faris. He's going to be showing us how to do some really cool visual effects in Fusion. And yeah, so we're going to take a little bit of a break just to get things set up, and we will be right back with Casey.
right, hello, hello. Can y'all hear me? I hope so. I hope so. Okay. I'm pretty sure things are gonna work. Hello. Hi. Hi, everybody. Oh, man. This has been such a good day. Oh my gosh. Like, can you believe all of the amazing people that have been here to help with this? I mean, this is just insane. Like, I'm so honored to have all of these amazing, talented people on my channel. It's so cool. So cool, man. And very thankful for everybody hanging out here. Man, what a crazy day. This is nuts. So I'm so excited to show you some of Fusion. I've been wanting to really dive deep into Fusion in some kind of tutorial or live stream or something for a while. So we're going to do that. But I really want to know, first of all, for this one especially, I need to know kind of where you guys are at with Fusion, because I don't want to bore you. I don't want to move way too fast. I'm going to try and keep it at a level where everybody is. So 1, 2, or 3 on your ability with Fusion. 3 is like you help other people with Fusion. 2 is like I've opened it and I sort of know how nodes work. And 1 is like I'm not touching that thing because it's scary. All right. So 1 is super noob. Or 2 is like the middle, you've kind of used it, and 3 is you should be teaching this class. So, okay, great. Good. I see a lot of 2s. That's going to really help. That's really going to help. So, so if you're a 1, I definitely recommend hanging out and watching this and picking up a little bit as you go. But there are some things that I'm not going to just have time to explain everything. So I want you to check out some videos on my YouTube. I have one that explains how Fusion nodes work, the basics of Fusion, that kind of thing. I will go over just a little bit of it so we aren't totally lost, but I do want to show you a really cool effect that's going to take quite a few nodes. Okay. So, man, I would love to have Daria. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. So, yeah, let's take a look at what we're going to be making here. So let's see here. So this is our buddy Sam, and this is his debut magic kind of magic ball kind of thing. So, you know, this is maybe not the most realistic effect because there's not like a whole lot of actual magic orb balls in the world, but I think this is a really cool way to kind of get started and get used to some of the nodes and kind of how they work inside of Fusion. So yeah, so take a look. This is in our work files. We do have this clip available, and so you can follow along. Like I said, I am going to be moving pretty fast, but I'm going to try and make it so you can still follow along. This is especially helpful. Or it's going to be especially good for people who are a little bit more advanced, because I know some of you are really wanting some more advanced stuff. So if you're lost, it's not because you're stupid. It's because I'm moving pretty quick. Okay. You need particles. Where are they under? It's a lot. That's a big question. There's a lot to particles. I was going to actually do some particles today. We might do some for the Q&A, but it's a lot to dive into, especially if you've never used particles before. That's a really big thing. Okay. So, let's see how we go here. So I have this clip in, actually I'm going to just right click on my clip here and insert selected clips into a timeline. All right, are we back? I think there was a blip there. Are we back? Are we good? Oh man, it was too powerful. It was just too powerful. We're good though now, right? Okay, great. Sweet. Okay, that was fun. I'm actually surprised. This connection has held up really well all day, so we're hoping that just like 50 more minutes, man. Just stay with us. Okay, so what I'm saying is that we shot this with this effect in mind. So we have this green light. This is actually a real green light that's on him right now, a little LED light. And you can fake lighting like this, but it's a lot of work, and it just about never looks as good. So if you can do some practical stuff, that is the very best way to do it when it comes to VFX. That's true with muzzle flashes, with lightning effects, and all this stuff. Okay, so let's dive into Fusion. I'll just click on Fusion here, and here we are in the Fusion page. And I think I'll move my camera to the left because we're just going to be all over the inspector all the time. So, oh, hold on. Boop doop. There we go. So, it's blurry. Is everything good, guys? Bandwidth problem. I don't see any problems with bandwidth right now. It's fine. Okay. Cool. All right. If it's a little fuzzy, it might be your connection, maybe. I don't know. I am recording this, so it should be okay. So here's what we're going to do. If you're not familiar with Fusion, like I said, this is going to be... yeah, refresh, guys. If it's blurry, refresh. Yep, and make sure that your resolution on YouTube is good. Okay. I'm gonna keep going now. So, if you're not familiar with Fusion, this is kind of the part where I'll give you a little bit of catch up, but then we're gonna move pretty quick. So, everything is built with nodes in here, and when you talk about when I say everything, I'm talking about compositing. Fusion is a compositor. So if you give me a 1 in chat if you don't know what compositing is, if you've never really heard of compositing, because if nobody puts a 1, then I'm not going to explain it. Okay. So here's the thing. Compositing is basically putting different elements together into one composition, right? So it's stuff that you would use something like a photo editing app for. It's putting a bunch of different layers all together. It's, that's really what we're doing. Is we have this background here where our guy is doing the fancy things with his hands, and then we're going to put a digital thing in front of him. Basically anything that is fancy, that you think of like a special effect, a visual effect, explosions, flames, gun muzzle flashes, cloning things out, all of that stuff is compositing. So that's kind of what we're going to be doing today. And Fusion composites things using nodes. Nodes are basically a flowchart of how things work when you're building something. So right now we have a really simple flowchart. Each one of these little boxes is called a node, and each node does one thing, basically. And so media in takes a piece of footage from our timeline right here. So it says, open this piece of footage. That's what that does. And then it's connected to media out, which all that does is just put the image back. So whatever we do in Fusion is just putting it back into the timeline, okay? So if we were to build a little flowchart here with a node called blur, this right here, this is in between, and we go up to the inspector and push our blur up, we're going to blur this image and then put it back into the timeline, okay? So that's some basics just so you're not totally lost. We are going to use a bunch of different types of nodes, and you don't need to know every single node in order to do things in Fusion. You can learn them one at a time, and it's totally okay. All right. So here's what we're doing. The first thing that we need to do if we're going to make a magical orb thing is to kind of make the body of the orb. Now, there's a bunch of different ways that you can do this. One way that I like to make things that are supposed to be somewhat organic looking is with an effect called fast noise. So in our toolbar here in the middle, this second icon is called fast noise. I'm going to grab that and just drag this into the flowchart here. And if I hit 1 on the keyboard with a node selected, that will preview it up here in my first viewer. You can actually choose which viewer you want. I could hit 2 and put it in the second viewer, but I like to put media out in my second viewer because it sort of acts like the edit page where what the viewer will see is on the right and what you're previewing is on the left. I just like to do it that way. So we're previewing our fast noise here. And what I want to do is make this look like kind of like just a ball of green fog, sort of. So the first thing I want to do is change how the fog works. So right here, we can see it's sort of just patchy and white. If we go over to where it says detail here and push up the detail, this is going to make this a little bit more detailed as far as these clouds go. That's what fast noise does, is basically generates clouds. So we're going to generate some of these clouds, but we're also going to make them green. So let's go over here to the inspector again, to color. And here under color 2, that's the color of the actual clouds. Let's go ahead and pick kind of this greenish yellow and hit OK. And now we have these kind of greenish yellow Secret of the Ooze looking clouds, okay? And it's about the same color as the light that's on his hand, okay? Yeah, fast noise is one of the tools I use the most. Absolutely, I use it for everything all the time. Very, very good node to use, okay? So now let's take this fast noise, and we don't want it to be everywhere. We just want it to be like a ball of clouds, right? So what we're gonna do is just limit where this fast noise shows up by adding a mask. So with the fast noise selected, I'm gonna go up here to our toolbar, and the second icon towards the middle here is an ellipse mask. I'll click on that and look what happens. It adds an ellipse node, and look here, everything's inside of this circle. I can grab the edge of this circle right here, kind of on the upper right hand corner, or any of the corners really, and grab this and just push this down like that. And now we have a circle full of green fog. So this is going to be kind of the base of what we kind of build this effect off of. Now I don't want this so sharp. I don't want the edges to look so sharp, so I'm going to go over here to soft edge and push that up a little bit, and that's going to soften it. And if I select something else, we can see this is kind of what we're getting after here. Okay, so now what we're going to do is change this a little bit, because I don't want this to look just like we obviously masked some clouds here. We're going to put a filter on it to kind of change it to not look so obviously like what we did. And what I'm going to do is run this through an effect called dent. So just like Patrick was showing earlier, if you hit Shift Spacebar, that'll bring up this select tool palette. And this lets you search for any kind of node inside of Fusion. And this is great to just figure out what kind of nodes are available in Fusion. It's great if you can't find one, or just to bring it up quickly, which is what I use it for. And so we're going to find one called Dent, D-E-N-T. And I always forget which one to use. I'm pretty sure I want the D-N-T one. So let's click that. And yeah, that's the one I want. So all we're doing is masking this fast noise and putting it into Dent. And I'll hit 1 on the keyboard with Dent selected, and look what happens. It makes this kind of like circly looking thing. And again, I can grab the edge of this and kind of bring it down. So now we have these clouds, but they're kind of being stretched around in a circle. We can adjust the size and the strength and everything over here to kind of change what that looks like. And I think I'll just kind of make it look like a bubble like that. And so now this looks just like more of a, it doesn't look like we just masked some clouds, which is kind of what we're going for here. Okay. So after that, let's go ahead and we can put this over our media, which all we're going to do is grab the output of this and drag it over the output of media in, and that will make a merge node. There's a bunch of different ways to make a merge node. That's the easiest one. Grab the output square and drag it over another output square, and this will make a merge node. The merge node puts one node over another. And so right now we have these put together, and guess what? It's a composite. Yes, awesome. My name's Casey Faris. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'll see you guys later. Just kidding. We're gonna do other stuff, I think. So now we have this kind of over our footage, and it's looking okay, but we want to do a little bit more here. I kind of want to sell this as like it's like a ball of energy, and right now it sort of looks like a disc, kind of just like hanging out there. And so I want it to kind of have some depth, some form to it. So I want to show you guys a really cool trick. You advanced people, you 3s and 4s, you're going to really like this. Okay, so check this out. This is such a tricky trick. We're going to get into some 3D nodes. And even if you have no idea how 3D works, this is going to be okay. I promise. All right. If you do know how 3D works, this is going to be, you're going to be like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So over here towards the right-hand side of our toolbar, we have a few different nodes. This second one right here is called Shape 3D. Go ahead and make sure that nothing is selected. Just kind of double click an empty space and click Shape 3D. That'll add a Shape 3D node. And then after that, we want 2 more nodes. We want the Merge 3D, which is this 2 over. And then 3 over from that is the Renderer 3D. So this is what it should look like: Shape, Merge, and Renderer. The reason we need to do that is because anytime that you make a 3D node, you have to render it. And if you want to put multiple 3D things together, you have to have a Merge 3D. So that's why those 3 are existing, okay? Let's go into Shape 3D, and I'm just gonna bring this up in our second monitor just so we can see a little easier on the zoom. What we're gonna do is, for this shape, I'm gonna change this from plane to sphere, because remember, we're making a ball and we want this to kind of be round, right? So we're making a 3D sphere, and right now, if we were to view this in Renderer 3D, I'll hit 2 on the keyboard, we see it's just a big circle, okay? But we can select Shape 3D and grab the radius here and bring this down. So now we have a white circle. Great, we went through all of that work to make a white circle. But I promise, it's for a reason, okay? For a reason. So let's go over to material. If you're not familiar with 3D, material is literally like what you think of like actual physical things are made out of a material like wood or anything like that. Instead of having a color for something, it's always made out of a material. And the material has a color, right? Just like wood is kind of like a warm color and whatever. This material, we're actually just going to change this color to black. And so I'm just going to take all of these sliders down to black. And now we have a black circle. Now, I know this doesn't look 3D, and that's okay. What we're going to do is take this Shape 3D, and I'm going to copy it, hit Control-C, double click off and hit Control-V. So this is going to be the exact same thing, and we're going to merge it over itself. So now we have 2 black circles over one another. And you're like, where is he going with this? Check this out. If I select Shape 3D 1, go back up to the material, and I'll just boost these up again, make this white, and then go to my controls and make this radius a little bigger. I'm just going to make this a little bigger than our black sphere. And so now we have a white sphere with a black sphere inside, and you can't see the black sphere. But now if we go over to transform and go over to scale and unlock XYZ, we can go down to our Y scale, and I can push this to the left, and look what happens. It makes a little ring, kind of like like Saturn's ring, around this sphere, because remember, this exists in 3D space. And so you have a sphere here and then a slightly bigger sphere that's squished down, and it makes kind of a ring that's intersecting it. Now check this out. If I take this rotation for my white sphere that's squished down, look what happens. I start to rotate this, and look, you can kind of start to see that, oh wow, this is around a sphere. It starts to look a little bit more 3D. Now, the reason we're doing this this way instead of adding 3D lights and all of that stuff is because we're going to use this as a matte. This is so tricksy. I'm so excited. Okay, we're going to use this as a matte. So this is all of our 3D fancy matte here. And what I mean by a matte, if you're not familiar, is it's a map of what you want to affect in an image, basically. Actually, we're not quite going to use it as a matte. I had it used as a matte, but we're not really going to do that. We're just going to use the white pixels, basically. That's what we're going to be doing. If you want to know more about mattes, let me know in the Q&A. Sorry. So this is kind of a white thing around a black thing. And then watch this. If I take this Renderer 3D and I merge this over everything that we have merged so far, and then bring up my media out too, we have its image over everything. what's really cool is we can go into this merge right here, and we can adjust the way that the merge puts something over something else, including its transparency. And over here where it says alpha gain, we take this and we bring it all the way down. Look what happens. We just keep the white pixels. It gets rid of the black pixels. It's the same thing as an add transfer mode in other programs. And so now we have this kind of white ring that can go around our sphere, our ball. This is really cool. So check this out. I can go back to this shape 3D. This is the white one. I'll name this white ring. This is going to be the black sphere. Okay. This white ring, I'm going to do something really fancy. Gosh, we're getting deep. We're getting deep immediately. Are you guys ready for this deepness? Check this out. Under rotation here, I could animate this, but here's what I'm going to do. For X and Y, I'm just going to select this and type equals time. And I'll do time times 2. For Y, and I'll do equals time times 3 for X. It doesn't matter. Something. Time times something little. Now check this out. As this goes through, as we go through our comp here, it will automatically move this around. So we get kind of this thing. And it's almost like it's an outline just tracing the fact that this is a sphere. Pretty cool. There's a shortcut for expressions. Yeah, if you type equals, you can just type whatever the expression is in any kind of number thing. Okay? So now we have this over everything. And we can add a transform node. I'll hit Shift spacebar and type XF. That will bring in a transform. And all I really want to do is just size this down to be about the size of our orb. That looks good. Something like that. And now we have that kind of circle going around here. But this still looks really plain. It doesn't look like it's, it doesn't look like magic. It looks like, I don't know, something weird we made. So what we're going to do is displace all of this stuff, because generally if you want something to look more natural, you can kind of roughen the edges of something, and displace is a great way to do that. So I'm going to do one displace on this white line, this white ring, and I'll just type Shift spacebar DISP, and here in the middle where it says displace DSP, that's what we want. And there's a couple different settings here that we need. First of all, we're going to go from type here. This is in the displace. I'll go from type, switch that from radial to XY, and X channel will go to Luma. And I'll push up the X refraction a lot and the Y refraction a lot. I'll take the offsets all the way down. So basically we're taking the refractions up and the offsets all the way down. This type is X and Y. X channel and Y channel are Luma. I know I went through that really fast. Even if you don't do this quite like this, if you play with these things, you'll get the idea of why we're doing it this way. So far, nothing's happening. The reason for that is because this displace node needs a map. It needs a map basically of where you want, of how you want it to push the pixels around. A displace takes a black and white image, and when things are white, it pushes the pixels under that more, and when it's black, it pushes it less, generally. So what we're going to do, since we want this to be really organic looking, is again use our fast noise. I'll grab this fast noise and bring this over here, and take the output of fast noise and push this into displace, and look what happens. It starts to kind of move stuff around. I can take this fast noise, let's take a look at this in our first viewer here, and I can push up the detail, and I can push up the scale, and look what happens to our white thing. Look at that. This is like the coolest effect, man. It goes from like, oh, that kind of sucks, to like, dang, that looks sick. Within like one slider. Isn't that awesome? So now we kind of have lightning that goes around our ball. Isn't that awesome? That is a really great effect to like kind of get that organic looking, you know, energy, lightning. You can do that with smoke and energy and magic and fire and all that stuff. So fast noise is your friend. Learn how to use fast noise. So yeah, that's kind of how that works. And what's really cool, this is crazy. Fast noise has even more stuff that you can mess with. Let's go back to our first one. I'll just bring up these clouds. So this cloud ball, all it does is just sit there being a cloud ball, right? But if we select the fast noise and we go over to the noise controls here and we go down to seethe and seethe rate, if we mess with this seethe, look what happens. It changes the clouds. And so it kind of just animates the clouds. And if we push up seethe rate, it will automatically change the clouds over time. So now we can play this back and it will just kind of change these clouds. I'll even push up probably the contrast just because I want this to be a little bit more harsh. So now we have these kind of animating clouds. And check this out. Because it's running through that filter, this dent filter right here, it changes which parts are under the filter and it kind of animates it all around to be more wispy and stuff. Isn't that cool? So that's really kind of the idea is you can animate this fast noise with this seethe rate and run it through a filter or run it through a displace or something like that. And it looks like you did 1,000,000 hours of painting work and stuff. And really all you did was like do 2 filters on it. Okay. So that's pretty cool. Let's actually do another displace on this to kind of mess with everything. All right. So let's do a displace maybe just on, let's just copy this actually. You know what we could do? Yeah, here's what we'll do. We'll copy this. I'll hit Control C, double click and hit Control V and throw this right here. And I'll even copy and paste our fast noise and pump that into there. But this displacement, the reason we didn't put it both through the same thing is I don't want this to be quite as much. So maybe we'll take this down just a little bit. Something like this. And now we have this displacement over that dent. And so it's displacing the green stuff and it's displacing the lightning, the white line. Pretty cool. Okay. So this is looking pretty good. There's a couple things that I don't like about this. One, this is really, really sharp, like this lightning, probably more than we want. And so let's add a little bit of a blur to that. And we'll do that before we do the displace. So all we have to do is find our displace. This is the one for our lightning, for our white ring. After we transform it, let's add a little blur. So I'll just grab this and drag it in between the transform and the displace. And we'll just blur this just a little, like 5 or so. There we go. And now it kind of looks like it's glowing instead of just this like weird white paper line. It kind of looks like it's more wispy and glowing and stuff. That's cool. So really cool kind of just effect without a whole lot of work. The last thing I'll probably do on all of this is add a glow to it. So, and actually what we'll do before we even do that is we're going to kind of rearrange some stuff here. What we've done so far is we have this ball and we've put that over our image. And then we've put this white energy stuff over the image and the ball. That's what we've done so far. What I think I want to do is put the white energy and the green ball together and then put them over our image so that we can move them both together. Okay. So let's just go down here to the nodes and do a little bit of cleanup. Okay. I think what we'll do is just grab this media in and I'll just hold shift and drag the media in off and then make a background node. And we'll just put this here and pipe that into our merge. And I'll select the background and take the alpha all the way down. So now that's basically what we're doing is we have these combined together, but they're not over the image. Then all we have to do is unhook this, take our merge 2 and put that over our media in and connect that to media out. And we have, if we hit 2 on the keyboard, we'll have the exact same result. The difference is that I can put stuff right here between merge 2 and merge 3. And I can affect it all at once. So if I wanted to blur everything all at once, I can grab this blur and blur it, but it doesn't blur the background, it just blurs the foreground. Does that make sense? Okay. So what we're gonna do is add a glow. So after merge, I'll type GLO and we'll grab the one that looks like GLO and hit enter. And now we're really getting this kind of light, this light emitting sort of effect. And you got to play with the glow settings to make them look just not over the top. It's really easy to overdo a glow. Something like that maybe. So now it really looks like this is actually, you know, emitting light. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So now that we have that, let's do one more thing to sell this effect. Of course, we could do a bunch of stuff. I played with flickering this on and off and animating it and doing all this stuff. But we need to do, well, I guess 2 more things. The first one is we need to animate this on. So he kind of casts this and gets it, like it's really bright at about 80 frames or so. So let's just take this, this ellipse mask that we started with, the one that actually makes this circle, this like green circle. And we're just gonna change that ellipse mask to start really small and then grow. So we'll have it grow till frame 80. And so with the ellipse mask selected, we'll go to width and height and keyframe those at frame 80. And then back here at frame 0, we'll take width and height all the way down. And because that's going through all those filters, it's really just, it kind of fades on because just more and more of it is available to filter. And so it kind of gives you this really cool kind of fade on effect. And we're going to do kind of the same thing with our white ring here. I think I'll actually just add a, maybe I'll just animate this transform. So we'll go at frame 80, we'll keep the size of our transform right there. And then down here at frame 0, we'll take the size all the way down. So now this will, it's not perfect. I forgot it kind of, I've done this a bunch of different ways, but you could fade this in or out. You could do all kinds of stuff to make that work. But we'll leave it for there just because of time. That's fine. So it's not perfect, but you get the idea. You can animate that on in some way. We could even maybe, let's maybe just take that off because that's going to bug me. And we could do something like take this merge down. We'll just take the blend down in the merge maybe. So at frame 80, we'll do that. And then a couple frames beforehand, so it just kind of starts like that as it grows. Yeah, that's cool. That works. Cool. Last thing is you'll notice that if he, in our original footage, you see how he kind of casts the spell thing and then he's kind of moving around. His hands are kind of moving around. And you really would expect that this ball would move around because he kind of moves along with it and it just stays locked in place, which does not look good. If you're gonna do a visual effect of some kind, you can't have it move differently than your subject or your background or whatever it's supposed to be sort of attached to. Dead giveaway, okay? So what we're gonna do is track the motion here and apply that motion to this, this foreground layer. So let's go back to our original footage. We're going to go to media in and type 2 on the keyboard. So we're just bringing this up. And what we're going to do is track something that we want to basically stick this energy ball to. Now I could track his hand, but his hand moves around a lot and it maybe moves faster than we really want the ball to move. We kind of want the ball in between his hands and not moving perfectly with like his right hand or his left hand. There's a bunch of different ways that you could do kind of an average track or whatever, but here's what I'm going to do just because I think it's going to work fine. We're going to just kind of go towards the middle of our comp here, and I'm going to track his ear. The reason I'm going to track his ear is because it's a high contrast piece. It moves along with his head, and his hands never go in front of it. So we're going to use something called planar tracker. I'm going to hit Shift Spacebar and type PLAN and bring up planar tracker. And I'm just going to make a little shape around the top of his ear because I've done this a bunch of times and I know that's the best place to track. If you're doing this yourself, you're going to have to figure that out. And then we're going to go over to this track thing and we're going to do a couple things. Motion type, we're just going to do translation. And that means it's just going to move around. It's not going to rotate or scale or anything. And then we're also going to set our reference time. Now we can click track forward, which is this button right here, track to end. And we'll let that kind of think about things and track. That's tracked the last half of our comp. And then I'll hit go, and that'll bring us back to that original frame, and we'll track backwards. And I'll track to the very start. And it's amazing because his fingers never go right there. They go almost there. Okay. There we go. And now we have that tracking information. So what we can do with the planar tracker, this is why I like the planar tracker. If you go right here where it says create planar transform, you click that, that will make a new node somewhere. It usually puts it somewhere strange. Where did it put it? This was doing this the other day. Oh, wait. Yes, it put it over one of my other nodes, which is just great. But it makes this other node that you can run things through and it will apply that motion from the tracker. So we can just run this glow, in between this glow and this merge, we can run this through the planar tracker. I'm just holding shift and waiting until this little line turns blue. And I can actually get rid of planar tracker. It doesn't matter right now because we've already got the motion. And now if we bring up our media 2 or our media out, let's take a look at this. This will actually move along with his head, which is pretty neat. And it happens to be sort of kind of in between his hands, which is pretty neat. And normally, if you want something to stick to something, you would track it, and then that is the last time that you touch the movement. If you want to scale it or make it bigger or move it around or anything, you want to move that before you apply the tracking information, okay? So if we wanted to move this around generally, and we wanted to apply this tracking info, we would put a transform node right before this transform, or right before this planar transform. Then we can move this around, and it still applies the tracking, and it will still match, right? Because if we want this to attach to his ear, that's what we would do. In this particular case, we don't really need it to specially stick to his face. We just want it to kind of follow his motion. And so I'm actually going to mess up our track a little bit. I'm going to do a transform node right after our planar transform, type XF. And here's where we're going to kind of position this. I'm just going to size this down a little bit and put it in between his hands so that we can see his eyes. And because I've applied the transformation, the tracking and then moved it, it's not going to track perfectly, which is okay because we want a little bit of parallax there. We don't want it to stick to his face. We just want it to be basically where he is. So that would normally be a no-no, but now it's actually going to look really nice. So I'm going to let this think about its life here for a second. Track too strong, soften. Exactly. So I'm going to let this cache so that we can look at this in a reasonable fashion. And it should be just about done. Okay, so let's take a look here. Let me loop this as well. So now we have our effect, and you see how it's not perfectly on his face, but it is generally moving with his body. And that's kind of what we're after. Pretty cool. So again, I know this is not like the most amazingly realistic effect. There's a lot of things that you could add to this to make it more realistic, but it should get your feet wet and kind of get you used to like, man, so many things are possible inside of Fusion. Because I have just a second before we do Q&A, I'll show you one more thing. What really sells things is if you can add some kind of real element to it. So if I go up to Media Pool, I have imported this these sparks. So I'll go to the edit page real quick just so we can look at it. It's just this stock footage of sparks on black, and these are actually included in the work files. If you want to add this too, you just import it. We can take this and put it over everything. I'm just merging that over everything, and open up our keyframes and scroll down. And we need to move this over so it starts kind of in the middle somewhere, something like that. And the last thing I'll do is change this merge, take this alpha gain all the way down. And now we have the sparks that were on black on transparent, and we can just put this over kind of where this is bright. And we're also going to find the end of our footage here, and we're going to have this fade out. So I'll take the blend and bring it all the way down, and we'll move towards the start and fade it all the way up, and switch back to the edit page. And now we have this ball that kind of shoots a little spark. So that's what I think really sells a visual effect, is having smoke and sparks. Like, it's something doesn't just exist. Even magic stuff doesn't really exist just in its own space. It has to interact with the world. That's why there's lighting on him. That's why we're adding this this smoke and spark and everything. And I feel like that really, really takes it up a notch from just being okay to like, oh dang, that's sick, you know, when there's a little spark that comes off. So I love adding stuff like that. Again, if I had more time, I'd probably add a bunch of different elements like that. So, but that's kind of a general overview of a visual effect inside of the Fusion page. I hope that was really helpful. I'm sure when I'm ready for Q&A whenever you are, man. So this has been really fun, guys. Thank you so much for hanging with me. I hope I didn't go way too fast or way too slow for anybody. I hope it was, you at least kind of got something out of it, you know. Very cool. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, let's see. I'm going to make sure that they can hear you. Give me just a second. Sherwin, let me make sure they can hear you just a minute. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Do. Yes. There he is. All right, we can hear you.
Hey, all right. Casey, awesome. First thing is all the people in the chat were really going nuts over all the stuff that you're doing. So Casey, awesome. First thing is, whoops, sorry.
No worries.
Okay. Question. Let's see. Oh, right. So one person asked if it was possible to make the backside of that white ring partially visible through the fast noise.
Through the fast noise. You would have to do it as a separate layer, as a separate comp, I would think. So if you go into Fusion, like you would have to, the short answer is yes, you can do that. But you would have to like make a different view of the 3D, I would say, in order to, like, you would basically have to render the background, everything that will be behind the noise, and then everything that's in front of the noise. And there's ways to do that, but it's complicated. So yes, but it's complicated.
Okay. So Another question would be, people were wondering how you were able to zoom in and out of your screen and pan the image around in your viewers.
Gotcha. Sorry, I had my mic off for you. That's why it was like all delayed and stuff. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, so I'm using just a thing for Windows. What's it called? A utility for Windows that helps you just zoom in. It has nothing to do with Resolve or anything. I think it's called, let's see what it's called. I don't even know. It is called Glass Brick. Glass Brick. That is a, yeah, just a utility that comes with Windows, or that you can get on the Windows Store or whatever. Yep.
In and out or anything like that?
Sorry, one more time.
Zooming in and out of the viewer.
Of the viewer? Like in Resolve?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Oh, I had it on the wrong thing. Sorry. I'm just rolling with my mouse wheel to zoom in and out of the viewer.
Cool. I think that's what they were asking.
Yeah, sorry. Yep.
So another question would be, is it possible to shift the tracking data so that the orb moves, at a different time than the talent?
Yeah, you can do that. There's a few different ways you could probably do that. You might be able to just grab the keyframes. If you grab the planar transform and go to keyframes, can we do just selected? Yeah. So you could just grab these keyframes and move them, I believe. Yeah, so you can move the keyframes back and forth. That's probably the most simple way to do it if you really wanted to do that somewhat destructively. You could also probably do a like a time delay node. They have what's it called? Time speed. You could probably put in a little delay there, and that might do it. But yeah, I mean, I would probably, yeah, so that's doing that. I would probably do it with the keyframes if that's something you really wanted to do. Although this is really nice because you can just change it by moving a slider and you don't have to get into the keyframes. So that's what I would do.
Cool. There's a question about the planar tracker. Can you explain the difference in motion types?
Yeah. Let me bring that up here. Planar tracker, motion type. Yeah, so basically there are a few different types. Perspective, they pretty much go from easy to complex. Perspective is the most complex one. So what that will do is it will look at something, look at a bunch of points, and it will figure out kind of where they are in 3D space. And if they move, like if it's on a wall and the camera's moving to where the wall kind of shears like this, it will try to track that perspective. So that's something that's great for if you want to do like a corner pin on something. If you're moving around a TV monitor or something and you wanted to track the screen and replace it, that's something that you would use that for. And basically everything else below it is that minus one thing, right? So this is just going to shear it, which means that it's parallel. Basically the sides are parallel. And then translation, rotation, scale is without any kind of warping. It just, all it does is move it like this. And then, rotation is just without scale and translation is without rotation. So translation is just moving up and down, left and right. So basically the more that you go up here, the easier time it has, the less work it has to do, but the less accurate it's going to be for certain things. So if you want to like replace a sign, you always want to use perspective, right? Or a license plate, that kind of stuff. But for something like this, where you just want something to generally move around with it, translation works great. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yep. Can you import 3D objects like OBJs inside of Fusion?
Yeah, you can. You can I think you can import FBX files if I'm not mistaken. Oops, I went to Fairlight Fusion. Yeah, so you can import a bunch of different stuff. So FBX scene, that's like the main thing. That's pretty standard 3D format. So that's available. There are some limitations. Fusion can't do a million 3D things. It can bring in meshes and you can texture them. You can apply textures that you've like UV mapped to them. You can do a little bit of UV mapping. It's sort of at the moment not super complex, but you can do it if you make something in 3D. You can bring it into Fusion. It doesn't have stuff like advanced lighting, like global illumination or anything like that. It's very straightforward, kind of what you would see with like a standard render from like Eevee in Blender or something like that. It can kind of do some of that stuff.
Cool. Time for more questions?
Yeah, let's do a couple more and then we'll do our giveaway and head out of here.
All right. Let's see. Can the green fast noise blob be used as a material on the black sphere?
Yeah, you can. That's a pretty good idea. I would there's ways to do that. I don't know if I can I'm familiar enough with it to like do it instantly, but it has to do with it's like 3D material. It's like replace 3D material, I think is what it's called. Replace material 3D. So you have to run that through that, and then I believe you have to make a material. I don't know. There's a few different nodes you have to do to make that work, but you can totally do that. Fast noise texture. Oh boy, can you do that? I don't know. Maybe you can. Ooh, maybe I think we learned something today. Look at that. That's basically what you're talking about, is a fast noise texture on top of this. And yeah, same thing. You can just boost up the scale and everything. And so look at that. There's a 3D texture. So obviously there's a little bit of problems here with how it's rendering. And I'm sure that has to do with this being clear. If it were black and white, you probably wouldn't have that problem. But you can also just make a texture and put it into a custom material and stuff. I don't know how to do that like right off the top of my head, but there are ways to do that. I actually have a tutorial on textured 3D text, which does that. So you should check that out.
That's really cool. One more question, simple one.
Okay.
If you don't know what a node expects on its inputs and outputs, is there an easy way to tell?
Yeah. That's a little bit, it's pretty general kind of question. There's probably a couple different ways to answer that. So one of these, so like Glow, let's say, Glow has a couple things it expects, right? So there's the main input, which is usually yellow on most nodes, and that's generally some kind of image that you put into something. So that could be a background, that could be a merge node, it can be a bunch of stuff merged together, it can be a 3D render, it can be text, it can be anything that kind of makes an image on screen. You can connect to an input. The output is always, I want to say if that's right. For all of the normal nodes, it's pretty much always an image of some kind. For a 3D node, it's not. That's why you have to have render a 3D, because render a 3D will take 3D meshes and stuff and actually turn them into an image. So there's only a few things like that. So things that are 3D and particles and shapes all need a renderer, but the rest of them, you pretty much are making an image when you output it, and you can connect it to anything that takes an image, whether it's like a yellow input or a mask input, like these blue inputs. Yeah, so most of the time it's an image. Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. So I think this is going to be it for the Q&A, because we've got something special coming up. We've got a giveaway.
Yeah.
So Casey, are we ready for that?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Awesome. Casey, thank you so much for really blowing our minds with this deep dive into Fusion. So, all right. So we are at the end of our event. However, we've got one last thing that we've got to do, and that is our final giveaway. So this is for, like I said earlier, the studio license of Resolve. So in Studio, you've got that world-class noise reduction in the color and edit page, 3D camera tracking, all these other things that you can look online and see the differences between the free and Studio. First, thank you so much for Blackmagic Design for sponsoring this giveaway. All right, if you want to enter this giveaway, !giveaway in the chat. Do it once, and we'll open up for the next couple of minutes. So again, we are giving away a studio license of Resolve. Put in the chat !giveaway, and that's how you'll enter. Just do it once, and you're going to be entered into the random drawing. We're going to keep it open for, I'm going to look at the clock here for a couple more minutes. And yeah, so who is ready for this second ResolveCon? Who's ready for another one? We're not even done with our first one.
I hope that we can do another one. This has been so much fun. Sorry, I'm jumping in because I miss you. That's all.
No, Casey. This is your show too.
Yeah. No, I figured I'd just stay on voice for a minute because I'm really excited to see who wins this giveaway. I'm really excited to see somebody, enjoy a studio license. Man, it's so much fun.
Yeah, and also absolutely thank you so much for everyone that came and presented. Darren, Billy, Jason, Patrick, Alex, for sharing their wisdom, their personalities, their everything, tips and tricks in Resolve too. So remember, go to their channel, show them some love, and give them a sub. All right, so Casey, I'll count it down.
Yeah, that sounds great, man.
Okay. All right. So we'll end this in 10 seconds. All right. So 10, 9, 8,
I'm so excited.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. The giveaway is closed. So we will have a winner in our chat soon. Okay, there we go. Charlie Marquez.
Ooh.
Charlie Marquez.
So awesome. Congratulations. That's amazing.
Yeah. Well, Charlie, so please email Casey to find his email. I think you do the ! email and contact Casey, and Casey will be in touch with that Resolve license. Again, thank you so much to Blackmagic Design for sponsoring that giveaway. And thank you so much to our event sponsor, Artlist. So again, please check out their packages. If you sign up on the link in the subscription, you get 2 months free.
Awesome.
Yeah, guys, I think this is it. So
yeah, I think that's it,
one final huge thank you to Darren, Billy, Jason, Patrick, and Alex. Go to their channels, give them some love, and give them a subscription. And guys, big thanks to Casey Faris for bringing all of us together, us on this side and you guys together for this very first ResolveCon. Casey, thank you so much for doing this. This is so awesome. Glad that I was a part of it.
My pleasure, man. This has been so much fun. So excited.
And really the biggest thank you is to you guys for being here, taking all this time to listen, to watch, and to participate. We hope you learned a lot, and we hope you enjoyed it, loved it. So go out and create some awesome stuff with all the new stuff that you learned today. And please drop in the chat that if you want another one, let us know. And we'll try to make this happen again. Not anytime soon. Casey needs some rest.
That's right.
But yeah, so thank you guys so much. And ResolveCon 2021 is a wrap. Thank you.